Good news, I'm reborn. Bad news, I'm a villain. Reborn as a villain, Chen Qing decided to give up and live his life peacefully, no matter what the fate script was. He would never provoke the protagonist. Who would have thought that he would be accidentally bound to the wife-loving system, and would have to conquer the Destiny Empress and marry her? That was the protagonist's favorite girl, so of course Chen Qing refused. However, he found out that the protagonist still had to stay in seclusion and sign in for another 30 years, and it turned out that he had been reborn first. Faced with the temptation of massive rewards from the system, Chen Qing said, "I'm sorry, protagonist, I made a mistake." Chapter 1. Reborn to pamper his wife. Whose wife? The protagonist. Chen Qing woke up from the bed and quickly sorted out his thoughts. Was he reborn? No, to be precise, I was reborn 18 years ago, but today, for some reason, the memory of my past life suddenly came back to me. In this life, just like his previous life on Blue Star, he had the same name and surname, but unlike the ordinary life in his previous life, Chen Qing was reborn in a fantasy world called Tianshuan Continent. Here, the strong ones can cultivate to the peak and create the world, but with just a flick of their fingers, they can even slaughter tens of millions of people in a moment. Although Chen Qing has a great talent for cultivation, he is a playboy. Born in the family of the Prime Minister of the Dao dynasty, he has been pampered since childhood and is arrogant and domineering. Daddy is second to none in the Great Wu dynasty. No, Chen Shang is second only to the emperor in public, but in reality he shares the world with Emperor Dao. Many important matters in the court had to be discussed with Chen Shang first. Most of the powerful officials in the court served under Chen Shang. Because of this, there is a saying circulating in the Dao dynasty that as long as Chen Shang is willing, he can change the world at any time. After sorting out all of this, Chen Qing couldn't help but take a deep breath, wondering in his heart, for a protagonist, isn't this background a little too strong? Although this was his first time as the protagonist, Chen Qing had read a lot of novels in his previous life on Blue Star, and was very familiar with the routine of the loser's counterattack. He already has an excellent talent for cultivation, and with this background, it doesn't seem like a scenario where a loser makes a comeback. Could it be that I got the wrong script? Just as Chen Qing was puzzled, a voice with a strong mechanical texture and no emotion rang out in his mind. Name: Chen Qing. Age: 18. Gender: male. Identity information is being verified. System. After confirming that it was not an illusion, Chen Qing almost couldn't hold back his own voice after hearing the auditory hallucination. System. That's the standard cheat code for the protagonist of a novel. So he got the lead role. With a good talent, plus the background of a prime minister, and the system, is this unstable? Chen Qingwan never expected that such a great thing would happen to him. Just as I was rejoicing, a voice came from my mind again. Identity information verified. The invincible wife-loving system is binding. Invincible wife-loving system. Of course Chen Qing could understand the word invincible, but what did it mean to pamper his wife? Before he could react, the system's voice rang out again. Invincible wife-loving system binding successfully. New task has been released, do you want to check it? Facing the blue virtual panel that popped up in front of him and was visible only to him, Chen Qing raised his hand, hesitated, and finally clicked the view button. Mission 1. Within 3 days, marry the protagonist's beloved, the destined heroine, Sha Qingyu. Quest reward: immortal body. Description: after obtaining it, the protagonist will be immortal and live forever between heaven and earth. No force can destroy your existence. Immortality. Just for marrying a heroine who belongs to me, there will be such a huge reward. Chen Qing almost dropped his jaw in shock. I really didn't expect that this system would be so generous. It's stable. It's really stable now. After closing the task interface, Chen Qing clicked on his personal attribute panel to check out basic information such as talent quality. Name: Chen Qing. Age: 18. Gender: male. After glancing over this information that was so basic that it couldn't be more basic, Chen Qing's gaze reached the talent column. Before he had time to read more, his sight immediately returned to the previous level. Identity. It clearly says, villain. Chen Qing. This really made Chen Qing a little overwhelmed. I am a villain. It took him a long time to react. At one point I wondered if I was seeing things. After confirming it several times, it was indeed the villain, without a doubt. On second thought, if that were the case, this talent and background would indeed make sense. Damn it, why not be reborn as a villain? Even as a passerby, it's fine. Chen Qing was speechless. After reading so many novels, Chen Qing has never seen a villain who can survive under the hands of those powerful protagonists. It's definitely a fatal script. What's even worse is that this system actually wants to marry the protagonist woman, the Empress of Destiny. Chen Qing seemed to be able to see two figures, black and white, waving at him and asking him to go in under a door called life and death. No, I absolutely cannot be the villain. I absolutely cannot follow the script. Chen Qing finally got the chance to be reborn and escape the fate of being a beast of burden, but he didn't want to die again before he could enjoy it for a few days. Who knows if I can get a chance to be reborn next time after dying this time. I thought that I just needed to try to avoid contact with the protagonist, and everyone and everything related to the protagonist. As for system tasks, don't take them, there's no penalty anyway. Sha Qingyu. When this name was mentioned, Chen Qing couldn't help but think of a stunningly beautiful figure. As the son of the Prime Minister and a playboy, it was natural for him to have contact with Sha Qingyu, the most beautiful woman in Dao. Before Chen Qing awakened his memories of his past life, he had long coveted Sha Qingyu, and even asked his father, the Prime Minister, to find a way to get the Emperor to marry his daughter to him. It seems it really worked. As his memory became clearer and clearer, his past life memories gradually adapted to this body. Chen Qing recalled that when his father learned of his idea, he agreed immediately. Afterwards, under continuous internal and external pressure, he actually persuaded the Dao Emperor to agree to issue an edict to grant him marriage with Sha Qingyu. It's over. No, I have to find a way to cancel the engagement. Hiss. Or, get married first, obtain the immortal body, and then write a letter of divorce to sever ties with him. On the one hand, Chen Qing wanted the immortal body very much, but on the other hand, he was worried that on the day of his wedding, the protagonist would come and kill him with a sword before he could get the immortal body. I feel very upset and am in a dangerous situation. I feel like it's not right to marry her, and it's not right not to marry her. Moreover, how to convince his father Chen Shang, who is determined to become an emperor, to give up this marriage is also a big problem. Chen Qing, who was lucky enough to be reborn and get a good script in the previous second, now has a huge headache. So many good things were ruined by his villain identity. Speechless, really speechless, Chen Qing was overwhelmed with emotions, wavering and not knowing what to do. He tentatively asked the system, can you reveal some information about the protagonist of this world? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Chen Qing planned to get to know the other party first and then make a plan. In response, the system quickly opened a panel with information. Name: Yi Feng. Gender: male. Still skip this information of little value and continue reading. Identity: destined protagonist. Gold finger. 30-year retreat sign in an exit invincibility system. Retreat check-in system. Retreat. 30 years. Chapter 2 Doting Dad. Although the system did not reveal much personal information about the protagonist due to some restrictions, it was not difficult for Chen Qing to know two key pieces of information based on this long list of system names. The first key information is that the protagonist has awakened the retreat check-in system, and cannot come out before the time comes due to system restrictions, and this limit is 30 years. The second key piece of information was that as a villain, he should have woken up on the day when the protagonist, Woody, came out of seclusion after 30 years of seclusion. However, for some unknown reason, he woke up early. This is undoubtedly good news for Chen Qing. Waking up early is equivalent to giving him an extra 30 years of development time after receiving the death script. These 30 years are more than enough time for Chen Qing to rely on his invincible wife-loving system, starting from the protagonist Hongyan, Princess Dao, Sha Qingyu, to plan, counterattack, and turn the tide. Thinking of this, Chen Qing immediately made up his mind about this marriage. He would not back out. He had to get married. Get the immortal body first. With this immortal body, Chen Qing no longer has to worry about being killed by anyone, even the protagonist. Chen Qing clearly remembered that the system said that after possessing an immortal body, no force could destroy his existence. Therefore, The most urgent task at the moment is to marry Sha Qingyu first and obtain an immortal body. Secondly, find someone to investigate Sha Qingyu's life and interpersonal relationships to select the candidate for the protagonist. Regarding this matter, Chen Qing immediately arranged for his spies to go and investigate. For the son of the powerful prime minister, there is no shortage of such people around him. After arranging the spies to go out and investigate the news, Chen Qing immediately found his father Chen Shang. "Qinger, why don't you go out to the brothel to listen to music today and come to your father?" Seeing Chen Qing show up, Chen Shang didn't even bother to pay attention to the spy who came to report important matters. He waved his hand and told him to go down and talk about it later. The spy knew very well how much Chen Shang doted on his only child, Chen Qing, so he said nothing more, agreed, and disappeared in an instant. Chen Qing came to Chen Shang and sat down on the stone bench. On the other hand, Chen Shang walked up behind Chen Qing very naturally and started massaging his shoulders. "Which brothel did you go to? Do you know how to massage? Why are your shoulders still so stiff? Your skills are not even as good as your father's. Let's not talk about this. Dad, when do you and the emperor plan to let me marry the princess?" Chen Qing knew his father's temper very well and was no longer surprised by him massaging his shoulders. There is both guilt towards the deceased mother and doting on her. The emperor hasn't made up his mind yet. He's probably stalling for time, trying to find an excuse to postpone this matter. He then raised his hand and patted his chest, vowing, "Don't worry, if you have a crush on a woman, I'll get her for you even if it means risking my life." "Well, I want to marry the princess as soon as possible." Chen Qing knew that Chen Shang had the ability and was not joking with him, so he proposed immediately. When Chen Shang stopped what he was doing and asked when he saw Chen Qing's serious expression. "I think Chen Qing is probably tired of playing around and wants to start a family." As a biological father, Chen Shang certainly hopes that Chen Qing can get married and have children as soon as possible, and have many grandchildren to continue the Chen family line. It's better to be today. In short, the sooner the better. Chen Qing couldn't wait to awaken his immortal body. Even though the protagonist still has decades of seclusion time, Chen Qing is unwilling to waste a single moment. "Okay, I will go to the palace to see the emperor right away and finalize this marriage." After hearing this, Chen Shang immediately ordered people to change his clothes and prepare a horse. Riding in a carriage was too slow, so he wanted to ride to the palace himself to meet the emperor. During this period, Chen Qing waited patiently at home. Before Chen Shang returned, he first met the spy he had sent out to investigate Princess Sha Qingyu. From the spy, Chen Qing selected a person from his few interpersonal relationships. When he was young, that person had tried his best to stand in front of Sha Qingyu when she was about to fall into the tiger's mouth. Chen Qing had seen countless of these old-fashioned childhood sweetheart dramas. So he asked the spy, "Is that man called Yi Feng?" The spy was stunned, obviously not expecting that Chen Qing already knew the answer before he even said it. He nodded and replied with a cupped hand, "Young master, that's right. Okay, thank you for your hard work." After saying that, the space ring on Chen Qing's finger flashed with light, and he took out a Chenkin bag from it and threw it to the spy. "There are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in it. Here's your reward." 10,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, the spy was shocked. After accepting it with both hands, he quickly knelt down and said, "Thank you, young master." He had known that Chen Qing was generous, but he never thought that he would be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones for such a small thing. He was so excited that his loyalty value skyrocketed. "I have made up my mind that from now on, if Chen Qing gives me any order, I will fight to the death and will not refuse even if it means death. This young master must be served well. Well, go down." Yes. The spy disappeared on the spot, leaving no trace. Chen Qing rested his hands on his head, staring at the ceiling, thinking over and over again about what the spy had discovered about Yi Feng. Framed by a traitor, his entire family was almost executed, and his own father was imprisoned. Yi Feng inexplicably escaped from the capital that night and has been missing ever since. It's truly the protagonist scenario. Chen Qing was certain that Yi Feng was most likely bound by the system and directly teleported to the place where he was to sign in for retreat. From the day Yi Feng disappeared to now, it has been less than half a year. That means I still have 29 years to prepare. After realizing this, Chen Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All we need to do next is to wait patiently for good news from Chen Shang. Chen Qing knew very well that as long as it was his request, Chen Shang would do it even if it cost him his life. It has always been like this since I was a child. If the emperor didn't agree to let Sha Qingyu marry him today, Chen Shang would probably really rebel. Very good, a mortal body, you will be mine soon. Chen Qing's lips curled up into a smile. The fact turned out to be just as he expected. After an incense stick of time, Chen Shang rode his horse all the way from the palace to the gate of his own mansion. He pushed open the door with both hands, and after noticing Chen Qing lying in the yard basking in the sun and taking a nap, he walked over quickly. Qinger, wake up quickly, your father has good news to tell you. Hearing Chen Shang's voice, Chen Qing took away the folding fan covering his face, sat up, and asked, did the emperor agree? You must be joking. If he dares to disapprove, I will immediately gather 100,000 soldiers to surround the capital, Chen Shang said domineeringly. All right, hurry up and get ready, change your clothes, and hurry to the palace with Dad. The palace is already arranging your marriage. Okay. Chen Qing agreed immediately and stood up from the chair. After having two maids help him change his clothes and wash his face, he and Chen Shang got into the sedan chair with great pomp and ceremony, preparing to enter the palace to marry Princess Sha Qingyu, who would also be the future empress destined. Chapter 3 Main Quest. At the same time, Chen Qing and Chen Shang were on their way to the palace. Inside the palace, the imperial study. Princess, His Majesty. Get out of the way. The princess walked up the stairs quickly, pushed open the door of the imperial study with both hands, ignored the dissuasion of the people around her, and rushed into the imperial study. Hearing the noise, he looked up and saw his daughter's face full of anger and unwillingness. Emperor Sha Cheng of Dao's side and put down the brush he was using to review the memorials. He asked knowingly, why are you here when you're not busy preparing for your wedding? Father, I won't marry, Sha Qingyu said in a resounding voice. Sha Cheng was not surprised by this. He had expected Sha Qingyu to say that, so he responded, you must marry. Sha Cheng's attitude was even tougher than Sha Qingyu's. Father, are you really so cruel as to let your daughter marry a playboy like Chen Qing? If you really want to force my daughter to marry such a vile and shameless person, I would rather die to preserve my innocence. Although Sha Qingyu didn't have much contact with Chen Qing, most of the time, Chen Qing, who had not recovered his memories of his previous life, would pester her because of his beauty. However, through the opinions of the public and those around her about Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu not only had no good feelings towards Chen Qing, but also deeply hated him. I believe that this kind of parasite that is harmful to the people and the country should be eradicated. Now, hearing Sha Cheng's order for her to marry Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu, who considered herself noble, naturally refused. Of course, the main reason was that Sha Qingyu already had someone in her heart. Okay, come, give the princess a piece of white silk. Sha Qingyu had originally thought that her father, who had always loved her, would revoke his decision after threatening her with death. However, Sha Chongjing nodded and agreed without the slightest hesitation. Before Sha Qingyu could open her mouth to ask, Sha Cheng had already spoken, don't worry. After you leave, the emperor and the entire Sha family will be down to accompany you. After hearing this, Sha Qingyu, who had calmed down, finally understood that the rumors about the Chen family's omnipotence were not fabricated. She believed that it was Chen Shang, the prime minister, who put pressure on his father and threatened the lives of his clansmen and the fate of the Dao nation, forcing Sha Cheng to compromise and marry her off. After realizing this, Sha Qingyu lowered her head, her eyes empty, and silently chose to accept her fate. He opened his thin lips and said, if my daughter's life can buy the chance for the whole clan to survive and the longevity of the great Wu imperial power, I will marry you. Seeing Sha Qingyu practically gritting her teeth as she spoke these words, Sha Cheng felt grief-stricken and indignant, hating himself for being unable to stand up to the powerful official. Then he waved his hand, signaling the old eunuch who brought the white silk to leave. In the entire imperial study, only the father and daughter were left. Qingyu, father will definitely do his utmost to prevent you from suffering any injustice in the Chen family. Apart from this, Sha Cheng really could not promise Sha Qingyu anything else. Sha Qingyu hummed, then turned around and said, then I will take my leave. She knew very well that the Chen father and son were the culprits and there was no point in blaming others. After this incident, the favorability towards Chen Qing and Chen Shang, which was already zero, dropped directly to negative. She swore that even if Chen Qing got her body, he would never get her heart. Her heart will always belong to that figure. Leaving the imperial study, 2 lines of tears immediately flowed down, thinking, Brother Feng, Qingyu is not destined to be with you in this life, but if there is an afterlife, Qingyu will never let you down. Although the wedding was held in a hurry, it was a grand occasion with all the civil and military officials present. Even those ministers who usually did not get along with Chen Shang came for the sake of Emperor Wu. When someone asked Chen Shang why he didn't see the protagonists Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu, Chen Shang raised his wine glass and laughed, that kid is impatient and has already taken her back and is preparing for the bridal chamber. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's impression of Chen Qing as a dandy was further deepened. Chen Qing didn't care about these things at all, and had no intention of changing their stereotypes about him. In Chen Qing's opinion, the sooner he can complete the marriage process recognized by the system, the sooner it will be completed. He must get the immortal body as soon as possible. If he doesn't get this thing, Chen Qing's heart will never be at peace. In a blink of an eye, Chen family, Chen Qing stood outside the bedroom door, took a deep breath, raised his hands, and pushed open the wedding room that had already been decorated in a festive red color. As soon as I entered the door, the system panel popped up in front of me, and at the same time, the system's voice rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and obtaining the immortal body +1. Do you want to bind the immortal body immediately? Bind. Seeing the 2 options before him, Chen Qing gave his answer in his heart without hesitation. The immortal body is being bound. The immortal body has been successfully bound. Is that it? Chen Qing didn't feel any real difference between before and after the binding. It feels like this body is still that body. As if to dispel Chen Qing's doubts, the system immediately said, please rest assured, the immortal body has been successfully bound and is taking effect. All right, since the system has said this, Chen Qing also dispelled his doubts and no longer had any doubts. After temporarily hiding the system panel and solving the problem of the immortal body, a new problem was placed before Chen Qing. As for his predecessor's behavior before he recovered his memories, Chen Qing was not naive enough to think that this woman would treat him wholeheartedly based on his memory of Princess Sha Qingyu. Not to mention, she also holds the scripts of the destined heroine and the destined empress. It's like a hot potato. If you throw it away, it's a waste, but if you don't throw it away, it's hot again. Chen Qing had thought about divorcing Sha Qingyu after obtaining the immortal body. But if you really do this, the system will unbind you immediately. Although the immortal body will not be taken back, I always feel that it is too difficult to rely solely on an immortal body to compete with the protagonist and escape the inevitable death script. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Qing finally made up his mind. Since the protagonist still had 29 years to go before coming out, he might as well make use of this woman and get more chips from the system to compete with the protagonist. Wait until you have the strength first, then consider other things. As a fan of novels, Chen Qing believes that he understands better than anyone else that in the fantasy world, the strong are respected. Just as he was daydreaming, the system perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be given a pillow when you feel sleepy. The main quest has been released, do you want to check it? Main quest. Check it out. Chen Qing was very curious about what the system was going to do to him. Main quest. Make Sha Qingyu willingly spend the wedding night with you and complete your marriage. Willingly completing the marriage. It was hard for Chen Qing not to suspect that the system was deliberately setting a trap for him. Given the dual settings of childhood sweethearts and a hero saving a beautiful woman, coupled with the halo of the protagonist, Chen Qing found it difficult to imagine how Sha Qingyu, the destined heroine, would be willing to spend the wedding night with him and consummate their marriage. Fortunately, this is only the main task. Since there is a main task, Chen Qing believes that there must be a sub-task. However, before Chen Qing could study and think about it, the reward for the main task caught his attention. Reward for completing the main quest. Get the Emperor's cultivation. Chapter 4. Is this considered pampering your wife? Looking at the words appearing on the Azure system panel in front of him, Chen Qing confirmed it several times to make sure it was the reward for the emperor's cultivation. This reward is truly generous. Chen Qing, who had already integrated the memories of this life, knew very well that in the Tianshuan continent, the levels of cultivation were from low to high. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit severing, fusion, tribulation crossing, Mahayana, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. And each major realm is divided into 9 minor realms. The emperor is the one with the highest combat power in the world, no doubt about it. Not only that, due to the restrictions of the heavenly order, there can only be one great emperor in a world, who can enjoy the fortune of heaven alone. If others want to enjoy this fortune from heaven, there are only 2 ways: either defeat the old emperor, or wait until the other party's lifespan is exhausted and then take his place. However, the fall of the old emperor often means the outbreak of an epic war. After all, there are more than one people who want to sit on the throne of the emperor, but there is only one position of the emperor. Thinking of this, a question arose in Chen Qing's mind: if I truly complete the mission and spend the wedding night with Sha Qingyu, will I directly replace the old emperor? The system immediately explained: system rewards are not restricted by the heavenly Tao. The host can coexist with it, or kill it and snatch the heavenly Tao's luck. I see. After hearing what the system said, Chen Qing felt relieved. Why would he challenge the emperor and bring trouble upon himself? If he were to live his life again, he would just want to live leisurely and enjoy life. The reason for completing the system tasks is simply to consolidate strength, reverse the life of the doomed villain, and survive from the protagonist. He had no interest in dynastic struggles, but relying on his immortal body and the emperor's unrivaled cultivation, no one dared to provoke him and disturb his peaceful life, which was very tempting. He turned his head and looked at Princess Sha Qingyu of Dao, who was sitting quietly on the bed in a red wedding dress and covered with a red veil, not moving or saying a word. Gulp. Chen Qing swallowed his saliva and was very worried. As a villain, was it really okay for him to sleep with the protagonist woman? I am worried that if I really do that, I will suffer backlash from heaven. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. I felt that this script was even worse than a loser's counterattack. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After preparing himself mentally, Chen Qing walked towards Sha Qingyu. He noticed that after hearing his footsteps approaching, Sha Qingyu's hands immediately clenched into fists. To be honest, Chen Qing was a little worried now. Could this woman have hidden a knife on her body and planned to stab me when I get close? Fortunately, after coming in front of Sha Qingyu, she did not make any unnecessary movements. Seeing this, Chen Qing's tense heartstrings couldn't help but relax a little. Then she reached out and picked up the wedding scale that had been placed aside in advance, put it under the red veil, and lifted it up. As their eyes met, Chen Qing had to admit that this woman was indeed extremely beautiful. She was worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, and even more worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Dao. Her slightly red face showed that she had been crying, but she pretended to be strong, not wanting Chen Qing to see her vulnerable side, which made people feel even more pitiful. Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu, no comments. Chen Qing awkwardly put the wedding scale back to its place. It was his first wedding, and he was a little overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. That's right. This was his first marriage, whether in his previous life or this life. On the other hand, the task given by the system is to make Sha Qingyu willingly spend the wedding night with him. Chen Qing can't force her, right? If you really force it, you can tell from the cold eyes that once the favorability drops, it will not be easy to get it back up. It is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve in this lifetime. Compared to getting such a beauty, Chen Qing still felt that the emperor's cultivation was more important. Although Sha Qingyu is the most beautiful woman in the Dao dynasty, there are many dynasties in the Tianshuan continent, and it is not impossible to find another woman as beautiful as Sha Qingyu. If Chen Qing really liked beautiful women, why would he give up an entire forest for a single tree? With the cultivation of a great emperor, he could have a try, not to mention the stunning beauties of this world, even the fairies in heaven. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Chen Qing had made a decision. He coughed awkwardly, walked to the table, and poured a cup of tea. Drink a glass first to moisten your throat. He then picked up another brand new cup, poured it in, and then returned to Sha Qingyu, handing it over, have some water. Sha Qingyu didn't say anything. After confirming that Chen Qing had drunk the water in the kettle and was fine, she took the cup from him and drank it all in one gulp. To be honest, she is still very nervous now. He was afraid that Chen Qing would tear off his disguise at the next moment, pounce on him like a hungry wolf, and eat him up. But Sha Qingyu couldn't refuse. The most powerless thing is that in order to preserve the royal lineage and the future of the entire Dao, she does not even have the power to commit suicide and can only allow herself to be dealt with. Little did she know that Chen Qing's attention at the moment was not on her at all. On the system panel that suddenly popped up and was visible only to Chen Qing. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, +10 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing this text, Chen Qing frowned slightly. Puzzling, pouring a glass of water is considered pampering your wife. 10 medium-grade spirit stones are naturally nothing for Chen Qing, given his background, but for those poor families, they may not be able to earn that much even if they work hard all year round. Looking at it from another angle, you can get 10 medium-grade spirit stones just by pouring a glass of water, which is already a great profit. I just don't know if there are any restrictions. Glancing at the empty cup in Sha Qingyu's hand, Chen Qing came up with a plan. He returned to the table, picked up the kettle, and poured her another cup. You must be thirsty. Have another drink. Sha Qingyu simply glanced at Chen Qing strangely without giving it much thought. She half covered her face with one hand, tilted her head slightly, and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, strength attribute +1. Strength attribute. At first, Chen Qing thought that for something as trivial as pouring tea, the only reward would be spirit stones. Unexpectedly, the system not only has no limit on the number of times, but also the quality of random rewards varies. After gaining the strength attribute points and adding them, he could clearly feel a surge of brute force appearing out of thin air in his body, filling every part of his body. After realizing this, Chen Qing immediately became interested and poured another glass for Sha Qingyu. Although Sha Qingyu was confused, she didn't want to offend or anger Chen Qing, so she drank the tea obediently. Chen Qing fell again. Sha Qingyu drank again. Chen Qing fell again and again. Sha Qingyu drank again and again. Chen Qing continued to fall. Sha Qingyu continued drinking. The more he drank, the more puzzled he became. Did Chen Qing mistake wine for tea? I couldn't help but think, he made a mistake, so should I just let it go? Chapter 5 Drunk. Sha Qingyu also thought of a possibility, thinking that Chen Qing wanted to use this method to test whether she was willing to be loyal to him. Anyway, fate was already determined, and Sha Qingyu convinced herself to accept it. So, after finishing another cup of tea, he raised his hand to his forehead and said with a clumsy acting, I feel dizzy and sleepy. After saying that, he fell directly onto the bed. She didn't want Chen Qing to find an excuse to attack the Shaw royal family. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, speed attribute +1. After closing the system panel, Chen Qing frowned slightly as he looked at Sha Qingyu lying on the bed. He had lived 2 lives and had only heard of people getting drunk on alcohol, but had never heard of anyone getting drunk on water. Afterwards, he noticed Sha Qingyu's slightly trembling eyelids and guessed that she was pretending to be asleep. Chen Qing couldn't understand why she pretended to be asleep. In short, it is impossible that she would willingly want to spend the wedding night with me. Chen Qing, who couldn't figure out Sha Qingyu's intention of pretending to be asleep, simply stopped thinking about it, took off her shoes for her, and straightened her body. Is it coming? Feeling Chen Qing's movements, Sha Qingyu became extremely nervous, even clenching her 10-round, vermilion toes. What Sha Qingyu didn't expect was that not only did Chen Qing not pounce on her like a hungry wolf, but he actually covered her with a blanket. She frowned, not understanding what Chen Qing meant. According to Sha Qingyu's stereotype of Chen Qing, he should have been unable to control himself after she fainted. I really can't understand the reason behind this. On the other hand, Chen Qing was simply gambling on whether taking off Sha Qingyu's shoes and covering her with a blanket could be considered an act of doting on his wife, and whether it could meet the system's random reward standards. The fact is, he made the right bet. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, First grade Qi refining pill plus 2. Qi refining pills. 2 of them. This incidentally verified another idea in Chen Qing's mind. Although the rewards are random, the more you care about pampering your wife, the higher the system rewards you will receive, both in quantity and quality. After confirming this, Chen Qing immediately ordered someone to bring a basin of hot water. Sha Qingyu, who was lying on the bed, secretly opened her eyes a crack, paying attention to Chen Qing's every move, and saw him come back with water. I couldn't help but think more, suspecting that Chen Qing saw that I had been pretending to sleep for too long and regretted that it was boring to play like this, but I didn't want to wake up, so he wanted to splash water on me to wake me up. Or maybe he just wanted to have fun by torturing himself. Abnormal. Just as she cursed in her heart, Chen Qing had already placed the wash basin beside the bed, wrung out the towel, and then sat down next to Sha Qingyu, gently wiping her face, which was covered with a few beads of cold sweat. Touched, Sha Qingyu didn't dare to move. The gentler Chen Qing was, the more abnormal and terrifying he seemed to her. It feels like the calm before the storm. Chen Qing didn't care about her at all. He was busy collecting rewards for pampering his wife and was having a lot of fun. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. First grade Qi refining pill plus 10. After scrubbing once, he dried the towel again and continued washing Sha Qingyu's face. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Second grade nourishing pill plus 1. After receiving the reward, towel dry again, and repeat. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Free attribute plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. First grade Qi refining pill plus 10. Chen Qing discovered that although the system did not restrict the repetition of the way of pampering his wife, there must be a complete set of actions. For example, after wiping your face once, you must wash the towel and wipe it again to trigger the next wife pampering reward. He wiped Sha Qingyu's face repeatedly for the 12th time. Bang! Sha Qingyu finally couldn't sit still anymore. She raised her hand and grabbed Chen Qing's wrist. She sat up, her eyes filled with vigilance. What on earth do you want to do? I see there is sweat on your face, so I want to wipe it off for you. Chen Qing replied. But the next moment, I realized that this reason was really lame. How can you wash someone's face more than 10 times? I was just busy collecting rewards and didn't think about these things at all. So I quickly explained, I'm a bit of a germaphobe, so I scrub a little more often than others. You call that a little more? Of course, Sha Qingyu could only keep these complaints to herself. One had to admit that when facing Chen Qing, the son of a powerful official with a vast background, Sha Qingyu could experience, even more than when she was with Sha Cheng, what it meant to be like living with a tiger when serving the emperor. Then you can continue. Sha Qingyu let go of Chen Qing's hand and lay back on the bed, looking like she was ready to do whatever he wanted. Chen Qing looked at her cheeks that were red from being wiped by him, stretched out his hand, and then retracted it. That's enough, this is clean enough. It felt like if he continued rubbing like this, Sha Qingyu's face would definitely be scratched. Just by using this method of pampering his wife, he also earned dozens of medicinal pills. In addition to a large number of first-grade medicinal pills, there were even some second-grade medicinal pills. It was definitely not a loss. Chen Qing knew very well that it was definitely not easy to obtain the cultivation level of a great emperor. Before that, it would not be a bad idea to use these pills to improve his strength first. Chen Qing didn't intend to waste his talent for cultivation. But before that, he had to get some more wife-loving rewards from Sha Qingyu. Just as his brain was working rapidly, thinking of new plans to pamper his wife. Suddenly, a faint sound came from my ears. Chen Qing looked in the direction of the sound and his gaze fell on Sha Qingyu's belly. He was certain that the sound came from inside. Taking another look at Sha Qingyu's flushed face, Chen Qing had a flash of inspiration. Go to the round table and get a plate of snacks. Sha Qingyu clutched her stomach tightly, her face flushed with shame, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So much happened today that she didn't even have time to eat, so she lost face. As a princess, Sha Qingyu has always been strict with herself in this regard since she was a child. I never expected that I would show such an embarrassing side in front of Chen Qing. Get up and eat something, don't starve yourself to death. Hearing Chen Qing's voice ringing in her ears, Sha Qingyu tentatively opened her eyes, and then saw him handing a plate of snacks in front of her. Sha Qingyu supported herself with both hands and sat up on the bed. She looked at Chen Qing, then at the plate of snacks in his hand. She felt indescribably awkward and strange. This is very different from her stereotype of Chen Qing. If it weren't for Chen Qing's notorious reputation in the Dao dynasty and the obscene words he said to her the last time they met, Sha Qingyu would definitely suspect that she had married the wrong person and that Chen Qing was framed. He's pretending. He must be pretending. Sha Qingyu, you can't be fooled by his hypocrisy. Gu. Her stomach growled again, but Sha Qingyu didn't care about anything else. She shook her head, clearing her mind of unnecessary thoughts, and decided to eat something first. She didn't want Chen Qing to see her embarrassing side again. But just as she reached out to pick up the pastries from the bowl, Chen Qing took the pastries away first. Before Sha Qingyu could think any further, Chen Qing had already picked up a piece of cake and offered it to her mouth. I'll feed you. Chapter 6 Ambitions. You, don't do this, I'm hurt. Sha Qingyu swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Still not giving Chen Qing any excuse to pick a fight, she slightly opened her lips and took a small bite of the pastry. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. First grade Shi refining pill plus 20. After confirming that the system thought feeding his wife would increase his wife's pampering value, Chen Qing said happily, eat some more. Sha Qingyu nodded, swallowed the last bite of pastry, and took another small bite. She made up her mind that she would never give Chen Qing the chance to lose her temper, so she would do whatever she asked her to do. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Yellow grade, mid-grade mountain shaking palm plus 1. Eat, there's still plenty. If it's not enough, I'll ask the cook at home to make more. Seeing that the secret manual of martial arts had actually been revealed, Chen Qing became even more excited, with a look of anticipation on his face, hoping that Sha Qingyu could eat more. A reward for every bite, it's so cool. Sha Qingyu didn't say anything and just did as she was told. Seeing her finish a piece of cake, Chen Qing picked up another piece. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. Second grade nourishing pills plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Free attribute plus 10. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension plus 5. Gradually, most of the pastries that had been piled up into a small hill had been eaten. The faster Chen Qing fed, the faster Sha Qingyu ate. When Chen Qing picked up another piece of pastry, Sha Qingyu opened her mouth, then closed it again, her eyes looking troubled as she said, I'm sorry, I really can't eat anymore. It's okay. If you can't eat, eat when you're hungry. Chen Qing had no intention of forcing Sha Qingyu. As soon as he put down the cake, he found the right opportunity to hand over a cup of tea. You must have choked. Come, have a drink of water. Worried that Chen Qing would keep pouring water for her like before, Sha Qingyu took the cup and said, just 1 cup will be fine. Okay. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Yellow rank lower grade martial art flowing cloud step plus 1. Chen Qing didn't care. This kind of thing was more suitable for the long term. He didn't intend to become fat all at once and starve Sha Qingyu to death. After eating and drinking, what else can I do? Chen Qing pondered secretly, while he was racking his brains to get the reward for pampering his wife, thousands of miles away, in the depths of Damong Mountain, in an unnamed cave. Boom! A powerful air wave erupted from the depths of the cave, surging like a torrent, as if carrying the power to destroy the world. However, the moment it reached the cave gate, it was wiped out by an even more powerful energy, revealing a barrier wall. This is the place where the protagonist Yi Feng signed in for his retreat. Great, I finally refined the elixir I signed in for during the day. I never thought that a small 5th grade elixir could actually allow me to break through to the out-of-body realm. If I continue like this, I'm afraid that in a few years, I will be able to enter the quasi-emperor realm and try to become a great emperor. By then, No one in this world will be able to match me. Father, little sister, wait for me. When 30 years are up, I will come out and save you. Yi Feng clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence and determination. In addition to his father and younger sister, Yi Feng was thinking not only about revenge, but also about a beautiful figure. Sha Qingyu's beautiful face appeared in Yi Feng's mind, as if it was right in front of him. Qingyu, you must wait for me. 30 years from now, when I return with my emperor cultivation, I will fulfill our childhood promise and marry you. Yi Feng believed in Sha Qingyu's feelings for him and thought that she would be able to hold on until his triumphant return. Thinking that with the love that the dog emperor has for Sha Qingyu, he would definitely not force her to marry someone she doesn't like. After comforting himself in this way, Yi Feng chose to continue practicing. Apart from practicing and sleeping, Yi Feng has nothing else to do. His only range of activities is this cave, where he is bound by a barrier and cannot leave. The moment the system was bound, it forced him to stay in this cave and sign in for a full 30 years before he could leave. The system is very easy to use. The sign-in opportunity is updated daily. What rewards you can get depends entirely on your luck. You will not be able to get any rewards if you miss the chance. However, what Yi Feng could never have imagined was that Sha Qingyu was not only married, but was also lying in the same bed with Chen Qing. To be precise, Sha Qingyu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, while Chen Qing was behind her, massaging her back and shoulders. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Yellow grade, top grade weapon, moon slashing sword +1. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, underground escape talisman +5. It was so satisfying to swipe it hard. On the other hand, Sha Qingyu didn't dare to relax at all. Her body was tense at all times, and she couldn't understand what Chen Qing was trying to achieve with this series of actions. He took off his shoes and covered himself with a blanket, fetched water to wipe his face, fed him with his own hands, and now he is even taking the trouble to massage his shoulders. This led Sha Qingyu to have a bold idea in her mind. Could it be that Chen Qing is tired of being a playboy and wants to find an honest man to marry and start a family? She wasn't sure and didn't dare ask Chen Qing. The only option is to continue to cooperate with Chen Qing's nonsense. Little did he know that he had already become Chen Qing's tool to get system rewards without realizing it. Chen Qing had a great time, but Sha Qingyu was under great pressure. She didn't dare to relax her tense heartstrings for even a moment. Let's stop here for now. Chen Qing only then realized that before he recovered his memory, his previous incarnation was addicted to alcohol and sex every day, which had caused great damage to this body. After just a short while, I was already breathing heavily from exhaustion. I made up my mind that I must not neglect my cultivation in the future and must replenish my damaged body as soon as possible. Take a breath and relax a little. Chen Qing glanced out the window. It was still early, so he asked Sha Qingyu, "Madam, do you want to go out for a walk?" Relax. Chen Qing thought about it and realized that even if he and Sha Qingyu were not husband and wife in reality, they were husband and wife in name only. There was nothing wrong with calling her madam. Lady. Hearing Chen Qing address her like this, Sha Qingyu felt strange and awkward. What about the bridal chamber? She asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I don't like to force others. Of course, if you are willing to spend the wedding night with me, we can start right away. Hearing this, Sha Qingyu subconsciously shifted her hips and moved a little further away. Thank you, Master Chen. Please give me a little more time. Chen Qing was not surprised by this and said, it doesn't matter what you call me in private, but outside, it's best to call me husband. This will save you and me a lot of trouble. Okay. Sha Qingyu nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Chen Qing was telling the truth or not, for Sha Qingyu, every second she could delay was a second she could save. I look forward to changes in the court as soon as possible, such as the collapse and overthrow of the Chen family. She also hopes that her brother Feng will return on a colorful cloud as he promised and save her from danger. Chapter 7. It's hard to be a good person. Even though Sha Qingyu's love life was a blank slate, having spent most of the past 18 years living behind bars, this incident wouldn't change her mind about Chen Qing or make her fall in love with him. She knew one thing very well. In this world, people know how scary ghosts are, and ghosts know how vicious people are. She had heard and seen too many treacherous villains. For the sake of power, he would do anything and treat human life as worthless. Yes, the person here refers to Chen Qing's father, Chen Shang. Compared to Chen Qing's gender change, his repentance and desire to be a good person, Sha Qingyu was more inclined to believe that he was just acting. As for the purpose, Sha Qingyu hadn't figured it out yet. I don't intend to spend too much energy on this matter. Since Chen Qing wants to act, I will play along with him, tolerate him, give in to him, coax him, and go along with him. Soon, the two took off their festive red wedding dresses, changed into normal clothes, and left the Chen family mansion. Chen Qing knew that his father had sent bodyguards to protect him secretly and deal with various emergencies. After all, he had made many enemies in the court, so he did not let servants follow him. I don't want my minions to affect my operations. This is like a date, even if it is fake and without any emotion, there is no need to bring an eye around to ruin the atmosphere. Shortly after leaving the Chen family, Chen Qing took Sha Qingyu to a snack street according to his memory. He thought that as a princess, Sha Qingyu had stayed in the palace since she was young, learning all kinds of etiquette and upbringing, and she should not have had much chance to see the secular side of the world. Turning her head, she saw, as expected, that after arriving at the snack street, Sha Qingyu's face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Tonghulu, selling tonghulu, sweet and crispy tonghulu. Hearing the hawker's hawking voice, Sha Qingyu looked over quickly. He couldn't help but recall that 3 years ago, Yi Feng sneaked into the wall and brought him the candied haws he had always wanted. That was the first time she had eaten candied haws in her life. The thin and crispy sugar coating, coupled with the sourness of the hawthorn, was wonderful. In a blur, Sha Qingyu seemed to see Yi Feng who brought her candied haws that day. Brother Feng. But when he came to his senses, he realized that the person in front of him was not Yi Feng, but Chen Qing. The candied haws in my hand are exactly the same. Here, try it. Chen Qing handed the candied haws he had just bought to Sha Qingyu. Sha Qingyu said thank you and took the candied haws from Chen Qing, but she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Taking a light bite of the candied haws, the taste was still the same as before, but unfortunately, the person was no longer the same, and Sha Qingyu could not smile. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. Yellow grade, top grade flowing cloud palm +1. After receiving the reward he wanted, seeing that Sha Qingyu had already finished the string of candied haws, Chen Qing turned back to the vendor and offered to sell all the remaining candied haws. Faced with the abnormal behavior of Chen Qing, this devil, asking for money, the peddler was so anxious that he almost knelt down in front of him, fearing that if he really took the money, his whole family's lives would be in danger the next moment. After saying that he would give the candied haws stick with more than a dozen strings of candied haws to Chen Qing, he took 2 steps at a time and ran away as if his feet were greased. Chen Qing turned around and glanced at Sha Qingyu awkwardly. He really wanted to say, "You saw it, it's not that I don't want to give the money, it's that he doesn't want it." Worried that this incident would ruin all his previous efforts, he called out for the protector. "Greetings, young master." The protector immediately appeared out of thin air. "Catch up with him and give him the money," Chen Qing ordered. "In front of the destined heroine, you still have to act out what needs to be acted out." "Yes." The protector agreed and disappeared on the spot. A perfect interpretation of what it means to come and go without a trace. Afterwards, Chen Qing walked up to Sha Qingyu, holding a whole candied haws stick. He put the candied haws stick in her arms and said arrogantly, "Take as much as you want. I originally wanted to get rewards in a string." However, Chen Qing changed his mind and wanted to give it a try to see if quantitative change could lead to qualitative change. Ignoring Sha Qingyu, who was holding a candied haws stick that was almost as tall as a person, with a confused look on her face, Chen Qing's attention was now completely focused on the system panel that popped up, with an expression of anticipation. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Zon level lower grade spiritual treasure Yama needle +5. Lingbao. Yama needle. Chen Qing immediately chose to view the detailed introduction. Yanwang needle. Anyone who was hit by the needle will feel like being attacked by the King of Hell. Just a few words, but concise and to the point. The King of Hell has personally sent an invitation. Let me ask, How many people in the world have the strength and courage to refuse? In Chen Qing's opinion, it is a good life-saving magic weapon. Only after closing the system panel did Chen Qing discover that Sha Qingyu was missing. Run away. That's not the case. Chen Qing quickly found Sha Qingyu. It turned out that she had gone to distribute the candied haws to the ragged, disheveled little beggars hiding in the alleys. She truly is the destined heroine, and she truly has a kind heart. Chen Qing sighed. After distributing all the candied haws, Sha Qingyu met Chen Qing's gaze and quickly returned to him, explaining, "I can't eat so much by myself. Don't blame them." In short, if Chen Qing wants to blame someone, he should blame himself and not those children. Hearing this, Chen Qing felt bitter. It's really hard to change the stereotype. Fortunately, I woke up early, otherwise, the title of the devil would have been confirmed. Change. There would be no chance to change it by then. All I could do was follow the script and be killed by the protagonist with a single sword, thus completing the villain's mission. Since my wife has said so, I will agree. Chen Qing looked doting. Hearing him address her as madam, Sha Qingyu reluctantly agreed, "Thank you, my husband, my husband. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, medium grade spirit stone plus 100. Chen Qing seriously suspected that this system, like himself, had a blank slate in its emotional life. Thanks to this, he can get huge rewards without much effort and sweat. I hope the system will continue to work hard. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Fireball Talisman plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Charm Attribute plus 10. After that, Chen Qing took Sha Qingyu to try various folk snacks, such as dragon beard candy, sesame cakes, water chestnut cakes, etc. To Sha Qingyu, everything tasted delicious, but deep down, she still wished to do this with her brother Feng. Chen Qing saw through this but didn't point it out. He could only blame Sha Qingyu, as the future empress destined, who was still very immature and had not yet awakened, and her face could not hide her thoughts at all. Urgent. Why was Chen Qing so anxious? Even a guy who was practicing in seclusion in the mountains wasn't anxious, so why should he, a cuckold, be anxious? Compared to this, there are things that Chen Qing should pay more attention to right now. He sensed that someone was secretly watching him, and the gaze was completely different from that of the Guardian. Chapter 8. You are hiding your abilities. There was more than one gaze at him, and they were obviously hostile to him, which made Chen Qing feel a chill on his back, as if a cold wind was blowing through his clothes. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen masked men in black rushed out from all directions. Seeing them holding knives and dressed like this, passers-by were frightened and screamed and ran away in all directions. Chen Qing reacted quickly, realizing that these people were coming for him. He reached out, grabbed Sha Qingyu's wrist, and naturally pulled her behind him to protect her. Then, he cast a reassuring look at Sha Qingyu and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Comprehension plus 20. Insight. Chen Qing was very satisfied with this reward. For cultivators in the fantasy world, the level of comprehension often determines how high a person's future ceiling will be. Comprehension is a part of talent and should be determined at birth. However, Chen Qing, who has a system, can increase his comprehension value by constantly pampering his wife. As long as your comprehension is high enough, it is not impossible to understand the secrets of martial arts at a glance, or even to suddenly realize your own unique martial arts. Therefore, in Chen Qing's opinion, the value of this reward is very high, and the more the better. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. On the other hand, Sha Qingyu, who was standing behind Chen Qing, received a great deal of shock from just that short sentence. I can't understand why the rumored uneducated and bullying dandy would prioritize protecting himself behind him when facing such a life-and-death crisis. In Sha Qingyu's opinion, the moment something like this happened, he, being so selfish, should have just abandoned her and left. After all, the bodyguard that Chen Shang had arranged for Chen Qing had already been sent out by him to chase the candied haws vendor and give him money to buy candies. Complex. Sha Qingyu's mood right now is very complex. I couldn't help but feel shaken by the stereotype of Chen Qing. Could it be that this guy has been hiding his true abilities? He's deliberately pretending to be a dandy, making people ignore his existence, just to make a splash one day. Not to mention the present. Looking back at history, there are many such events and people recorded in history books. The more Sha Qingyu thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Chen Shang, a powerful official, was already difficult to contend with for the Dao dynasty. Even Emperor Wu had to look at his face and respect him. Now, with the addition of a prime minister who hides his incompetence and has unknown ambitions, Sha Qingyu had only one thought in her mind: Dao is in danger. But then Chen Qing's words made Sha Qingyu waver again. You can deal with me if you want, but can you please not implicate innocent people and let her go? Hearing this, the group of men in black exchanged glances before the leader spoke up. We won't harm her, but we won't let her go and tip her off either. As long as you accept your fate, she'll be fine. Whether they agreed or not was not important to Chen Qing. What matters is how the system sees it. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Zon level top grade magic weapon Shadow Puppet +1. Note: the strength of a shadow puppet is equivalent to that of a peak out-of-body realm cultivator. The peak of the out-of-body state. This person is much stronger than the protector that his father Chen Shang left by Chen Qing's side. I made money, a lot of money. Add 1 to the whole card. You're killing people in the streets, right under the emperor's feet. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Immediately afterwards, Sha Qingyu's voice came from his ears, attracting Chen Qing's attention. He waved his hand and disappeared the system panel, feeling a little surprised. She had thought that in such a situation, Sha Qingyu would remain silent and would even wish these assassins would chop her to death. Unexpectedly, Sha Qingyu actually brought up the laws of the Emperor and Great Sha in an attempt to intimidate these killers. Daxia's laws. Upon hearing this, the killer chuckled. His very existence is a contempt for the law. If we kill him, we will be enforcing justice. Murder is murder, no matter how many reasons there are. His evil should be judged and punished by the law. Looking at Sha Qingyu's earnest attitude as she argued for her point, Chen Qing found it hard to imagine what she would have to go through on her way to becoming the destined empress. Being so innocent, she can't hold the throne of the empress. Stop talking nonsense, brothers, and get started. Quick and decisive, the killer gave the order. Someone immediately approached Chen Qing with a knife and swung the blade at him. Chen Qing swirled spiritual power in his palm and used the reward he had previously obtained, a mid-grade yellow-level martial art, the mountain-shaking palm. With his current level of understanding, he only needs to cram and read a few more times to easily get started. As he struck out with his palm, the spiritual power transformed into a palm shadow as tall as a person in the air, hitting the killer and knocking him 7 or 8 meters away. He fell to the ground and fainted before he could even struggle. The other killers turned around and looked at their companion, their expressions becoming ugly. Obviously, no one expected that this legendary devil who was devoted to wine and women was actually a cultivator. Although these people have some martial arts skills, they are all ordinary people without exception. They do not have spiritual roots and naturally cannot practice. He knew very well that even if ordinary people practiced their boxing and kicking skills to the extreme, they could not compare to the cultivators who had just entered the chi refining realm. For a moment, I was scared and timid. Originally, he thought that the protector had been sent out by Chen Qing, and only Chen Qing was left. With more than a dozen people on his side, it was more than enough to kill him. It was a godsend opportunity. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing actually practiced secretly. Sha Qingyu, who also witnessed this scene, became even more convinced of her earlier belief that Chen Qing was hiding his incompetence. This guy is indeed not just a simple dandy boy. Immediately afterwards, when the assassins were at a loss as to what to do, a powerful and overbearing voice boomed from afar like thunder. You bold lunatic, don't hurt my young master. That's right, the protector has returned. Chen Qing turned around, took Sha Qingyu's hand, and said to her, let's go. Sha Qingyu followed Chen Qing and turned around, facing away from the group of assassins, subconsciously wanting to turn her head to look. But Chen Qing stopped him. I advise you not to do that, or you might not be able to sleep at night. Meeting Sha Qingyu's gaze, Chen Qing saw through her thoughts and said, this world is like this. The strong prey on the weak. In other words, If they have the chance to kill me, they won't let me go. Sha Qingyu did not refute this. She really wanted to refute Chen Qing's words, but she also thought that what he said made sense. Behind them, the protector who came over just raised his hand and waved it, and those people disappeared from the world along with their flesh, blood and bones. When mortals face superior cultivators, especially those at a high level, they have no chance of resistance at all. The other side, Chen Qing brought Sha Qingyu to a small stall selling sugar figurines. Looking at Chen Qing, who was concentrating on dripping syrup with a spoon and drawing a sugar figure, Sha Qingyu mustered up the courage to ask, "You've been acting this whole time, trying to make others think you're a playboy, but you're actually hiding your abilities and cultivating in secret. Is that how you see me?" Chen Qing said this, but in his heart he thought that this was a very good signal. If he wanted Sha Qingyu to willingly spend the wedding night with him and obtain the great emperor's cultivation, the first step was to get rid of the stereotyped image. "Your performance today is completely different from your previous self," Sha Qingyu pointedly said. Chen Qing said nothing and concentrated on drawing the sugar man. No matter how much I say, it's better to let Sha Qingyu think about it herself and fill in the blanks in her imagination. Just as Chen Qing expected, seeing that he remained silent, Sha Qingyu concluded that she had hit the mark and didn't even bother to defend herself. "You and Chen Shang are planning to take over the entire Dao dynasty, right? You married me only so that after the rebellion, you could rely on me and appease the people under the name of husband and wife." Sha Qingyu continued her analysis. The sugar figurine vendor had already urinated and didn't dare to listen any further, fearing that he would be killed to silence him. Chen Qing did not rush to answer, but added the final stroke to complete the painting. Immediately, he carefully picked up the drawn sugar man from the paper. "It's the Q version of Sha Qingyu. How is it? Does the painting look like the real thing?" Chen Qing asked. "Answer me, are you, the Chen family, planning a rebellion?" The answer to this question was extremely important to Sha Qingyu. Seeing Sha Qingyu's determined look for a precise answer, Chen Qing sighed, "Don't worry. At least for now, we don't have that intention. Besides, dynasties change and the capable take over. That's not normal. This land wasn't originally named Sha, was it?" Sha Qingyu was unable to refute Chen Qing's words. Of course she knew that the Dao dynasty was also established on the backs of hundreds of thousands of corpses. But at least, in the 100 years since Dao was founded, there have been no constant wars, no suffering for the people, and no displacement. Sha Qingyu recounted Dao's achievements. Seeing that she was getting more and more excited, Chen Qing said, "And Xin, you are now my wife, Chen Qing, and the emperor is my father-in-law. Why should I rebel against my own family? Come, ma'am, have some candy." Chen Qing handed out the candy figure again. Sha Qingyu took the sugar figurine, and asked with a hint of doubt between her brows, "Do you really think so? Are you really not planning to rebel? Really, really, as long as you remain my, Chen Qing's, wife for one day, I promise that the Chen family will never rebel." To dispel Sha Qingyu's suspicions, Chen Qing raised her hand and swore. Sha Qingyu hummed. How could she know that Chen Qing's ambition would not be limited to the small Dao dynasty? After calming down, "Look at the sugar man in your hand again. So beautiful." Sha Qingyu had been paying attention to other things just now, and only now realized that the sugar figure in her hand, which was drawn by Chen Qing himself, was actually herself. "It's not lifelike, but it does look very playful." Sha Qingyu really didn't expect that Chen Qing had this skill. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Foundation Establishment Cultivation Gift Pack +1. Note: after using this, you can raise your current strength to the peak of Foundation Establishment with one click. A cultivation gift pack. Boost your strength with just one click." Chen Qing calculated that his current cultivation level was at the second level of the Qi refining realm, which was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. That was equivalent to an improvement of 16 small realms. "Awesome, really awesome. I really put so much effort into this painting." Chen Qing was very satisfied with the reward and couldn't wait to confirm its use. Chapter 9 Shaken. Do you want to use the Foundation Establishment Cultivation Gift Pack? Use. Without hesitation. The Foundation Building Cultivation Gift Pack is in use. The Foundation Establishment Cultivation Gift Pack has been used successfully. The host's current cultivation has broken through to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. As soon as the system prompted, Chen Qing immediately felt that his Danhai became wider and fuller. A powerful energy spread along the 8 extraordinary meridians to his limbs and bones, filling his whole body. He has indeed broken through to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Before joining the sect, his foundation building cultivation was definitely an outstanding achievement. Even the entry requirements of those large sects are nothing more than reaching the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refining realm. If Chen Qing were to participate in the assessment at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Assessment. There's no need for any assessment at all. You can directly join the inner courtyard, choose a personal master, and enjoy the treatment of a genius. But at the moment, Chen Qing has no plans to join the sect. What can the sect give him? It would be better to make plans early and spend more time on Sha Qingyu, so that she can willingly complete the marriage with him as soon as possible and obtain the cultivation level of a great emperor. By then, with both the immortal body and the great emperor's cultivation in hand, he would be the protagonist. If they didn't actively provoke him, it would be fine. But if they dared to provoke him, he would definitely destroy them. Hiding the system panel, Chen Qing glanced at Sha Qingyu, who was staring blankly at the sugar man, motionless, and said, "Eat it. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It's so beautiful, I can't bear to eat it." Sha Qingyu couldn't help but speak out her true feelings. Chen Qing found the right opportunity and said, "Well, what's there to be reluctant about? If you want to eat it in the future, I'll draw it for you." Sha Qingyu hesitated as she looked towards Chen Qing's beautiful eyes. A fleeting ripple appeared in them, one that she herself hadn't even noticed. Since Chen Qing had said so much, Sha Qingyu was worried that if she didn't eat, he would misunderstand her. "I can only open my thin lips, hold the candy man in my mouth, feel the candy melt in my mouth, and the sweetness fills my mouth." As they walked, Chen Qing noticed that Sha Qingyu's walking posture was a little strange. Etc. Chen Qing suddenly spoke, and before Sha Qingyu could react, he had already squatted down, lifted up the hem of Sha Qingyu's skirt, revealing her ankles. What are you doing?" Sha Qingyu asked nervously. "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Seeing Sha Qingyu's red and bruised ankle, Chen Qing's face was full of blame. "It's okay, it's just a minor injury, don't worry about it." In fact, when they encountered the assassin just now, Chen Qing pulled Sha Qingyu behind him, and she twisted her foot due to the uneven ground. How can that be possible? Chen Qing walked up to Sha Qingyu, squatted down with his back to her, and said, "Come up, I'll carry you back." How could Chen Qing miss such a rare opportunity to pamper his wife? Sha Qingyu looked hesitant. On the one hand, she didn't want to have too much physical contact with Chen Qing. On the other hand, this was a busy city, and Sha Qingyu felt very embarrassed in front of so many people and with so many eyes watching her. "If you don't come up, I will rebel," Chen Qing said seriously. "Don't scare me, I'll listen to you." Although Sha Qingyu knew that Chen Qing was just joking, she didn't dare to take the risk. He took a step forward and lay on Chen Qing's back. Chen Qing lifted Sha Qingyu's thighs with both hands, said, "Hold on steady," and then stood up. Throughout the journey, Sha Qingyu buried her face deeply in Chen Qing's back, not daring to look at the eyes of those around her. Thinking back, the last time I was carried on someone's back like this, it was when I was attacked by a wild beast. I was so scared that I couldn't walk, and Yi Feng stopped the thought in time. The more Sha Qingyu thought about it, the more she felt that she was sorry for Yi Feng. He was clearly in danger of death, yet she was here with another man. "Oh, show your affection, show your affection." Hearing the cheerful sounds of children, Sha Qingyu's face turned even redder. He could hide his face, but he couldn't hide his equally red ears. When the child's family saw that it was Chen Qing, the devil, who carried the child on his back, they quickly covered their child's mouth, knelt on the ground, and begged for his forgiveness. Chen Qing naturally didn't care about these things. There were things that concerned him more. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 4th grade Tianxuan Dan +1. 4th grade elixir." Chen Qing couldn't wait to refine this pill and improve his strength as soon as possible. He thought that if he continued like this, perhaps before he could capture Sha Qingyu, he would be able to achieve the status of Great Emperor ahead of time by relying on the massive rewards from the system. Thinking of this, a question arose in his mind. I asked in my heart, "System, if I become a Great Emperor in advance, then this reward will be invalid." Please rest assured, host, the system reward will only be 1 + 1 = 2. That's good. Chen Qing felt relieved when he heard the system say this. The cultivation of 2 great emperors. To him, it is no longer attractive, but rather quite attractive. The strength of a first-level emperor is enough to dominate the entire Tianquan continent. What's so difficult about having a double-level emperor's cultivation and ruling the world for eternity? Not to mention, he also possesses an immortal body, which allows him to live forever in the world, constantly practice and improve his cultivation. Not long after, Chen Qing carried Sha Qingyu all the way back to the Chen mansion, to his and Sha Qingyu's wedding room. After putting Sha Qingyu on the bed, he ordered someone to bring some plaster. He made Sha Qingyu sit on the bed, lifted her feet, and took off her shoes and socks, revealing her fair and delicate jade feet. Seeing Sha Qingyu's shy face, she repeatedly wanted to retract her feet. Chen Qing was now certain that, unlike in his previous life, women in the Tianquan continent cared much more about having their feet seen by others. It might be a little painful, just bear with it. Chen Qing dipped his finger in some ointment and reminded Sha Qingyu. Yes, Sha Qingyu pursed her red lips and nodded in agreement. Seeing that she was mentally prepared, Chen Qing began to apply the ointment with very gentle movements. Apart from the initial pain, Sha Qingyu could clearly feel that the pain was disappearing, and in its place, a warm feeling. Looking at Chen Qing, who was applying the medicine on her seriously and meticulously, Sha Qingyu found it difficult to remain calm. As a princess who had never experienced the world, had a blank slate in her love life, and had grown up in the deep palace, Sha Qingyu couldn't help but think, if it weren't for Brother Feng, then him and I. Sha Qingyu had only thought halfway when she suddenly realized what was happening and was frightened by her own thoughts. He quickly pulled back his little feet and said to Chen Qing, "It's okay now. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Communication Jade Talisman +2. Seeing that the reward was already in hand, Chen Qing didn't care. After some research, I found that this Communication Jade Talisman is similar to the Blue Star mobile phone in my previous life, or in other words, its performance is more powerful and it can communicate without being affected even if it is thousands of miles away. Chen Qing couldn't think of any use for it for the time being, so he put it into the system backpack. In that case, it's getting late, you should rest first. Chen Qing stood up and said. What about you? Sha Qingyu couldn't help but feel nervous as this man and woman were alone in the same room. I want to practice. Chen Qing found a place, sat down cross-legged, took out the pill, and quickly entered the state of practice. Feeling the powerful and terrifying spiritual power released from Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu was 100% certain that Chen Qing was definitely not a simple playboy from an aristocratic family. Lie down, turn over and close your eyes. Sha Qingyu tried her best to recall every detail of her past with Yi Feng, fearing that she would be confused again like before and develop inappropriate feelings for Chen Qing. Brother Feng, don't worry, Qingyu will never do anything to let you down. Definitely, Qingyu's heart will always belong to you. In a blink of an eye, it was midnight. In Damong Mountain, in an unnamed cave. Yi Feng finished his meditation. After being in seclusion for half a year, he had long been accustomed to opening the system panel at this moment and using the number of sign-ins that had just been updated. I wonder what kind of powerful reward I'll get for signing in this time. It would be great if it could help me get out of retreat early. Yi Feng fantasized about getting out of retreat as soon as possible, reuniting with his father and younger sister, and finally achieving a happy ending with his childhood sweetheart Sha Qingyu. Chapter 10. Favorability increased. Don't think about it anymore. You will see the system panel pop up in front of you, with one sign-in remaining and the option to sign in or not. Yi Feng clicked Confirm Sign-in without hesitation. Signing in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, an army of 100,000 death warriors. 100,000 troops, and they are all loyal warriors who only obey my orders. After seeing the content of the reward clearly and confirming it repeatedly, Yi Feng was so happy that he was beaming with joy. With this army of 100,000 death warriors, even if he has no cultivation, he can still compete with the martial emperor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel proud. He wondered if, after coming out of seclusion and knowing that he had reached the highest level of cultivation and had an army of 100,000 death warriors at his disposal, the martial emperor would look down on him as he did before, and would be perfunctory and unwilling to agree to his marriage with Princess Sha Qingyu. The most important thing is that Yi Feng is very sure that this mere army of 100,000 death warriors is by no means the limit of the system. In the next 29 years, let alone 100,000, 1 million, even tens of millions or hundreds of millions, it is not impossible to achieve. Yi Feng couldn't help but start fantasizing in his mind that after he came out of seclusion, he would lead an army of hundreds of millions to sweep across the entire Tianshuan continent, conquer it, and then declare himself king, return in triumph with a high profile, and marry Sha Qingyu. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle with pleasure. Raise your arms, wipe the saliva from the corners of your mouth, and make swallowing movements with your throat. Afterwards, Yi Feng closed the system panel, adjusted his meditation posture, shook his head to clear unnecessary thoughts, and continued to enter the state of cultivation. Sign in, practice, sign in, practice. After half a year, he has long been accustomed to this repetitive rhythm. Although it is boring, it is also a kind of fun to be able to clearly feel the process of becoming stronger. And on the other side, after a whole night of practice, Chen Qing's cultivation has successfully broken through a major realm and reached the Golden Core realm. Afterwards, with the help of other scattered elixirs and his natural understanding, he broke through to the second level of the Golden Core realm when the sun rose in the sky. Opening his eyes, he noticed a ray of sunlight shining through the window paper onto Sha Qingyu's face. Chen Qing stood up and walked over. He used his body to block that ray of light for Sha Qingyu. Successfully pampered, my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. Zon level top grade skill, Vajra body protection technique +1. Just as Chen Qing thought, this was considered as pampering his wife, and he got a good reward. He just needed a defensive skill, and then the system delivered it to him. Chen Qing practiced this technique silently. Little did they know that Sha Qingyu had actually woken up long ago and had been pretending to be asleep. I was surprised that Chen Qing actually practiced for a whole night. At first, she was afraid to sleep because she was worried that Chen Qing would do something to her after she fell asleep. But I couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a dream without knowing when. When I woke up again, I noticed the sunlight shining in from the window, which was very dazzling. Just as Sha Qingyu decided to open her eyes and sit up, she heard the sound of Chen Qing's footsteps. So, Sha Qingyu chose to pretend to be asleep, thinking that she would find evidence of Chen Qing's hypocrisy and that he could no longer pretend. Who would have thought that I was judging others by my own standards? Sha Qingyu really didn't expect that Chen Qing would be so gentle and considerate. I would rather delay my cultivation process than shield myself from the glaring sunlight. Little did she know that Chen Qing was simply trying to pamper his wife and reward her, and it wasn't as much as she thought. But this effect is exactly what Chen Qing wants. The unexpected gains don't end there. Chen Qing stood there and practiced for a full hour, and comprehended the third level of the Vajra body protection technique. Sha Qingyu, who has not yet awakened and is still just an ordinary person, naturally cannot see through this. In her eyes, Chen Qing actually blocked the sunlight for him for 2 hours. Sha Qingyu didn't think she was a heartless person. If you are not a heartless person, how can you not be moved? From what Sha Qingyu knew, Chen Qing's actions over the past 2 days made him the absolute best person to her, bar none, except for Yi Feng and her father, Emperor Sha Chang. As a husband, she is a perfect match for the beauty. No, I can't keep thinking about this. After realizing that she had betrayed Yi Feng again, Sha Qingyu quickly stopped thinking, opened her eyes, and sat up from the bed. Seeing this, Chen Qing, who had just finished practicing, immediately ordered someone to fetch a basin of warm water so that he could wash Sha Qingyu's face himself. How could I miss this opportunity to get the wife-loving reward? I can do it myself. Hey, Sha Qingyu was about to say this when Chen Qing rejected her. It's better for me to handle this kind of thing. Sha Qingyu couldn't match Chen Qing's dominance. Seeing him soaking through the washcloth, she couldn't control her temper and asked, "Why are you so nice to me?" She didn't remember that she and Chen Qing had an evil relationship at some point in their lives. You are my wife. As your husband, isn't it natural for me to treat you well? Chen Qing asked seriously. This one sentence actually stumped Sha Qingyu. Seeing Chen Qing's serious expression, Sha Qingyu finally reacted. Yes, for a husband to be kind to his wife, isn't that the natural thing to do? He realized that Chen Qing was really fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband, and he was the only one who was wavering. The more she thought about it, the more Sha Qingyu felt guilty towards Chen Qing. Come, ma'am, close your eyes and I'll wash your face. Chen Qing looked forward to what kind of reward he could get for doting on his wife. Sha Qingyu did as she was told. Chen Qing covered it with a warm towel. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. 3rd grade red feather pill plus 10. 3rd grade elixirs. 10. Chen Qing clearly remembered that he had washed Sha Qingyu's face before, but the quality and quantity of the reward were not as high as they are now. Why? Chen Qing didn't understand. Afterwards, the system gave an explanation. The target, Sha Qingyu's favorability towards you will also affect the quality and quantity of the pamper wife reward. I see. After seeing the detailed explanation given by the system, Chen Qing's doubts were finally resolved. Hiss. Wait. But the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. Favorability is a factor in the level of rewards. Now that the rewards have increased, doesn't that mean her favorability towards me has increased? Reply to host, yes. The system gives a positive response. Interesting. Chen Qing immediately became interested. I feel that if I continue like this, I will be close to becoming an emperor. After scrubbing once, Chen Qing turned around and washed his face with the handkerchief. Although he didn't wash Sha Qingyu more than 10 times like before, once was never enough. Looking at Chen Qing's busy figure, Sha Qingyu felt complicated. He hesitated to speak several times. Seeing him wring out his handkerchief and turn around, Sha Qingyu gritted her teeth and steeled her heart as she asked, if you have no intention of using me for rebellion, then why did you marry me? Chapter 11 If There is an Afterlife. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing scrubbed Sha Qingyu's face while asking, does madam think that the only reason I want to marry you is to use you to rebel? Sha Qingyu was speechless. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension plus 10. Chen Qing seized this opportunity to greatly shorten the distance between him and Sha Qingyu and continued, Madam, do you believe in love at first sight? Love at first sight? Sha Qingyu's face was filled with confusion. That's right. Chen Qing nodded, turned around and went to wash his face with a handkerchief, and continued, the first time I saw you, I had a strong desire to be with you forever. At that moment, I decided on you. I wanted to have you, and you can only be my life. As their eyes met, Chen Qing brought his acting skills to the extreme. As a reborn person who has lived a new life, he has never eaten pork, but has he never seen pigs run? This kind of cheesy love talk is simply too much. Just pick 2 sentences, and they all feel like a dimensionality reduction attack. From the ripples in Sha Qingyu's eyes, it was not difficult to see that his words had indeed had a significant effect. The subsequent system rewards further proved this point. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension plus 20. On the other hand, after learning about Chen Qing's real thoughts, Sha Qingyu immediately understood him. Because Sha Qingyu has the same feelings towards Yi Feng. With just one glance, I was sure it was him, it could only be him. Their eyes met, and Sha Qingyu couldn't help but feel guilty towards the man in front of her who had a face full of affection. I thought to myself, if it were you, you would understand me, right? In this life, I am destined to betray you. If there is an afterlife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Charm plus 20. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension plus 30. After repeatedly using the wife-loving reward 6 or 7 times, Chen Qing finally let Sha Qingyu off the hook when it came to washing her face. After finishing everything, Chen Qing decided to bring Sha Qingyu with him and go to serve tea to his father, Chen Shang, as his daughter-in-law. Sha Qingyu did not refuse. Now, She no longer rejected such things. She thought, even if it was just a show, at least she could play the role of the wife well before Yifeng returned, so as to make Chen Qing feel more comfortable and reduce his guilt. Soon, the two arrived at the Chen family lobby. Chen Shang sat in the patriarch's seat. Seeing Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu arrive, he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. They're a perfect match. Truly a perfect match. Dad, Qingyu is here to serve you tea. Chen Qing said. Okay. Chen Shang was so happy. Have some tea. Sha Qingyu walked up to Chen Shang and handed him the tea she had prepared in advance. At the moment, she still couldn't bring herself to call Chen Shang, the acknowledged traitor, Dad. Okay. Chen Shang took the teacup and smiled from ear to ear. Have a sip of tea. Immediately, he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Sha Qingyu. This is a small gift from your father. Please accept it. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Thank you. Sha Qingyu glanced at Chen Qing and saw that he nodded, so she accepted Chen Shang's kindness. Then, Chen Shang placed the teacup on the table, walked quickly to Chen Qing, pulled him aside, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "How is it going?" "How's it going?" "What progress?" Chen Qing asked knowingly. What other progress could it be? Of course it's about the inheritance of my Chen family's incense. Chen Shang was slightly excited. It won't happen that fast. Be patient. Chen Qing shook off Chen Shang's hand and walked towards Sha Qingyu, saying to her, "Don't you want to go back to the palace? Come on, I'll accompany you." Then Qingyu will take her leave first. When Sha Qingyu faced Chen Shang, although Chen Shang behaved very kindly, she still felt frightened. Chen Shang responded and immediately ordered his men to prepare a carriage to take Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu into the palace. Watching the two departing figures, Chen Shang suddenly gasped, "Why do I suddenly feel that Qinger seems to have become much more handsome than before? His aura is as if he has been banished from heaven. As expected, I am a member of the Chen clan. You are worthy of being my son, Chen Shang." Ultimately, rationalization is achieved with this reason. On the other side, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu got into the carriage. Feeling the wheels rolling and setting off, Sha Qingyu handed over the interspatial ring. "This is too valuable. I can't accept it." She just took a tentative look and found that there were 100,000 high-grade spirit stones in this space ring. Regardless of Chen Qing's behavior, just based on this space ring and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, it is certain that Chen Shang is undoubtedly a traitor. After all, even for the contemporary martial emperor, it is definitely not easy to come up with 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why can't I accept it? You are my wife, Chen Qing, and his daughter-in-law, Chen Shang. Let alone 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, even 1 billion is natural. Chen Qing said that, but he was thinking in his heart that after things here were dealt with, he would make a lot of money from Chen Shang. Spirit stones are not only the absolute trading currency between cultivators and the secular world, but also an excellent resource for cultivation. Practitioners can absorb the spiritual energy stored in the spirit stone and refine it to improve their cultivation. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the more spiritual energy it contains. Of course, if the spiritual energy is completely absorbed, the spirit stone will become a piece of waste stone and no longer have any value. All right. Seeing that Chen Qing had said so much, Sha Qingyu had no choice but to accept it temporarily and decided to keep it for safekeeping. When Yifeng comes back, he will return all the money to Chen Qing without missing a cent, and he will never owe him anything. Not long. The carriage drove into the gate of the imperial palace. Seeing the Chen family crest on the carriage, the guards didn't dare to speak at all, let alone stop the carriage to check the identity. They knew very well that in Dao, the Chen family carriage was no different from the Emperor's dragon chariot. If they tried to stop it, they would lose many heads. Soon, the carriage stopped and Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu got out. "Come here, be careful not to fall." Chen Qing naturally would not miss this good opportunity to get the reward for being a wife lover, and reached out to support Sha Qingyu. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit +1. Chen Qing took a look at the detailed introduction. After taking this longevity fruit, 1 pill can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. For me who now possesses immortality, it is naturally useless. However, It was not difficult for Chen Qing to imagine that if he was willing to trade the longevity fruit, many people and powerful people would flock to it and try their best to beg him to trade with them. Put it into the system backpack for now. After that, Sha Qingyu played the role of a good host and, at Chen Qing's request, decided to take him on a tour of the imperial palace. My previous life had few memories of the palace and didn't like coming to a place like this where rules had to be followed. As a time traveler, Chen Qing rarely has such an opportunity to broaden his horizons, so he naturally wants to understand the situation inside the imperial palace. After a tour, the two came to the imperial garden. Various rare and exotic sights and the gurgling lake come into view. Chen Qing was about to say something when a discordant, mocking voice came from the side. "Oh, you were saying before that you'd rather die than leave your name unturned, but now you're out here enjoying the scenery with the son of a traitor, chatting and laughing. It's simply ridiculous. How pathetic, how lamentable." Chapter 12. Golden Core Realm. The 4 words, "son of a traitor," reached Sha Qingyu's ears, and they were like thunder in her ears. Turning her head, Sha Qingyu saw Chen Qing's face immediately darken. She panicked and said hastily, "My brothers and sisters are ignorant and outspoken. Don't bother with them. Don't worry, I'm not that irritable." Chen Qing gently patted the back of Sha Qingyu's hand that was gripping his arm. He immediately set off towards the pavilion where several princesses and princes were. Sha Qingyu had no choice but to follow him. Seeing Chen Qing walking towards them, the princes and princesses who were filled with indignation just now showed worry and fear on their faces. They had also heard how arrogant and overbearing Chen Qing was. He knew that just being a prince would not be enough to intimidate him. Just half a month ago, a prince offended Chen Qing and was slapped twice by him in front of many ministers. Although the royal family suffered a great loss of face, Emperor Wu only fined Chen Shang half a year's salary for failing to discipline him strictly. As for Chen Qing, there was no punishment at all. And for a powerful official of Chen Shang's level, the salary for that half year was not even a drop in the bucket. This further proves how powerful the Chen family father and son are in the great Wu dynasty now. Even when the prince was beaten, Emperor Wu could only turn a blind eye and give him a lenient punishment. Back to Chen Qing, when he was about to step onto the steps of the pavilion, a figure suddenly appeared. "The princess and the prince are still young and cannot speak. Please show some mercy, sir." Chen Qing was unfamiliar with the middle-aged man who was speaking with his hands clasped in front of him. He had never seen him before, but he could tell at a glance that he was a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm and should be the guard who was secretly protecting the princess and the prince. "A mere Foundation establishment realm cultivator is qualified to block my way. Get out of here." Chen Qing released his imposing aura of pressure. Golden Core Realm. The guard was horrified. Who would have thought that the legendary devil who was uneducated and unlearned was actually a cultivator? Not only that, at such a young age, his cultivation level surpasses his own who have practiced for decades. The guard was unable to resist Chen Qing's pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He bent his knees and knelt in front of Chen Qing with a thud. Golden Core Realm. After learning from the guards about Chen Qing's current cultivation level, not only Sha Qingyu, but also the princes and princesses were shocked and frightened. This person is completely different from the treacherous minister's son they know who only relies on his father. Among these princes and princesses, only one has the talent for cultivation. Relying on the support of massive royal resources, he is currently only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. But Chen Qing was only a few years older than him, yet he had already reached a realm of cultivation that was beyond his reach. Thinking about how I just thought Chen Qing was a loser who relied on his father for support, I felt a burning pain on my cheek, as if I had been slapped hard in the face by someone invisible. Ask yourself, if he is trash, then aren't you even worse than trash? Chen Qing's figure passed by the guards who were still suppressed by his pressure, and came to the front of several princes and princesses. "What did you say about my wife just now?" Everyone lowered their heads and dared not answer. "Do you think she is pathetic? Ridiculous, lamentable, but who knows that if she doesn't compromise with me, 100,000 cavalrymen will break through the city gate today, rush into the capital, and annihilate your Sha family?" Chen Qing asked again. Sha Qingyu's heart was shaken when she heard these words. Only then did he realize that Chen Qing was not angry about being called the son of a traitor, but was angry about his own reputation being slandered, so he wanted to seek an explanation for himself. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet +10. 10 shadow puppets with peak out of body realm strength. Chen Qing showed a look of surprise. He really didn't expect that the reward this time would be so generous. That's right, the reason why he did this was because he took into consideration that his wife Sha Qingyu's reputation had been tarnished. As a husband, he stood up to defend her and protect her reputation, which was naturally a way of doting on his wife. As it turned out, his idea was correct. As for his own reputation, that didn't matter. Chen Qing only wanted to pamper his wife, earn rewards, and quickly achieve the great emperor's cultivation. He firmly believed that as long as he was strong enough, there would be great scholars who would debate for him. After hearing what Chen Qing said, the princes and princesses finally realized how much their elder sister Sha Qingyu had sacrificed for themselves, the entire Dao royal family, and the future of the country. I couldn't help blushing and feeling ashamed. For Qingyu's sake, I won't argue with you this time. Take care of yourself. Chen Qing saw that his goal was achieved and was no longer interested in fooling around with these little princes and princesses, so he turned and left. At the same time, he restrained his pressure, making the guard kneeling on the ground feel a lot more relaxed. However, he did not dare to stand up in a hurry and knelt willingly. As a cultivator, how could the guard not know that the strong are respected? Madam, there are many beautiful sights in this imperial garden. Let's go explore other places. Chen Qing came to Sha Qingyu and suggested. Madam, seeing that Sha Qingyu didn't respond, Chen Qing raised his hand and waved it in front of her. Okay. Sha Qingyu suddenly came to her senses and agreed. He left the pavilion with Chen Qing and walked away. On the way, she would occasionally use her phoenix eyes to secretly glance at Chen Qing. Suddenly I felt that the whole world had misunderstood Chen Qing and was really deceived by his superb acting skills. Not only is he not a playboy, but he is also very sophisticated and knows how to restrain his edge and develop in a low-key manner. Although Sha Qingyu had not been exposed to much about the world of cultivation, she knew that at Chen Qing's age, to reach the Golden Core realm, both talent and hard work were indispensable. The more I looked, the more I felt I couldn't see through Chen Qing. It was as if I was staring into the abyss, and a feeling of powerlessness permeated my whole body. It is hard to imagine where Dao's future will go if Chen Qing continues to grow like this. Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu hesitated, wondering in her mind whether she should leave Chen Qing when Yifeng returned in the future. She didn't think that Yifeng would be Chen Qing's opponent. At that time, if Sha Qingyu was asked to abandon everything, disregard the life and death of the royal family in Dao, elope with Yifeng, and wander around the world, she would not be able to do it no matter what. Sha Qingyu was weighing the pros and cons. Based on Chen Qing's attitude towards her in the past few days, if she was willing to stay by his side, she could at least buy more time for the continuation of the Dao Sha clan. At least it could persuade Chen Qing not to join Chen Shang in a rebellion, provoke a war, and create a cruel situation in which the people suffer. As long as she sacrificed herself, she could save so many others. In Sha Qingyu's opinion, this was definitely something worth considering. After a brainstorming session and weighing the pros and cons, Sha Qingyu finally made up her mind to stay by Chen Qing's side, mentally prepared to sacrifice herself to save millions of others. Brother Feng, we are not destined to meet in this life. We are destined to meet again in the next life. Chen Qing couldn't read minds, so naturally he had no way of knowing Sha Qingyu's inner thoughts. He took a quick glance and thought of a new way to pamper his wife and get rewards. Chapter 13 Meeting the Saint. Chen Qing noticed a swing not far away. Let's go and take a look. He very naturally took Sha Qingyu's hand, walked to the swing, and let her sit on it. Hold on tight, be careful not to fall. Chen Qing walked around, came to the back of the chair, held on with both hands, and gently pushed forward. As the swing swung forward, it swung back. Before Chen Qing's eyes, the system panel appeared as expected, and a prompt sounded in his mind: successfully pampered his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, first grade Qi refining pill +50. Although they are only first grade Qi refining pills, fortunately there are enough of them. While checking the reward, Chen Qing kept moving his hands and pushed the swing forward again. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. First grade bone refining pill plus 50. Chen Qing originally thought that this reward was not so easy to get and there should be a cooling time. After getting it once, he would have to wait for a while before triggering the next one. However, he never expected that the system had no limit. Since the system is so generous, why should Chen Qing be polite? Keep pushing. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Escape talisman plus 5. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Medium grade spirit stone plus 10,000. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. First grade Qi refining pill plus 50. Afterwards, Chen Qing had a great time. It took a full hour. During this time, Sha Qingyu persuaded Chen Qing several times that she had had enough fun and was worried that he would be tired. However, Chen Qing told Sha Qingyu not to worry, as if he had endless energy in his body. In fact, this amount of consumption is not a big deal for him who has reached the Golden Core realm. If Sha Qingyu hadn't shown signs of about to faint and vomit, Chen Qing would never have stopped after just 1 hour. He would have even continued for a whole day. On the other side, Sha Cheng, the martial emperor, had already learned from the guard who was forced to kneel in the pavilion by Chen Qing's intimidation that Chen Qing had not only already embarked on the path of cultivation, but had also broken through to the Golden Core realm. Golden Core realm. That kid has actually entered the Golden Core realm. Martial Emperor Sha Cheng was shocked when he found out. Chen Shang alone was already enough of a headache for him, and now there was another genius in cultivation. Sha Cheng always felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to hold on to the throne. Master Xiao, what do you think about this boy? Sha Cheng turned his head to look at Master Xiao he beside him and asked. At the age of 18, he has already reached the Golden Core stage. Even though Prime Minister Chen must have invested a lot of cultivation resources in it, this boy's talent is quite rare in the entire Dao. If he is left alone, it will become a big problem. Xiao He gave his own opinion. But Chen Shang's influence in the court is so great, and with the 100,000 cavalrymen stationed outside the city, it would be extremely difficult to move against him. Not only that, Sha Cheng had a premonition that after learning that Chen Qing was a cultivation genius and that he had married his favorite princess, Sha Qingyu, more and more people would turn to Prime Minister Chen Shang. Sha Cheng thought he was very good at playing the game of emperor, but he never expected that this time he would be completely defeated by Chen Qing and Chen Shang, the father and son. So, Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should keep things stable with the Chen family father and son, and not provoke them. Once they fall out, it will do more harm than good. Xiao He suggested. Sha Cheng sighed and waved his hand. I understand, go down. At this time, the news that Chen Qing had reached the Golden Core realm also reached Chen Shang's ears. My son is a Jindan realm cultivator. Jindan realm. Jindan realm at the age of 18. What a monster. Chen Shang muttered a few words and suddenly burst into laughter. This was definitely the happiest thing that happened to him recently, apart from Chen Qing's wedding. To celebrate, he spent a fortune to reward everyone in the Chen family, pretending that he was rich and willful. His gaze returned to Chen Qing. Having strolled around enough, Chen Qing, at Sha Qingyu's suggestion, decided to go to the imperial study to meet his father-in-law, the emperor. Although I had met him a few times before, we never talked much. Chen Qing had another purpose in meeting Sha Cheng this time, which was to let Sha Cheng not think too much. The Chen family had no intention of rebelling, and the throne would continue to be sat on by their Sha family. Not only that, he would also ask Chen Shang to help him secure the throne. In a blink of an eye, it was the imperial study. After learning from the eunuch that Chen Qing actually wanted to come and see him, Sha Cheng was very puzzled and didn't know what his intentions were. However, he still asked the eunuch to invite Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu into the imperial study. Qingyu greets Emperor Father. Sha Qingyu bowed. Seeing this, Chen Qing had to give Sha Qingyu some face, even if he didn't give Sha Cheng any. He bowed and said, Chen Qing greets my father-in-law. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite, come and sit down. Sha Cheng pretended to be calm. Afterwards, the eunuch brought 2 stools, and Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu sat across from each other at the table. I wonder why my dear son-in-law came to see me, Sha Cheng asked straight to the point. I came here today to explain the Chen family's attitude to His Majesty. Sha Cheng asked directly, and Chen Qing did not beat around the bush. Oh, what is the Chen family's attitude? Sha Cheng suddenly became interested. That's right, the Chen family will not rebel, nor will they be enemies with the Sha dynasty. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Chen Qing said firmly. How can I trust you? In other words, Sha Cheng was asking how Chen Qing had the right to decide such a matter. Although the entire Dao knew that Chen Shang, as a father, doted on his son Chen Qing very much, Sha Chengshi really didn't think that Chen Shang would listen to Chen Qing's opinion on such a big matter. It's very simple. With His Majesty's intelligence, he must have known about my talent for cultivation. If he insists on rebelling and committing heinous acts, I will do my utmost to stop him. I will stand with Qingyu and protect her completely. Rather than saying these words to Sha Cheng, it would be more accurate to say that they were specifically said to Sha Qingyu who was beside him. The effect is significant. Sha Qingyu never imagined that Chen Qing would actually stand against his biological father for her. My mind immediately recalled what Chen Qing had said to me that day about love at first sight. He's serious. Sha Qingyu's heart was touched. Okay, I believe you. Sha Cheng chose to believe Chen Qing. On the one hand, it was because there was no better choice, and on the other hand, he was infected by Chen Qing's serious expression and felt that he did not seem to be lying. After that, after a few pleasantries, Chen Qing left the time for Sha Cheng and Sha Qingyu, the father and daughter. Chen Qing got up and left the imperial study. I didn't bother to check the rewards for pampering my wife just now, I was concentrating on acting. Now, as soon as he walked out of the door of the imperial study, Chen Qing ignored the eunuch's questions, waved his hand to summon the system panel, and without saying a word, he directly checked the reward prompts. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 100. 100 shadow puppets. That means I have 100 out-of-body realm fighters. And they are more than 100 out-of-body realm fighters who are absolutely loyal to me. Chen Qing looked excited. This time, I made a lot of money. Chapter 14 Assassination. At least in the current Dao dynasty, the existence of cultivators in the out-of-body realm is definitely not to be underestimated, not to mention the huge number of more than 100. The more than 100 shadow puppets in Chen Qing's hands are more than enough for him to establish a powerful force. Less than 2 days after the system was linked, over 100 out-of-body realm puppet fighters had already appeared. After that, Chen Qing couldn't help but boldly speculate that as Sha Qingyu's icy heart gradually melted towards him and occupied more and more of his power, would it be possible to produce a puppet of the quasi-emperor or even the great emperor realm? Looking forward to it very much. If one could truly achieve the enormous advantage of having quasi-emperors as numerous as dogs and great emperors everywhere under his command, then what would be the point of being the protagonist? Afterwards, Chen Qing collected his thoughts and planned to find a random place to while away the time, waiting for Sha Qingyu and Sha Cheng, father and daughter, to finish their private conversation and come out of the imperial study. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Sha Cheng couldn't be as relaxed as usual when he was alone with Sha Qingyu due to guilt. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a word and asked, "Qingyu, how does he treat you? Does he bully you?" Sha Qingyu shook her head. "My husband treats me very well. He always goes along with me and protects me." Husband. Sha Cheng was stunned at first, then he reacted, "That's good, that's good." He immediately changed the subject and said, "I didn't expect this kid to be hiding his true abilities the entire time. He lied to me and everyone else. At such a young age, he has already reached the Golden Core realm. His future prospects are limitless. After today, I'm afraid those sects will be vying to invite him to join their ranks." Thinking of this, Sha Cheng suddenly felt fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Otherwise, if he really grows up and stands on the opposite side, he will be much more terrifying than a powerful official like Chen Shang. "Father, please rest assured. I believe in him. Since he said he would not become an enemy of Dao Wu, he will definitely do it. Sha Qingyu's words meant that she had completely changed her opinion of Chen Qing and had a great deal of trust in him. No matter what the world thinks, in Sha Qingyu's eyes, Chen Qing is no longer the playboy from a wealthy family who only knows how to indulge in wealth and luxury. Well, I am willing to believe him. Sha Cheng always felt that there was a distance between him and Sha Qingyu, and they could no longer be as close as before. Trying to think from Sha Qingyu's perspective, Sha Cheng could understand her emotions. As a father, Sha Cheng could only try his best to make it up to Sha Qingyu. Not only did he reward Sha Qingyu, but Chen Qing also gave her a mansion named Qingyan, which was of the specifications of a prince, dozens of servants, and enough gold, silver and jewelry for the two of them to live a carefree life, all as a dowry. Sha Qingyu accepted everything without refusing. She knew very well that these things were not only rewards for herself, but also for Chen Qing. Sha Qingyu hesitated to speak. She had thought that she and Sha Cheng would have endless things to talk about, just like before. Facts proved that she was wrong. Like Sha Cheng, she felt that there was an invisible and intangible barrier between them. He realized that deep down in his heart, he was still more or less blaming his father Sha Cheng for why he had so decisively chosen to sacrifice himself to save his family and the country. She realized that she also longed for Sha Cheng to stand beyond his status as a monarch and think about her as a daughter from a father's perspective, even if it was selfish for once. Afterwards, Sha Qingyu realized that there was nothing more to say, so she chose to say goodbye and leave, saying that Chen Qing was still waiting for her outside. Watching Sha Qingyu's back as she turned and left, Sha Cheng raised his hand and said, "Qingyu, take good care of yourself. If you need anything or feel wronged, you can always come back. Your father will definitely take care of it for you." "Thank you, father." After saying this, Sha Qingyu left the imperial study, and the eunuch quietly closed the door. Sha Qingyu looked at the old eunuch guarding the door and asked, "Eunuch Li, have you seen where my husband has gone?" "Princess, I saw the prince consort walking over there." Eunuch Li raised his hand and pointed. Sha Qingyu agreed and walked away in the direction Eunuch Li pointed. Not long after walking, Sha Qingyu just opened her eyes and saw Chen Qing at the end of the corridor. Sha Qingyu knew it was him at a glance from the back. Just as Sha Qingyu was about to call out to Chen Qing, before she could even finish her words, Chen Qing's cold voice rang out first, "You've been following me for so long, aren't you planning on showing up yet?" Sha Qingyu was slightly stunned. Bang bang bang. Before she could react, a sound of applause rang out. "Young master has good eyesight, he is worthy of the title of genius." Seeing someone walk out from behind the pillar, Sha Qingyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Just from this profile, Sha Qingyu had no impression of him, but she could sense an extremely powerful cultivator's aura from him. "Are you here to kill me?" Chen Qing asked straight to the point. "Smart." The man smiled wickedly. "If you give up resistance and accept death, I can let you go more easily and suffer less pain. This is the Imperial Palace. If you kill people here, where will the dignity of Emperor Wu be?" Chen Qing asked again. "Don't worry about this matter, sir." The man took out a sharp sword. Chen Qing's words reminded him that this was the Imperial Palace and he had to fight quickly and decisively. Peak Golden Core. No wonder he dared to attack me. According to Chen Qing's judgment, this man's background should be the same as the group of masked killers who wanted to surround and kill him on the street before. The peak of the Golden Core realm. Hearing these 5 words, Sha Qingyu felt a strong sense of crisis. Although she had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, she knew that even a small gap in realm would be a chasm that was difficult for a cultivator to cross without the assistance of magic weapons or techniques. Not to mention, there is a gap of several small realms. It is clear at a glance which is stronger, the Jindan realm or the peak of the Jindan realm. Sha Qingyu, sensing something was wrong, decided to turn around and inform her father, asking him to send powerful cultivators from the royal family to support Chen Qing. It was completely subconscious, and she never thought about whether it would be beneficial or harmful to her if Chen Qing died at the hands of a man. But then, Chen Qing's words made Sha Qingyu stop in her tracks. "The peak of the Golden Core realm is very powerful, but it is not qualified enough to kill me." If these words came from someone else, Sha Qingyu would definitely suspect that the other person was just putting on an act. But when Chen Qing said this, Sha Qingyu didn't even have the slightest doubt in her heart. I'm curious, what methods will Chen Qing use? Not qualified. Chen Qing's words made the man laugh, and he couldn't maintain his cold image. Convince yourself in your heart not to care about the barking of a dying person. Facing the man who came with a sword and a strong murderous aura, Chen Qing calmly opened the system panel and selected Shadow Puppet. Chapter 15. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Chen Qing was just worrying about not having the chance to test the actual combat strength of this Shadow Puppet, when the man took the initiative to come to him. Instead of bullying him, he chose a Shadow Puppet and released it. If a man knows that Chen Qingguan has the strength of the out-of-body realm, has crossed 2 major realms, and beats himself in the Golden Core realm, and asks him not to bully him, then he will probably have endless complaints. After confirming the activation of the Shadow Puppet and completing the contract recognition, Chen Qing no longer needs to go through the system when he wants to summon the Shadow Puppet. The Shadow Puppet has been integrated into his shadow and can be released from the shadow at any time. Chen Qing had an idea. The next moment, the man stopped and noticed keenly that the shadow behind Chen Qing was like a stone falling into water, causing ripples. He frowned slightly, having never encountered such a situation before. Immediately afterwards, he was even more surprised to see a figure emerging from Chen Qing's shadow. If you look closely, you will find that the guy is not a human at all, but a monster wearing close-fitting armor, black from head to toe, and without any breath of life. Go ahead. Chen Qing gave the killing order to Shadow Puppet nonchalantly. The Shadow Puppet couldn't speak, but responded with actions. It quickly passed by Chen Qing and closed the distance between them in an instant. The man's eyes widened, and he wanted to raise his sword to block the attack of the Shadow Puppet, but then a huge pressure like the sea fell from above his head. The man suddenly felt his body and limbs as heavy as a mountain. He was unable to control them and could not move at all. Out of body state, he squeezed out the 3 last words from his mouth with difficulty. The Shadow Puppet's arm surged like ink and transformed into a blade. It cut the throat with one blow and the head flew into the sky. Out of body state, the man's last words, word for word, were clearly heard by Sha Qingyu in the distance. She saw that the monster summoned by Chen Qing was very powerful, but she did not expect that the monster would be so powerful that it could kill a peak-level Jindan realm cultivator with one blow. I would never have thought that the monster had the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. A cultivator in the out-of-body realm actually willingly accepted his orders. After witnessing this incident with her own eyes, Sha Qingyu suddenly realized that she only knew that Chen Qing was hiding his abilities, but she didn't know that he was hiding his abilities even more deeply than she had imagined. What I have seen and heard before is just the tip of the iceberg. Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu smiled faintly. It's funny that people only know that Chen Shang is powerful and a treacherous minister, but they don't know that the real scary person in the Chen family is actually Chen Qing, a dandy who they don't even take seriously and sneer at, and who relies entirely on his father for support. Looking at Chen Qing again, after killing the man, eliminating the threat, and making sure there were no other killers around, Chen Qing let the Shadow Puppet return to his own shadow, continue to lie dormant, and be ready to be ordered at any time. As for Sha Qingyu, Chen Qing could even detect the peak-level Jindan realm cultivator who was following him, let alone Sha Qingyu, an ordinary person who had not yet awakened and entered the path of cultivation. Chen Qing had long been aware of her presence and didn't mind showing Sha Qingyu his powerful side. Know that since ancient times, beautiful women have admired heroes. No matter what era or background, the strong will always be favored by more beauties than others. As their eyes met, Sha Qingyu knew full well that Chen Qing had noticed her. Stop hiding and come out from behind the wall. To be honest, she was extremely nervous now, and was a little worried that Chen Qing would kill her because she discovered his secret. It was not until this moment that Sha Qingyu truly believed that Chen Qing had no intention of rebelling and swallowing up the Dao dynasty, because his vision and ambition were not limited to the tiny Dao. Chen Qing saw through Sha Qingyu's thoughts and said, "Madam, don't worry. This is not a secret between you and me. I will not kill anyone to silence them. Besides, I can't bear to do it." Chen Qing's words, coupled with that affectionate gaze, caused Sha Qingyu's cheeks to turn slightly red. It's a pity that in the eyes of the system, this is not considered as pampering the wife, and there is no reward. Who was that person hiding in your shadow just now? Sha Qingyu asked curiously on the way out of the palace. Like the dead killer, She didn't think the shadow puppet was human. A magic weapon, you can understand it is a puppet that only obeys my orders, and its strength is comparable to that of a cultivator in the out-of-body realm. Chen Qing did not hide it. The purpose was naturally to make Sha Qingyu feel that he did not treat her as an outsider. Magic weapon, puppet, it's comparable to a cultivator in the out-of-body realm. Sha Qingyu had long known that the world of cultivation was incomparably mysterious. Today, she had truly glimpsed the threshold for the first time. How many magical treasures like this do you want? Sha Qingyu asked again. I want to understand the true strength of my husband. Of course, she was also mentally prepared for Chen Qing to refuse to answer. A lot. Chen Qing did not give a specific number. This was to prevent more shadow puppets from appearing later, making Sha Qingyu feel that she had deceived her at this moment. The key is that details are king. A lot of. Sha Qingyu stopped asking questions. She had already deciphered quite a bit of information from Chen Qing's confident words. She began to believe that if Chen Shang really planned to rebel and overthrow the rule of the Dao dynasty, Chen Qing really had the power to stop him and avoid a major war. Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu couldn't help but look forward to the day in the future when everyone in the world would know Chen Qing's true side. Do I need to tell my father about the assassination so that they can track down the murderer? Sha Qingyu changed the subject. No need. This matter has probably already reached my father-in-law's ears through the spies. Chen Qing waved his hand and helped Sha Qingyu onto the carriage. Be careful. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, charm plus 20. Since Chen Qing said so, Sha Qingyu no longer insisted. Sitting firmly, Sha Qingyu frowned slightly when she looked at Chen Qing, who had lifted the door curtain and walked into the carriage. Somehow, I suddenly felt that Chen Qing looked a lot more handsome and elegant than before. Appearance is determined by fate, and Sha Qingyu doesn't believe that a person's appearance can suddenly become handsome. But it is indeed felt that Chen Qing has improved a lot in both appearance and temperament. At this moment, an old saying could not help but emerge in Sha Qingyu's mind: beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot possibly be the case. Sha Qingyu shook her head like a rattle and quickly denied the thought in her mind. I don't think I will fall in love with Chen Qing or be attracted to him. After all, the time he and I actually spent together was less than 2 days in total. Sha Qingyu didn't want to believe that her 10-year-long feelings for Yifeng were replaced so easily. Impossible. Absolutely not. Before convincing others, Sha Qingyu first convinced herself. Madam, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Chen Qing reached out his hand, lifted Sha Qingyu's hair, leaned close to her face, and pressed his forehead against hers. The whole movement was smooth and natural, without any clues to be found. Chapter 16: The Second Prince. Looking at Chen Qing's face so close, feeling the distance so close that they could even hear each other's breathing, Sha Qingyu's already rosy face became even redder. He raised his hands, pressed them against Chen Qing's chest, and gently pushed them forward. Then he turned his head away, not daring to look directly into Chen Qing's eyes, and said nervously, I'm fine, it's just that I saw blood just now, and I'm a little uneasy. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade refining pill plus 20. After getting what he wanted, Chen Qing replied, I was inconsiderate. Next time I will never do something like this to scare my wife again. Yes. Sha Qingyu agreed softly. Chen Qing's meticulous care and tenderness were like a quagmire, dragging her into the abyss bit by bit, trapping her deeply in it. Afterwards, the carriage slowly rolled towards the Chen family residence. By the time the carriage arrived at the gate of the Chen family mansion, it was already noon. Feeling the vibration, Sha Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, only to find that she had fallen asleep without knowing when. As soon as I opened my eyes, Chen Qing's handsome face came into view. Words like, face as sharp as a knife, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, unconsciously emerged in Sha Qingyu's mind after seeing this face. She quickly averted her gaze, fearing that the misunderstanding of, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, would arise again. But the next moment, what made Sha Qingyu blush even more was that she suddenly realized that she was being held in Chen Qing's arms. There were also many servants of the Chen family looking at them from all around. You Put me down. I can walk on my own. Sha Qingyu buried her head in Chen Qing's arms and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. It's okay. It's just a few steps away. I still have enough strength. Chen Qing told Sha Qingyu not to worry. Seeing that she couldn't convince Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu stopped talking and let him hold her. Criticism. Sha Qingyu had not forgotten the fact that she had already been married to Chen Qing. What was there to object to when a husband hugged his wife? After witnessing Chen Qing's powerful side, Sha Qingyu no longer held too much hope for her fate with Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng appeared in front of her right now, for the sake of the Sha royal family and the peace and stability of the entire Dao dynasty, Sha Qingyu would never agree to leave with him and betray Chen Qing. But, I can't let go of this feeling in my heart for the time being. To put it more bluntly, she already belongs to Chen Qing, but her heart still belongs to Yi Feng. But what she herself didn't realize was that Yi Feng's weight in her heart was gradually shifting. Afterwards, Chen Qing carried Sha Qingyu all the way to the bedroom, treating her like a piece of exquisite porcelain, carefully placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Chen Qing knew that the royal nobles all had the habit of taking naps, so he didn't bother Sha Qingyu too much and left the room. Sha Qingyu grasped the quilt with both hands, her eyes blank. The scene of Chen Qing pressing his forehead against his own in the sedan chair emerged involuntarily in his mind. Or maybe the image of him holding her in his arms just a moment ago. The more I thought about it, the hotter my cheeks became, and my heartbeat sounded like a drum, pounding in my ears. No, what the hell am I thinking about? Shaking her head violently, Sha Qingyu forced herself to close her eyes, clearing her mind and wanting to fall asleep to prevent any more chaotic thoughts from arising in her mind. Sha Qingyu never imagined that even if she fell asleep, there were some things that she couldn't escape. Perfect proof of what it means to think during the day and dream at night. At this time, Chen Qing, who was outside the door, was summoning the system panel to check the rewards for pampering his wife that he had received in exchange for the previous series of operations. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving +1 Cultivation Experience Pack. Cultivation Experience Pack. With only these 5 short words, it was difficult for Chen Qing to know how much his cultivation level would increase after using this cultivation experience package. Whatever happens, just use it first and see how much it can increase in value. With this idea in mind, Chen Qing controlled with his mind, selected the cultivation experience package and used it. Using the cultivation experience pack, used successfully, the host's current cultivation has broken through the second level of the nascent soul realm. Previously, it was the second level of the golden core realm, and now it's the second level of the nascent soul realm, which is equivalent to an improvement in an entire realm. Chen Qing showed an ecstatic look on his face. Cultivation and understanding are undoubtedly the rewards he most urgently needs at the moment. After closing the system panel and leaving the yard, Chen Qing felt refreshed, as if basking in the spring breeze. However, as soon as he walked out of the hospital, he noticed the housekeeper guarding outside the door. "What's the matter?" Chen asked. "Young master, the master wants you to come over," the butler reported truthfully. "Lead the way." Yes. Afterwards, Chen Qing followed the housekeeper to his father Chen Shang's study, while the housekeeper was guarding outside the door. "Father, are you looking for me?" Chen Qing asked. "As for the 2 groups of people who tried to assassinate you before, I have found out who was behind it," Chen Shang said as he continued to write. "Who is it?" Chen Qing asked straight to the point. "The second prince." Chen Shang looked up at Chen Qing and announced the correct answer. "The second prince. Could it be that he wants to use this method to become the crown prince?" Hearing this, Chen Shang was overjoyed. "You are indeed my son, Chen Shang. You are smart and you saw through the crux of the matter at a glance. Yes, he wants to use this method to establish his own achievements and use you and the notoriety of my entire Chen family as a stepping stone for his future ascension to the throne. The second prince has been a disciple of the Tianyu sect since he was young. The cultivator who wanted to assassinate you in the palace came from the inner sect of the Tianyu sect." Hearing Chen Shang's words, Chen Qing saw through the key point again. Tianyu sect wants to support the second prince to succeed to the throne. Smart. The more Chen Shang looked at his precious son, the more he admired him. Talent, invincible talent. The mind is invincible. Why worry about not being able to achieve great things in the future? This will definitely not be their last action. In the future, there will be more and more assassinations against you and me, father and son. Chen Shang's words were indirectly asking Chen Qing whether he should take the initiative. After learning that his son had been restraining himself and pretending to be a playboy, he realized that he could no longer act arbitrarily as before and had to seriously consider his opinions. The second prince. The Tianyu sect. Chen Qing chuckled. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. Even though Chen Qing is not a match for the entire sect at the moment, relying on his immortal body, the opponent cannot kill him. Chen Qing can still wear down the opponent by wearing him down. After hearing what Chen Qing said, Chen Shang did not think that he was arrogant and conceited. Instead, he firmly believed that his son must have the confidence to say so. However, Chen Shang did not ask too many questions. Some things are enough to understand. Father, let's not talk about the second prince and the Tianyu sect for now. I have something I want to discuss with you. Chen Qing looked serious and decided to make a big profit from the system. Chapter 17. 100,000 for 10,000. There's nothing else we can discuss between you and me, father and son. Just tell me what you want me to do. Chen Shang patted his chest, telling Chen Qing not to be so distant and to speak frankly. Before that, I hope father will tell me first, do you have the intention to rebel? Chen Qing asked, or in other words, do you want to be emperor? Become the emperor? Chen Shang waved his hand. I'm not interested. The reason my father has reached this point is simply because he is in the officialdom and has no choice. If you don't become a tiger and eat others, others will become tigers and eat you. To put it bluntly, Chen Shang did all this to protect himself, and now he has no way to retreat. Under the external propaganda and exaggeration of the Daxia royal family, Chen Shang had long become a powerful minister who brought disaster to Dao, a treacherous prime minister, and the source of all mistakes. Chen Shang didn't care about it. It was much better to be feared and respected by others than to be looked down upon and have others ride on their necks and make them poop and piss on you. In this case, I have promised the emperor that the Chen family will never rebel. Father, you should withdraw the 100,000 cavalry guarding outside the city, or retreat farther away so as not to put so much psychological pressure on the emperor. Chen Qing suggested. No, if we withdraw those 100,000 cavalry, how can we guarantee your and my safety? Chen Shang did not want to agree, but he could not agree. He suspected that Chen Qing was bewitched by Emperor Wu. It was not impossible to withdraw the troops, but what Chen Shang was really worried about was that the royal family would abandon them. We must learn from past mistakes and take precautions. Hearing this, Chen Qing did not rush to continue to persuade Chen Qing verbally. The shadow behind him surged, and a shadow puppet emerged from it. Seeing this, Chen Shang reacted extremely quickly. He turned around immediately, drew his long sword from the sword rack behind him, and pointed it at the shadow puppet. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the Chen mansion? Chen Qing raised his hand and gently moved away the sword that was hanging beside Chen Shang's ear. He said, Father, don't panic. This thing is called Shadow Puppet, and it is a puppet controlled by me. Shadow Puppet. After hearing what Chen Qing said, Chen Shang recalled that he had heard similar news from spies. Is it him who killed the assassin sent by Tianyu sect? Chen Shang put down his sword and asked without rushing to put it back into the scabbard. That's right. Chen Qing nodded. This shadow puppet is equivalent to the peak of the out-of-body realm. A puppet at the peak of the out-of-body realm. After understanding this, Chen Shang was surprised and happy. I am very curious about where Chen Qing got such a powerful puppet magic weapon. Logically speaking, any little disturbance in the entire capital should not escape his eyes and ears. Thinking of this, Chen Shang was not afraid of his son Chen Qing. Instead, he was very pleased that he was better than his father. Fortunately, I gave birth to such an all-round son. I don't have to worry about the continuation of the Chen family lineage anymore. I have over 100 puppets like this. Before Chen Qing finished speaking, Chen Shang's heart was already filled with shock. More than 100, that's equivalent to having more than 100 peak-level cultivators in the out-of-body realm. And more than 100 absolutely loyal peak-level cultivators in the out-of-body realm who would never betray me. Chen Qing struck while the iron was hot and continued, in my opinion, Father, can these over 100 shadow puppets guarantee the safety of you and me? Yes, that's absolutely possible. The out-of-body realm. If Chen Shang remembered correctly, the current leader of the Tianyu sect was only at the out-of-body realm, and was not as good as Chen Qing, a puppet. Now, I finally completely understand why Chen Qing has the confidence to call Tianyu sect and the second prince of Dao as chickens and clay dogs. This is by no means conceited, but confidence that comes from strength. Retreat. I will give the order now to let those 100,000 cavalrymen evacuate the capital. Although he didn't know Chen Qing's intention, Chen Shang believed that he would not let his father down. He was certain that Chen Qing was playing a big game, and as his father he was old, he only needed to cooperate with him and not get involved too much. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10,000. Although he had expected that the reward this time would be very generous, after actually seeing and reading the text on the system panel, Chen Qing couldn't help but be a little shocked. That's right, those 100,000 soldiers and horses were not meant to allow Emperor Wu or the entire Sha royal family to retreat with peace of mind, but simply to let his wife Sha Qingyu understand his true feelings for her. Repelling 100,000 iron cavalry in exchange for 10,000 shadow puppets equivalent to the peak strength of the out-of-body realm is more than just a good deal, it's a huge profit. As long as Chen Qing is willing, he can summon tens of thousands of shadow puppets in the blink of an eye and sweep across the entire Dao. After learning that the 100,000 cavalry outside the city had retreated, Emperor Wu's heart, which had been hanging for almost 10 years, finally settled down. It seems that Qingyu has really found a good son-in-law for me, Sha Cheng said with relief. The national teacher Xiao He on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak. Master, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. You and I are not outsiders. Sha Cheng noticed the change in his expression and gestured. Now that the threat outside the city has been eliminated, Your Majesty, why don't you take advantage of the situation to completely remove Chen Shang, this thorn in Dao? Xiao He was worried that there might be eavesdroppers, so he leaned over and lowered his voice to speak in Sha Cheng's ear. No, there are still many ministers in the court who are in the Chancellor's camp. If we act rashly, it will only have the opposite effect and cause chaos in the court. Secondly, compared to Chen Shang, Sha Cheng is now more afraid of Chen Qing. He thinks he has seen countless people, but he just can't see through Chen Qing. I don't think that with Chen Qing's cunning, he would not realize that once the 100,000 cavalry retreated, he might attack the Chen family. In this case, if Chen Qing dared to ask Chen Shang to retreat, he must have some bargaining chips that could prevent him from taking action. Therefore, Sha Cheng chose to wait and see. Little did they know that this decision directly saved the Sha royal family and avoided the crisis of genocide. The bargaining chips that Chen Qing holds in his hand now are far more than 100,000 cavalrymen. If Sha Chengruo doesn't want to be decent, Chen Qing doesn't mind helping him to be decent and changing Sha to Chen. Of course, if Chen Shang really didn't want to be the emperor, endure the hardship, and be cursed by the world, Chen Qing wouldn't mind moving up the plot to help his wife Sha Qingyu become the empress. Return to the imperial study. After clarifying Sha Cheng's attitude, Xiao He no longer mentioned the matter of destroying the Chen family. Talking about another matter, regarding the cultivator who previously attempted to assassinate Chen Qing in the palace, I have already found out that he is from the Tianyu sect. Tianyu sect? Is this matter related to the second prince? Sha Cheng was stunned and stopped writing. He didn't think that the Tianyu sect was simply trying to eliminate violence and protect the country. Among all the Sha clan members, only his second son was close to the Tianyu sect. Most likely related. Xiao He gave his own judgment. Go, tell someone to throw the body in front of the gate of that rebellious son's mansion. Sha Cheng did this to warn the second prince not to mess around again. Whatever I can find out, the Chen family can also find out. If things get out of hand, don't blame anyone for reminding you to collect his body. Yes, Chen Mansion. Sha Qingyu suddenly sat up from the bed, startled awake. She had a very scary dream. Chapter 18 Getting Used to It. In the dream, she and Chen Qing became a loving couple, spending all their time together, which was enviable. This dream spans a long period, from getting to know each other, falling in love, entering the bridal chamber, to getting married and having children, having many grandchildren and finally growing old together and going to the underworld together. And then Sha Qingyu was awakened. She couldn't understand why she had such a dream. What made Sha Qingyu feel even more terrified was that in the dream world, the brother Feng whom she admired and loved deeply was nowhere to be seen, as if he had never existed. Sha Qingyu really didn't dare to think too much, for fear that not only her body would betray Yi Feng, but her heart would also betray him. Patting my chest, I consoled myself, it's just a dream, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Dream? What dream? At this time, Chen Qing's voice came from outside the hanging bead curtain. No, nothing. Sha Qingyu's delicate body trembled with fear, her tone a little guilty as she quickly denied it. How could she possibly tell Chen Qing about something like this? Is that so? Seeing this, Chen Qing stopped questioning and walked forward, squatting in front of the bed. He asked Sha Qingyu to give him her feet and put on her shoes and socks. He said, "The servants have prepared dinner. Let's go quickly." Looking at Chen Qing, who was putting on her shoes and socks with a serious look on his face, Sha Qingyu's eyes were complicated. Actually, you don't have to be like this. The better Chen Qing treated her, the more Sha Qingyu felt she owed him, simply because in Sha Qingyu's heart, there was another man whom she absolutely could not let down. Besides this, Sha Qingyu was even more worried that one day, she would not be able to resist Chen Qing's offensive and would be immersed in his gentle embrace. Not only her body, but even her heart would eventually betray Yi Feng. You and I are married couple. As your husband, it's only natural for me to treat you well. Who in the world would dare to disagree? The words are beautiful, and the rewards are beautiful too. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, calligraphy mastery. Chen Qing personally believed that the reward of calligraphy played a very important role in the fantasy world with an ancient background. As the saying goes, seeing the handwriting reveals the person. Good calligraphy can be very useful at certain critical moments. The main point is that it is always better to have many skills. Just by changing my wife's shoes I can give her a maximum level of skill. What else is there to complain about? On the other hand, Sha Qingyu, listening to Chen Qing's heartwarming words, couldn't help but complain in her heart, have you ever paid your respects to your parents? When have you ever paid your respects? Sha Qingyu was half asleep. If she remembered correctly, she had just finished getting dressed and hadn't even seen the guests for the wedding banquet when Chen Qing kidnapped her like a robber. Although her mind was full of thoughts, Sha Qingyu didn't say much. She just agreed and left the bedroom with Chen Qing to enjoy dinner. On the huge dining table, there were more than a dozen delicacies from land and sea, but only Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu, and Chen Shang were sitting there. Chen Qing was the first to pick up the bowl and chopsticks, picking up a piece of fried meat for Sha Qingyu. Come, madam, you've worked hard all day, eat more. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, speed attribute plus 20. Madam, this is the specialty of our Chen Mansion chef. You must try it. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 30. Madam, I see you look pale. I'm afraid you're not getting enough qi and blood. Come, have some duck blood to replenish your energy. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Zon level top grade armor plus 1. Chen Qing seized the opportunity and made a great effort. His comprehension alone had increased by a full 100 points. If the food in Sha Qingyu's bowl hadn't already piled up like a small mountain and threatened to collapse at any moment, Chen Qing would have continued to increase it. Madam, you eat first. When you finish eating, I will serve you whatever you want. Chen Qing looked doting. Yeah, Sha Qingyu nodded gently. Seeing how loving the couple was, Chen Shang, as a father, felt very relieved. I fantasize that it won't be long before my status will be upgraded. I couldn't help but imagine the beautiful scene of my grandson calling me grandpa. Father, what are you thinking about? Chen Qing couldn't help but ask when he noticed Chen Shang grinning at that person. Grandsons are good, granddaughters are fine too. It would be best to have one grandson and one granddaughter. The more the better. Quote. Listening to Chen Shang's reply, Chen Qing frowned slightly, puzzled. Did he ask these questions? Sha Qingyu, who had heard that Chen Shang wanted her to bear a son and a daughter for their Chen family, lowered her head and remained silent. Of course she knew that this was inevitable, but at the moment, Sha Qingyu was not mentally prepared. Ahem, Chen Shang, realizing his loss of composure, clenched his fist before his lips and coughed. He regained his composure and changed the subject, saying, "Qinger, I have withdrawn all the 100,000 cavalrymen guarding the city as you requested." He then turned to the shocked Sha Qingyu and said, "No matter what outsiders have said about our Chen family in the past, Qinger's decision is now my decision. The Chen family will never commit treason or rebellion." Sha Qingyu did not reply for a long time. She was still in shock and looked at Chen Qing with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chen Qing actually persuaded Chen Shang to express his position and remove the thorn that had been stuck in her father's heart. Without those 100,000 cavalry, the possibility of the Chen family plotting rebellion would naturally be greatly reduced. Sha Qingyu didn't understand why Chen Qing did this. Could it be, for me? Just because I'm his wife? At this moment, Chen Qing seized the opportunity, reached out, and grasped Sha Qingyu's hand, which was as white as jade and as soft and smooth as silk. "I will never go back on my word to you. Thank you, my husband." Sha Qingyu did not struggle. Her husband heard these words with a little more sincerity than before. Chen Qing was no fool. He could tell from Sha Qingyu's eyes that this move was quite powerful. It's a pity that the reward for pampering your wife has been obtained once and cannot be obtained again. But for Chen Qing, the deeper Sha Qingyu's feelings for him, the greater the quality and quantity of the rewards would be, so it was worth it. My husband, my hand hurts a little, can you?" Sha Qingyu lowered her gaze and looked at Chen Qing's hand that was tightly grasping hers. Sorry, I was reckless." Chen Qing let go of his hand. Afterwards, the three of them continued to enjoy their dinner. Whenever there was less food in Sha Qingyu's bowl, Chen Qing would immediately replenish it and look for an opportunity to get another wave of rewards. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Yama Needle plus 20. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade Tianyang pill plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 5. Sha Qingyu also found the right opportunity to hand over the gold, silver and jewelry given to her by her father as a dowry to Chen Qing through the space ring. Plus a royal-level mansion and dozens of servants and maids. Chen Qing said that there was no need to move in a hurry, so as to prevent Chen Shang from being alone and lonely in the huge Chen mansion. "I'll do whatever my husband says." For Sha Qingyu, it didn't matter where she lived, it was all up to Chen Qing. Not long after, the family finished dinner. Chen Qing learned from his servants that there would be a lantern festival in the capital tonight. He suggested that he and Sha Qingyu go to see it together, looking for an opportunity to pamper his wife. Sha Qingyu nodded. "Before I knew it, I had gotten used to doing things with Chen Qing that only couples do." Chapter 19. Can spiritual power be used like this? The task of clearing the dishes was left to the servants. After putting down the dishes, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu said goodbye to Chen Shang and left the Chen family mansion together. The Chen family residence was not far from the venue of the Lantern Festival, so the two chose to walk there. "If you feel tired, madam, I can carry you on my back, or even hold you in my arms." Hearing Chen Qing's words, Sha Qingyu hurriedly said, "Although I'm a princess, I'm not that delicate. I won't be tired after walking just a few steps." Chen Qing did not force anything. If Sha Qingyu agreed, he would make a lot of money. If Sha Qingyu did not agree, he would not lose anything either. Afraid Chen Qing would overthink things, Sha Qingyu added, "Of course, I don't mean to dislike you. I just want to tell you that I'm not that fragile." "I see. Keep walking forward, the more people you see." I didn't expect that there would be so many people attending the Lantern Festival outside the palace. Sha Qingyu knew it would be lively, but she never imagined it would be this lively. At first glance, the crowd was like a swarm of carp crossing the river, moving densely and swarmingly. Then, her hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Sha Qingyu was startled, her delicate body trembling slightly. "Look down and see the sight." Just as she was about to shake it off, she looked up in the direction of the hand. When she saw that the person holding her hand was Chen Qing, she stopped thinking. Chen Qing spoke up in time, "There are so many people here, I don't want to lose my wife." Sha Qingyu softly hummed, and let Chen Qing grab her hand without struggling. Since Chen Qing had such good intentions, how could she let him down? Sha Qingyu didn't want to be an ungrateful person. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. My cultivation increased by 5 minor realms. Although he did not ascend to a higher realm directly like last time, being able to break through from the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm to the 7th level is also a very good reward for Chen Qing. After walking for a while, we could see the bright lights of lanterns not far away. What comes with it is an increasingly crowded crowd. Sensing that someone was about to bump into Sha Qingyu, Chen Qing reached out, grasped her slender waist, and domineeringly pulled her into his arms, pressing his chest against hers. Sha Qingyu lay on Chen Qing's chest, her fists lightly clenched. Knowing the reason why Chen Qing did this, she did not resist or blame Chen Qing. Instead of blaming Chen Qing, she scolded herself in her heart as her heartbeat grew louder and louder. It was so loud that it filled my ears and almost drowned out the laughter of hundreds of people around me. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension plus 100. 100 insights. Chen Qing almost couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. The amount of this reward was much more generous than he had imagined. I decided to wait until the Lantern Festival was over, then find a set of exercises and try them out to see how advanced my current level of understanding was. Just looking at the numbers is not enough. It seems there's no way to go any further. Sha Qingyu felt a little regretful. The best place to enjoy the lanterns was still quite a distance away. These folk lanterns were no less impressive than the ones she had seen in the palace, and were even larger in scale. Catching the disappointment on Sha Qingyu's face, Chen Qing once again reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, gently reminding her, "Hold me." Oh, although she didn't know what Chen Qing intended to do, Sha Qingyu subconsciously did as he said, leaning forward and hugging Chen Qing tightly with both hands. The next moment, Chen Qing took a step forward and flew up with Sha Qingyu. After a few leaps, they climbed onto the tallest building nearby. "Madam, hold on tight, be careful not to fall down," Chen Qing reminded. Sha Qingyu didn't have time to reply. At a glance, countless lanterns came into view, a dazzling array of colors and a breathtaking beauty. Looking at it from this angle, it's 100 times more shocking than just now. "So beautiful," Sha Qingyu exclaimed. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Longevity fruit plus 20. Chen Qing had the same idea about this reward. He planned to use it to exchange for magic weapons from powerful cultivators or to build some connections in the future. The closer you are to death, the more precious life is. Chen Qing clearly understood what the ancients meant when they said that time is money and money cannot buy time. Immortal, it's an immortal. Look at them, why can't you do something like this? I would like to do it, will you give me spiritual roots? Hey, why don't I have such an excellent partner? Although I can't see the faces of those two people clearly, their temperament is definitely that of an ordinary person. Everyone was talking about it. Seeing that she had become the object of everyone's envy because of Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu couldn't help but feel secretly happy and a little proud. Then, after confirming that Sha Qingyu was standing firmly, Chen Qing decided to turn a brilliant move in his mind into reality. He swirled his hands and condensed a ball of azure spiritual power. After the ball of spiritual power turned into the size of a tangerine, Chen Qing shot it hundreds of feet into the sky. Immediately, with a loud bang, the spirit ball exploded into hundreds of flames that scattered in all directions, turning into a ball of dazzling fireworks. It adds a lot of color to the Lantern Festival. Looking up, Sha Qingyu gazed at the dazzling fireworks, her thin lips slightly parted, watching intently, with waves of light surging in her eyes. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Earth Grade Lower Grade Moon Slashing Sword plus 1. After confirming that the plan was feasible, Chen Qing condensed more spirit power balls, and each of them was different in color. They shot up into the sky one after another, and the next moment, red, yellow, blue, green, indigo, purple fireworks of various colors exploded one after another, filling the night sky. So beautiful. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 5th grade strengthening spirit pill plus 50. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 200. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, free attribute points plus 100. Note: free attribute points can be added to any attribute at will by the host. The fireworks were a delight to watch, and Chen Qing was also very happy to receive the reward for pampering his wife. Some Qi refining realm cultivators exclaimed, "Can spiritual power be used like this? Otherwise, others can find fairy companions, but you and I can only come to the Lantern Festival alone." I learned it. This time I really learned it. Got it. With our current cultivation level, it's difficult for us to create a single firework like this. He can create so many, so his cultivation level must be at least at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Oh my god, peak of the Golden Core realm. Both powerful and thoughtful, such a Taoist partner is truly enviable. Seeing the little junior sister's admiration for Chen Qing, the senior brothers around her couldn't help but want to become Chen Qing's disciples. How could they not admire such a capable master who knew how to win the hearts of beautiful women? If Chen Qing knew what they were thinking, he would just reply, "I won't accept any disciples." As for the next period of time, Chen Qing stopped what he was doing. It's not that I don't want to continue brushing, nor is it because all the spiritual power has been used up, but that the remaining spiritual power has a new use. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Eyes as sharp as a knife. Chapter 20. Like coercion. Yes, that's right, Chen Qing sensed the murderous intent directed at him again. After reaching the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, his perception range became larger and more acute. After a little thought, Chen Qing could easily guess the other party's identity. He was most likely the second prince, or the Tianyu sect behind him. In Chen Qing's opinion, after the assassination was exposed, the second prince would not only not restrain himself, but would instead go to extremes and commit suicide for fear of being sued and retaliated by the Chen family. As for the Tianyu sect, they would probably not be able to accept the murder of their inner disciples as they considered themselves a powerful sect. Of course, Chen Qing did not rule out the possibility that some great heroes wanted to get rid of him, the son of a powerful official, for the sake of the country and the people, in exchange for the good reputation of the world and a name after his death. However, this possibility was soon denied by Chen Qing. The reason is simple: it is not easy for ordinary forces to gather so many monks. Within the range of perception, Chen Qing clearly saw that there were no less than 30 people coming. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and there were even some at the peak of the Nascent Soul realm. These people really went to great lengths to kill me. Chen Qing didn't think the other party could kill him. The reason was simple: with his background and talent, even without the system, he would definitely be a villain with considerable threat. What's more, he was engaged to the female protagonist. The protagonist hasn't even come out of isolation yet, so how could the villain be finished early? In Chen Qing's eyes, the only person who could kill him was the protagonist, or the destined heroine like Sha Qingyu. Someone wants to kill you again. Looking up, Sha Qingyu deciphered a lot of information from Chen Qing's sharp eyes. "Oh, Madam has noticed all this?" Chen Qing asked in surprise. "Don't you think about your reputation throughout the Dao dynasty? The number of people who want your life is so high that even the entire imperial palace can't accommodate them all." Sha Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. "What about you? Do you want to kill me?" Chen Qing asked jokingly. Sha Qingyu hesitated. If it were before she married Chen Qing, she would have given an affirmative answer without hesitation. But after marrying Chen Qing and learning his true side, Sha Qingyu was unable to give an answer. "If my life is what you desire, Madam, I can give it to you at any time." Chen Qing took Sha Qingyu's hand and placed it against his heart. "I'm not a murderer. Why would I want your life?" Sha Qingyu withdrew her hand and turned her back. "Madam, are you reluctant to kill me?" Seeing Sha Qingyu's expression, Chen Qing couldn't help but want to tease her. Unfortunately, such empty words that cannot be put into action cannot trigger the wife-loving reward in the eyes of the system. Sha Qingyu felt like she couldn't agree, and she couldn't refuse either. She twisted her body and said, "Someone wants to kill you, and you're being so frivolous. I'm ignoring you. They are just a bunch of scoundrels. I will get rid of them right away." As soon as Chen Qing finished speaking, dozens of shadows spread out from his shadow under the moonlight and merged into the night. The other side. "Elder Li, when should we take action? There are too many people here. How about we wait until the Lantern Festival is over and then ambush them on their way back?" a disciple asked. "No, the longer the night, the more trouble we have. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible." Elder Li immediately rejected his disciple's proposal. He knew very well that the people above him did not have such patience. The elders had said so much, and the disciples could not say anything more. They took out their swords and knives, and murderous intent appeared on their faces. He didn't notice anything wrong with the shadow under his feet. The next moment, before the disciples of Tianyu sect could take any action, shadow puppets jumped out from the shadows, their palms turned into blades, and pressed against the throats of all the disciples. Before they could react in surprise, their throats were cut, and streams of blood spurted out. Died of horror, watching the dozens of disciples he brought with him being slaughtered by these inhuman creatures in an instant, Elder Li was filled with not only anger but also fear. "You, who are you?" "I am an inner sect elder of the Tianyu sect. If anything happens to me, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down endlessly by the Tianyu sect and you will never have peace." Elder Li tried to use this to intimidate the shadow puppets and make them understand the interests involved. "They are just puppets. What's the point of telling them these things?" Immediately afterwards, Chen Qing's voice came from above his head. Elder Li quickly looked up and noticed Chen Qing's presence. His realm was indeed higher than Chen Qing's, but he was too nervous to perceive so much. "Puppets, you made all of these?" Elder Li originally thought that the sect had gone too far in sending him so many accompanying disciples, but now it seemed that it was too few. They were all wiped out after just one encounter. "Do it." Chen Qing had learned from Elder Li that the mastermind behind all this was indeed closely related to the Tianyu sect, so he was naturally no longer of any use. "Want to kill me? Not that easy. Do you really think I'm the same kind as them?" After Elder Li said this, he burst out with the pressure of the peak nascent soul realm cultivation. In terms of cultivation, it is undeniable that Chen Qing is indeed not as good as him, but Chen Qing has shadow puppets, each of which has reached the peak of the out-of-body realm, crushing Elder Li by an entire realm. Like coercion, as soon as Chen Qing thought about it, dozens of shadow puppets present released their pressure at the same time. Boom boom boom. Dozens of pressures from the peak of the out-of-body realm, like mountains, fell from the sky one after another and landed on Elder Li's head. The knee couldn't hold on for even a moment before it bent and hit the ground hard, shattering the bluestone bricks. This is the out-of-body realm. The peak. Elder Li prostrated himself on the ground, feeling extremely heavy, and uttered these few words with difficulty. When he reacted, he lost all his will to fight. He never imagined that Chen Qing had dozens of puppets with the strength of the peak of the out-of-body realm in his hands. This level of combat power is enough to wipe out the entire Tianyu sect, let alone a mere inner sect elder like him. Little did they know that these shadow puppets were just the tip of the iceberg compared to the number of shadow puppets Chen Qing actually controlled, and were not worth mentioning at all. "No, don't kill me, please. I surrender. I admit defeat. I am willing to swear an oath to the heaven, and will be loyal to you from now on, even if it means sacrifice for your life, and I will never betray you." Faced with Chen Qing's strength that was definitely stronger than his own, Elder Li simply admitted defeat and wanted to serve him as his master. "I refuse." Chen Qing stated his attitude without hesitation. He has not yet fallen to the point of accepting anyone under his command. Elder Li's potential is obvious and he is of no use at all. Secondly, Chen Qing knew the direction of Tianyu sect and there was no need for him to lead the way. As soon as he said this, and with a thought in his mind, the shadow puppets increased their pressure. With a bang, Elder Li's body was pressed to the point of explosion and shattered into pieces. Chapter 21. Why has he become handsome again? After doing all this, Chen Qing ordered Ying Kui to cut off the heads of all the Tianyu sect disciples present, take them away, and escape into the dark world that accommodated them. As for those headless bodies, Chen Qing chose to stay where they were as a warning to someone. Afterwards, Chen Qing looked relaxed, having killed dozens of people, yet his body was not stained with blood as he returned to the side of Sha Qingyu, who was filled with worry. A smiling face popped out from the side. "Ma'am, it's okay, it's all resolved." So fast. During this time, Sha Qingyu had been following Chen Qing's instructions and facing away from the battlefield. It was because Chen Qing was worried that she would see too many bloody scenes and would be scared to have nightmares and unable to sleep. The destined empress. That was a matter for the future. Sha Qingyu, currently still not awakened, was a delicate, weak, and easily pushed down pitiful creature in Chen Qing's eyes. The most important thing is that there are rewards to be gained. How can this not be considered pampering your wife? Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Charm plus 50. Charm value. This is the most useless reward for Chen Qing. Rather than appearance, he hopes to improve his strength. Of course, it cannot be said that good looks have no benefits at all. At least most of the time, a good-looking appearance can make people feel closer. At the same time, when 50 points of charm are received, it will have an impact on Chen Qing's temperament, image and other aspects. Sha Qingyu looked at him again, and was stunned for a moment. Sha Qingyu frowned slightly. For some reason, she felt that Chen Qing seemed to have become much more handsome compared to before. Close your eyes, shake your head slightly, and then open your eyes to look. It's confirmed, it's not an illusion, I really have become more handsome. Regarding this, Sha Qingyu still held the same thought as at the beginning. A person's appearance would basically not change much after adulthood. No matter how much the skin changed, the bone structure would not change, let alone improve several times in just a few days. Could it be that I really have feelings for him? Apart from the possibility that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, Sha Qingyu really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. Chen Qing didn't notice this and said, "Madam, I'm afraid today's lantern festival will have to end early." When encountering problems, Chen Qing doesn't like to procrastinate. If it can be solved today, he will never leave it overnight. Since the Tianyu sect doesn't want to be decent, Chen Qing doesn't mind helping them to be decent. Those dozens of heads must be returned the same way they came. Are you planning to attack the Tianyu sect? After a moment's thought, Sha Qingyu could easily guess what Chen Qing was planning to do. Madam has seen what happened today. I have given them a chance to repent, but instead of restraining themselves, they have become even more aggressive and sent more and stronger killers to take my life. If I continue to tolerate them, am I still a man? Chen Qing expressed his opinion. Although the Tianyu sect is not among the top 10 powerful sects, its strength should not be underestimated. Isn't it too risky to do this? How about tomorrow? I will go to the Imperial Palace early tomorrow morning and inform Father about this matter. I will let Father make the decision for you. Sha Qingyu was worried that Chen Qing would act on impulse and hurt herself. No matter what, she, Sha Qingyu, was now married to Chen Qing in name only. As his wife, how could she watch him die? Madam, are you worried about me? Chen Qing changed the subject. What, can't I worry about you? Sha Qingyu puffed up her cheeks slightly and asked angrily. Chen Qing always maintained a nonchalant attitude, feeling that he was the only one worrying about this and that it was a waste of effort. Of course, you are my wife. Apart from my father, no one is more qualified than you to worry about me. Chen Qing said seriously. Sha Qingyu snorted softly. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Qing spoke first. Since Madam is so worried about me, why don't you come with me to the Tianyu sect? If anything goes wrong, they won't dare to act rashly with your princess status around, right? Chen Qing's idea was very simple. No matter how much he said, it was not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. He wanted Sha Qingyu to see who was stronger, him or the Tianyu sect. Okay. Sha Qingyu felt that what Chen Qing said made sense. She plans to use her identity as a princess to intimidate the Tianyu sect. If they dare to attack Chen Qing again in the future, she will hold them accountable. If you can't even save your own face, then bring up the current emperor. If the Tianyu sect really wants to break off relations, the Sha royal family is not easy to bully. Thank you, madam. I will be relying entirely on you to protect me during this trip to the Tianyu sect. Chen Qing hugged Sha Qingyu's arm and leaned forward, pretending to be weak. Looking at Chen Qing like this, Sha Qingyu really couldn't associate him with the devil in everyone's eyes. I even thought, what's the matter with being a little well-behaved? Okay, leave it to me. Sha Qingyu nodded heavily and agreed while thinking in her heart. After reaching a consensus, Chen Qing quickly took action and picked up Sha Qingyu from the ground. You, what are you doing? Sha Qingyu was startled. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Madam, do you want to walk there? Chen Qing asked. Isn't there a carriage? Sha Qingyu's cheeks flushed. Even if we ride at full speed, it would take at least 2 days to reach Tianyu sect from the capital. But with my speed, it would take no more than half an hour. Chen Qing made an analysis and presented Sha Qingyu with a choice. 2 days. Rather than wasting time, Sha Qingyu was more worried that if time dragged on, the Tianyu sect would be filled with hatred and their desire for revenge would become even more intense after learning that all the disciples they sent out had died at Chen Qing's hands. To prevent the situation from becoming irreversible, Sha Qingyu responded with actions instead of words. She raised her hands and hooked them around the back of Chen Qing's neck. A wise choice. Chen Qing raised his lips into a faint smile. Immediately, his feet were enveloped in spiritual energy, and he began to leap rapidly between the eaves of the houses, as light as a swallow, like a streak of flowing light. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Chen Qing brought Sha Qingyu all the way, using his body skills, from the capital of Dao to Shanfeng Mountain, where he saw the Tianyu sect, which was built above the clouds with only half of the building visible. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Tianyu sect? The guards at the foot of the mountain saw that Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu were unfamiliar faces, and immediately raised their spears and shouted. During this time, his eyes kept looking up and down at Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu. He glanced at Chen Qing briefly before moving away, lingering on Sha Qingyu for a longer moment. Without waiting for Chen Qing to speak, Sha Qingyu stated her purpose. The guard then said, "Are you planning to join the Tianyu sect? It's not the right time yet. However, if you can show sufficient sincerity, I might be flexible and let you two go up the mountain." How much sincerity do you want? Sha Qingyu came to Tianyu sect this time mainly for peace talks. Although she was unhappy about being blackmailed by the guards, she still patiently asked tentatively. As for him, just give him some spirit stones. As for you, the guard stopped talking when his eyes became obscene. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 5th grade Swift Wind Pill plus 3.0. Chen Qing had just received the reward for carrying Sha Qingyu all the way. Hearing the guard's words and looking at his obscene face, he immediately hid the system panel, summoned the previously exploded Earth-grade, low-grade moon-slashing sword with one hand, and simultaneously reached out with the other, grasping Sha Qingyu's shoulders and pulling her into his arms. While her back was facing the guard, he slashed out a vast sword light that could rival the bright moon. Chapter 22. Never Give Up. The guard at the mountain gate exploded and died under the sword light of Chen Qing, which was several meters long. His flesh and blood were shattered into pieces, and his bones turned into blood, staining a large area of the ground beneath his feet bright red. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Earth grade, top grade dragon trapping formation +1. On the one hand, he dotes on his wife, but on the other hand, Chen Qing considers himself to be a very selfish person in certain matters. No matter what, Sha Qingyu is now his wife in name only. In a world where the strong are respected, the mountain gate guard is obviously weaker than himself, but he dares to covet his legally married wife. How can Chen Qing tolerate this? Must kill, just for the sake of clarity of thought. Living this life over again, Chen Qing was unwilling to suffer any grievance at all, as he had suffered enough in his previous life. It's okay. Chen Qing loosened his arms that were tightly holding Sha Qingyu and said softly. Okay. Sha Qingyu agreed softly and turned her head to look. Although she didn't see any broken limbs, from the blood on the ground, it was not difficult to guess what happened to the mountain gate guard. Do you think Chen Qing is violent? No, Sha Qingyu didn't think so at all. She knew very well that the reason Chen Qing drew his sword and killed people was entirely because of her. No matter how innocent Sha Qingyu was, she would have seen and understood that the mountain gate guard was clearly coveting her beauty and wanted her to trade her body for the opportunity to go up the mountain. That was why Chen Qing had taken such a bold move to wipe him out. Just ask yourself, with such a domineering and protective husband, how many women in the world can resist? Anyway, Sha Qingyu didn't have any thoughts of blaming Chen Qing at the moment. Instead, she felt a strange, indescribable throbbing in her heart. However, before Sha Qingyu could think about it, a majestic voice came from the mountain. "You bold lunatic, how dare you start a massacre in the Tianyu sect and kill my disciples? You are seeking death." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of disciples quickly fell from the mountain like meteors to the sides of Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu, surrounding them layer by layer. The man dressed as an elder who spoke stood with his hands behind his back on a flight of stairs dozens of steps high, looking up at Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu. "You are the ones who are bold. I am the eldest princess of the Sha royal family. Your people are disrespectful to the royal family. My husband wiped them out and was already a light mercy. I advise you not to persist in your wrongdoing." Sha Qingyu stood out, unafraid of the cold light of the sword blades, and stood firmly with Chen Qing. "The eldest princess of the royal family. Sha Qingyu. So it's her. She's worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Dao. No wonder she's so captivating. One is the eldest princess, and the other is the royal consort. Should we take action?" After learning of Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu's identities, the disciples of Tianyu's sect were obviously hesitant, not knowing what to do. They all turned their gazes to Elder Lin Tianlin, asking him to make the decision. The eldest princess Sha Qingyu. Through Sha Qingyu, Lin Tian quickly determined that Chen Qing was the enemy that Tianyu's sect and the second prince wanted to eliminate. "I didn't expect this guy to come to me on his own initiative." Lin Tian raised his lips to an evil smile, thinking that this was a good opportunity to make achievements and join the core camp of the second prince. Then, Lin Tian suddenly had an idea and raised his voice. "The princess is being held hostage by a traitor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that thief right here. Rescue the princess." It was dark and he couldn't see clearly. Besides, all the people present were his own people, and he had the support of the Tianyu sect. Even if the royal family really investigated, he could get away with it by saying that he was eager to save the princess and didn't recognize the prince consort. In addition, with the second prince colluding with the outside world, Lin Tian didn't think that he would be punished for killing the son of a notorious and ruthless traitor. He wants to take a gamble. What do you want to do? He is this princess's husband. If you dare to hurt even a hair on his head, this princess will never let you off easily, and the Dao imperial family will not let your Tianyu sect off either, Sha Qingyu said anxiously, blurting out subconsciously without giving it too much thought. Quote. Upon hearing this, the Tianyu sect disciple who was about to take action was in trouble and retreated. Lin Tian was also puzzled. Isn't it said that the princess was forced to marry this dandy boy? Why is she now actively protecting him? On second thought, no matter how you look at it, Chen Qing is still Sha Qingyu's husband. As a princess, Sha Qingyu should simply feel embarrassed. I'm afraid I just wish Chen Qing would die. Who would like a guy who has no reputation other than bad reputation? Didn't you hear what this elder said? Go ahead, kill the traitor and save the princess, Lin Tian emphasized again and again, just to make this matter clear. He was acting out of justice and caring only about the safety of the royal family. As for the Chen family, what a joke. Why would a dignified immortal sect fear a mortal family? So what if he is extremely powerful? In Lin Tian's eyes, he is nothing but a straw dog or an ant. Who dares to attack? You can't hurt him. Seeing the Tianyu sect disciples surrounding and attacking them step by step, Sha Qingyu opened her arms and tightly protected Chen Qing behind her. Seeing Sha Qingyu being so ungrateful, Lin Tian acted wisely and said, "The princess is visiting so late at night. I'm afraid she hasn't informed anyone else. It's so far away from here. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid no one will know." His words could no longer be considered a hint, but a clear warning to Sha Qingyu. If she dared to disobey him again, he would kill her as well to silence her. Chen Qing, who was just about to take action, didn't expect that Lin Tian would give him a wave of benefits before his death. As soon as he said this, the nature of the words changed. "Today, I swear to never retreat even a single step. If you have the guts, kill me too," Sha Qingyu said firmly, vowing to fight to the death. "Okay, then I will be merciful and help you two desperate lovers get together. Go." Lin Tian ordered. The elders had given the order, and coupled with what he had just said, the disciples knew that they could not get off this pirate ship, and they were determined to rise and fall together. Seeing them approaching with swords in hand, Sha Qingyu, who knew no martial arts or cultivation techniques, closed her eyes tightly in fear. However, his feet did not retreat even a single step, and he still protected Chen Qing tightly behind him. She wanted to protect him with her status as a princess, and she didn't believe these people would really dare to kill members of the royal family. "Madam, you can open your eyes now." Just as Sha Qingyu was overwhelmed with emotions and her heartbeat was like the beating of a drum, Chen Qing's gentle voice sounded in her ears. Sha Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, only then realizing that the dozens of Tianyu sect disciples who should have been in front of her had vanished into thin air. Only Elder Lin Tian was left in the distance, sitting on the steps, his face full of fear, trembling all over, as if he had witnessed the sky falling. From this, it was not difficult for Sha Qingyu to guess what had happened. Only, turn your head left and right. Why is there no shadow puppet? Based on Sha Qingyu's understanding of Chen Qing's cultivation, at the Jindan realm, it should be impossible for him to kill so many sect disciples in an instant. Chapter 23. He is still hiding his abilities. Then, Sha Qingyu noticed the long sword dripping with blood in Chen Qing's hand. A bold thought came to his mind. Could it be that he had killed all those Tianyu sect disciples? Is this the strength a Jindan cultivator should have? The next moment, the frightened words coming from Lin Tian's mouth immediately answered Sha Qingyu's confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you, at such a young age, have reached the nascent soul stage? Lin Tian tried his best to deny this. Nascent soul realm. Hearing this, Sha Qingyu was both surprised and delighted. It is unbelievable that Chen Qing, who was only at the golden core stage not long ago, broke through to the nascent soul stage in such a short time. It was determined that Chen Qing was a rare cultivation genius that only appeared once in a century. If he worked a little harder, his cultivation level would immediately increase. Or maybe, he is still hiding his abilities. A pair of big watery eyes stared at Chen Qing, curious about how much her cheap husband was hiding. "Madam, the scene below may be a little bloody. If you are afraid, close your eyes first." Chen Qing released the hand that was supporting Sha Qingyu and walked towards Lin Tian. "Wait, don't come over here. What do you want to do? Are you trying to kill me? How dare you? I am an inner sect elder of the Tianyu sect. If you kill me, there will be no room for maneuver between you and the Tianyu sect." Lin Tian was only at the peak of the Golden Core realm, and knew that he was no match for Chen Qing. He had no choice but to bring up the Tianyu sect behind him and try to intimidate Chen Qing. "Anyone who dares to kill my wife must die." Chen Qing raised the sword in his hand. Hearing this, Sha Qingyu opened her eyes and looked at Chen Qing's tall and majestic back, holding the long sword high in his hand. Her heart was touched. "Spare his life." Chen Qing ignored the voice and chopped down with a sharp sword. The head rolled down the steps and bounced up. Lin Tian's headless body fell to the ground immediately afterwards, blood gushing out from his broken neck, flowing down the steps and spreading out. Seeing that scene, Sha Qingyu's heartstrings tightened, and she swallowed frequently. "You, how dare you?" The leading old man looked at Lin Tian, whose head was chopped off by Chen Qing, and was extremely sad. His name is Lin Wei, and he is Lin Tian's elder brother. He is the grand elder of Tianyu sect, and the dozen or so people following him are all inner sect elders of Tianyu sect. Why not? Chen Qing was not afraid at all. He swung the long sword in his hand, and the blood beads on the sword flew out powerfully, splashing into gorgeous blood flowers on the ground. This boy's behavior is brutal and he seems to be possessed by a demon. Today, we, the elders of Tianyu sect, will eliminate this evil for the people. Eliminate the demon and defend the way. Lin Wei took out a long sword and pointed it at Chen Qing. Seeing this, the other inner sect elders followed suit. All I can say is that he and Lin Tian are worthy of being brothers. Before doing evil, they never forget to raise the banner first, and use the slogan of being upright to do despicable things. As a great elder of a sect, Lin Wei's strength is naturally not comparable to that of a small elder like Lin Tian. Chen Qing can see that his strength has reached the out-of-body realm, which is above his own. Chen Qing, knowing that he was no match for Lin Wei, did not intend to confront him head-on. He was not the protagonist, so there was no need to gamble on whether he could explode. With a big leap, he retreated to Sha Qingyu's side. Seeing the situation, Lin Wei chuckled, "Are you scared now? Want to escape? Too late. Go." After saying that, Lin Wei reminded the elders, "Don't hurt the princess, otherwise it will be hard to explain to the royal family." All the elders nodded in unison, and then, with a step of their feet, more than a dozen figures flew towards Chen Qing, the weapons in their hands shining with cold light, each one more dazzling and cold than the other. Chen Qing was waiting for them to fall into his trap. Kill. As soon as the word was uttered, a shadow puppet leapt out from the dark world, its arm transformed into a broadsword, and it swung out fiercely. Boom! The dozen or so elders were chopped into hundreds and thousands of pieces under the powerful force of the sword. The wind from the sword did not stop, but became stronger and stronger, breaking the bodies of the elders into smaller pieces and turning them into blood mist. Killed more than a dozen inner sect elders of Tianyu sect with one sword. This scene shocked Lin Wei greatly. The body shook. What the hell is this? Lin Wei tried to see through the shadow puppet, but could not detect any trace of life. Puppet. Lin Wei was unsure, and he couldn't see through shadow puppet's specific cultivation level. The only thing he could be sure of was that he, like himself, was most likely in the out-of-body realm. Do you think that you can challenge my Tianyu sect with just such a half-human, half-ghost thing? Wishful thinking. After Lin Wei finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and killed the shadow puppet with a sword. More than a dozen inner sect elders died because of him. If he didn't do something, Lin Wei would be blamed and would not be able to explain to the sect leader. He raised the sword with both hands, activated his skills, and unleashed his strongest attack, the Tianshui sword technique. Spiritual power turned into waves, and as Lin Wei thrust out with his sword, it surged towards the shadow puppet. Faced with this attack, shadow puppet simply slashed down with a single blow. This strike not only completely destroyed Lin Wei's proud martial arts technique, but also turned the sword in his hand into ashes. Then, Lin Wei opened his eyes wide again, watching in horror as his hands exploded inch by inch under the invisible powerful force. His flesh and blood turned into mist, and his bones turned into powder, spreading out. Lin Wei wanted to hide, but he couldn't. Before he could move, his entire body turned into a ball of blood mist, floating in the air. As for Chen Qing, instead of appreciating how Lin Wei and the others died, his attention at the moment was all on the system panel. Before the arrival of the great elder Lin Wei, based on Lin Tian's words directed at Sha Qingyu before his death, the system concluded that killing one person was considered as pampering his wife. However, Chen Qing only found the opportunity to check the rewards now. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Earth level mid-grade skill, Great God Destroying Palm +1. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 5th grade Tianyu Dan +50. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Comprehension +200. 200 points of understanding. Without the system's explanation, Chen Qing knew that these 200 points of understanding were definitely contributed by Lin Tian. The conclusion is that not only can Sha Qingyu's feelings towards him affect the quality and quantity of rewards, but the stronger the opponent, the higher the quality and quantity of rewards. Good, very good. It's a pity that the reward ended when it reached Lin Tian. After all the people who came later, without exception, were coming for him. Therefore, no matter how many shadow puppets are killed, the system's reward standard cannot be triggered. Close the system panel. As soon as Chen Qing thought about it, dozens of shadow puppets were released from the dark world, each holding the heads of Tianyu sect disciples in their hands. Today, he is going to destroy the entire Tianyu sect to warn those who want to target him openly or secretly. Let them think carefully before taking action whether they are qualified. Chapter 24 You are worthy. Tianyu sect, the main hall of the sect. No, it's bad. A disciple staggered and crawled in, kneeling in the hall. What's wrong? You're so flustered, how can you be so unruly? Sect leader Lu Wuyan said dissatisfiedly. I thought, with me as the sect leader, no matter how big the problem is, can the sky still fall? Reporting to the sect master, the great elders and the others who went to support elder Lin Tian have all been slaughtered. When the disciple said this, Lu Wuyan, who had been calm and composed just a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression and stood up from the sect leader's throne in shock. What did you say? Elder Lin and the others are all dead. Master, I saw this with my own eyes, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Then, the disciple briefly explained the whole story. That puppet actually has the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. Lu Wuyan had indeed heard that as long as the refiner's realm is high enough, the puppet refined will not necessarily be worse than that of a human cultivator. But this puppet has strength comparable to that of a puppet at the out-of-body realm, and it can also unilaterally slaughter more than a dozen sect elders. This is the first time in Lu Wuyan's life that he has encountered such a puppet. Well, it seems that I have no choice but to take action myself. They are just a puppet with strength comparable to that of the out-of-body realm. Today, I will make sure that they never return. Life for life. Lu Wuyan stood up from the chair with a determined look. Master, there are not just one but dozens of them, and they are holding the heads of our disciples who were previously sent to the capital. The disciple quickly added. How much did you say? Lu Wuyan's body swayed, suspecting that he had misheard. After killing the great elder and the others, that brat summoned out dozens of identical puppets. The disciple did not dare to hide anything and confessed everything. Dozens of puppets in the out-of-body state. Lu Wuyan held the armrest of the chair and sat back on the sect leader's throne. He was in a dilemma and found himself in a dilemma. Master, they are coming in. At this time, another disciple of Tianyu's sect ran in quickly. Okay, I understand. Lu Wuyan knew that if it is a blessing, there will be no disaster, and if it is a disaster, there is no way to avoid it. Now, in Lu Wuyan's opinion, the best option is to reconcile with Chen Qing. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is not that big. At least, it is not like what he initially thought, that Tianyu sect can crush Chen Qing. In addition, he also made preparations for both scenarios, and instructed his disciples, inform all disciples, be ready and obey my orders at any time to activate the sect protection formation. The sect protection formation can be said to be the strongest trump card of the Tianyu sect, without a doubt, and it can only be activated by the combined strength of the entire sect. If Chen Qing was unwilling to reconcile, Lu Wuyan planned that with the help of the sect's formation and his own strength, it should not be difficult to get rid of Chen Qing and the dozens of puppets he brought with him, although the cost would be a bit high. Yes, the disciple agreed and quickly left the sect hall. Lu Wuyan followed closely behind, intending to meet Chen Qing. Soon, the two sides met. Listening is listening, seeing is seeing. When Lu Wuyan really saw those dozens of shadow puppets floating in the air with his own eyes, he couldn't calm down. The oppressive feeling brought by this appearance is much greater than that of human cultivators at the same level. Then, Lu Wuyan's eyes quickly locked onto Chen Qing, who was standing on a flying sword and holding Sha Qingyu in his arms. The two of them rode on the sword together. Mr. Chen, no matter what misunderstandings exist between us, now that you have killed this man, it's time to let go of your resentment. I have some fine tea in my house. How about we sit down and have a good talk? Lu Wuyan said in a humble tone. Sha Qingyu was speechless. I can't help but sigh that this world really respects the strong. If Chen Qing didn't lack sufficient strength, how could he force Lu Wuyan to bow his head? I'm afraid he has already ordered all the disciples of Tianyu sect to rush up with swords in hand and cut Chen Qing into pieces. I couldn't help but feel the urge to practice cultivation, thinking, I can't hide behind others all my life, right? On Chen Qing's side, after hearing Lu Wuyan's request to invite him for tea and sit down to talk, Chen Qing said with a cold face, drink tea with me. Are you worthy? You deserve it. You deserve it. These three words kept echoing in Lu Wuyan's mind. The smile froze and disappeared. He could no longer remember who had dared to speak to him like that last time, but what was certain was that the grass on the grave must be much taller than his now. Mr. Chen, I admit that you are indeed very talented, but being arrogant and conceited is not a good habit. You have to understand that there is a saying in this world that there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Lu Wuyan was trying to persuade Chen Qing to think carefully about whether he really wanted to go to war with the Tianyu sect. Kill. Chen Qing was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Wuyan anymore. He didn't come here to reconcile with Lu Wuyan, he came here to destroy the sect. Why waste your breath on a dying person? Shame on you. Seeing Chen Qing being so ungrateful, Lu Wuyan also became angry. Do you really think the Tianyu sect is afraid of you? Activate the formation. As Lu Wuyan shouted the word, formation activated, which resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Tens of thousands of Tianyu sect disciples simultaneously injected their spiritual power into the formation casting stone. The next moment, the formation stones were lit up one after another, and the stones were connected to each other, forming a huge formation diagram. When the formation diagram was fully lit, beams of light shot up into the sky, carving out a larger formation diagram above the 9 heavens, covering the entire Tianyu sect. This formation is called the Dragon Formation, a mid-grade Zon level formation. It is more than enough to destroy you. As soon as Lu Wuyan finished speaking, countless spiritual energy condensed in the air and transformed into a phantom of a dragon dozens of feet high. The Dragon Formation. If Chen Qing remembered correctly, he seemed to have just created a top-grade Earth-level formation called Dragon Trapping Formation, not long ago. I wonder if I can comprehend the formation with my current level of understanding. Chen Qing did not rush to order the shadow puppet to take action. The Dragon Formation had not yet been fully activated. With the idea of giving it a try, Chen Qing opened the system backpack, selected the Dragon Trapping Formation, and began to comprehend it. The eyes closed for a short while before opening immediately. It was not for any other reason, but simply because he had already comprehended most of the Dragon Trapping Formation, which had reached the Earth grade and was infinitely close to the Heaven grade. Chen Qing had thought that his current speed of comprehension was terrifying, but he had never imagined it would be this terrifying. A top-grade Earth-level formation can be comprehended in a blink of an eye. If this were to be made public, those formation masters who claimed to be geniuses would probably feel ashamed of themselves and lose the confidence to practice this art, and would never recover from it. If you have a high level of understanding, you can really do whatever you want. The Dragon Formation is complete. Today is the day you too will die. At this point, Lu Wuyan could no longer remove Sha Qingyu from this matter. Killing the current prince consort is already an offense to the royal family, so why are you afraid of having one more princess? By then, Dawu really wants to investigate, but since the person is dead, it's all up to him to decide what to do. Little did he know that this decision would bring Chen Qing a great gift, and the system was ready to take action. Chapter 25 The Ancestor comes out of seclusion. When the dragon was completely transformed, Lu Wuyan, the sect leader, flew up and stood above the dragon's head. He made a seal with both hands, then put 2 fingers together and pointed forward, destroy. As soon as the word was uttered, the dragon opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and rushed towards Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu. Looking at such an astonishing scene, and the dragon's body that was so huge that it was difficult to take in at a glance, as huge as a mountain, Sha Qingyu had never seen such a grand scene before, and she only felt small and powerless. In contrast, Chen Qing was calm and composed, with the confidence that he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. After all, this mere sect protection formation was more than 1 level lower than the dragon trapping formation he mastered. Even though Chen Qing has not yet comprehended the dragon trapping formation to the highest level of perfection, it is more than enough to destroy the dragon that is protecting the sect. The spiritual power was released, and the dragon trapping formation lit up in an instant, spread out, and turned into a cylindrical cage, trapping the dragon inside. Afterwards, thick chains shot out from the void and tightly wrapped around the dragon's body. With a sudden exertion of force, he tore the Tianyu sect's guardian dragon into pieces, turning it into scattered spiritual energy and returning to heaven and earth. Earth-level formation. You are actually an Earth-level formation master. The formation was broken, and Lu Wuyan and others suffered backlash. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces full of disbelief. Earth-level formation master. Seeing Chen Qing use the formation to dismember the dragon and break the formation with such tyranny, Sha Qingyu was already surprised and shocked. She had never expected that Chen Qing, besides being a genius in cultivation, also understood formations. When Sha Qingyu heard the words, Earth-grade formation master, coming out of Lu Wuyan's mouth, her heart became even more unsettled. The level distribution of formation masters is not as complicated as that of martial artists. There are only 4 realms in total: Tiandi, Xuanwang. In addition, formation masters are far more scarce than martial artists of the same level. Talent is hard to come by, and a formation master is often the target of various forces vying to win over. Not to mention, he is a dual cultivation genius like Chen Qing, who has an extraordinary talent in martial arts and an equally amazing talent in formation. Sha Qingyu firmly believed that once this matter was exposed, those top-level powerful sects would definitely fight for Chen Qing and fight to the point of bloodshed. I am even more convinced that with Chen Qing's talent, brains, and cunning he will definitely become an unrivaled overlord in the future. Sha Qingyu had never been so confident about anything. Surrender. We admit defeat. From now on, the Tianyu sect is willing to completely submit to Master Chen and serve you wholeheartedly. We only ask that you give us a way out. Lu Wuyan, who knew that he was no match for the Earth-level formation master, compromised with his hand on his chest. It's too late. Chen Qing uttered 2 words lightly. When he came here today, he never thought of letting Lu Wuyan or the Tianyu sect go. As I said, Chen Qing gave them a chance, but they were unwilling to cherish it. Then it's no wonder that Chen Qing is so cruel and ruthless and wants to wipe out the whole clan. Mr. Chen, please leave a way out for yourself so that we can meet again in the future. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heaven that I will never betray you. Why do you have to kill me? Lu Wuyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. If you had the chance to kill me, would you let me go just because I begged for mercy? Chen Qing's words stumped Lu Wuyan, and the answer was naturally no. There was no other way. Lu Wuyan could only steel his will and give it a try. He raised his voice and shouted, Lu Wuyan, the 18th generation leader of the Tianyu sect, please come out and save our Tianyu sect. This kind of drama is very familiar to Chen Qing, who was reborn. It is normal for a sect to have an ancestor who is a strong person with a solid foundation. A bunch of trash. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, a voice that sounded old but full of confidence broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, a figure in a long robe suddenly appeared beside Lu Wuyan, with white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. Lu Wuyan pays homage to the ancestor. Seeing that the ancestor really appeared, Lu Wuyan knelt down hurriedly. Seeing this, the other Tianyu sect disciples followed suit and said, Greetings, old ancestor. Seeing the ancestor appear, they were ecstatic. Great, the ancestor has come out of seclusion, we are saved. It turns out that the ancestor hasn't passed away yet. I always thought. With the ancestor taking action, no matter whether that kid is a formation master or not, he will be easily destroyed. After thinking that he had a backer, the speed at which they turned against each other was extremely fast. With the support of the ancestor, he did not take Shadow Puppet and Chen Qing's identity as a formation master seriously at all. Madam, do you see this? If you embark on this path in the future, you must never have mercy on your enemies. Remember, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Chen Qing used this example to remind Sha Qingyu. Thank you, husband, for reminding me. I understand. Sha Qingyu had no way of refuting the vivid example before her. She believed Chen Qing was also well-intentioned and accepted it with an open mind. Hiss, Chen Qing sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Sha Qingyu intently. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Sha Qingyu asked in confusion as their eyes met. No, Chen Qing shook his head. I just feel that the more Madam calls her husband, the more proficient she seems to be. Sha Qingyu was stunned at first when he said this. The next moment, her face flushed red as if she had drunk alcohol. She turned her head away and said softly, You are not serious. Ancestor Tianyu, Lu Wuyan. Not only did these two not expect this, the disciples of Tianyu sect also did not expect that their own ancestor had come out of seclusion, but Chen Qing did not even look at him straight in the eye, and even had time to flirt with Sha Qingyu and show his affection. This guy is too presumptuous. How dare he disregard our Tianyu sect's ancestors? Who said it wasn't arrogant? I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone this arrogant. They are so bold. They will be in big trouble soon. Please, ancestor, take action and quickly kill these two ignorant guys. The cries of, please kill, are endless. There is a reason why the disciples of Tianyu sect have such a strong desire to kill Chen Qing. When Chen Qing had just used the dragon trapping formation to kill the guardian dragon, they had suffered a backlash, falling 2 small realms at the lightest. How could they not feel resentment? How could they not hate him? As long as Chen Qing doesn't die, this resentment will be difficult to eliminate. Okay, good boy. Today I will meet you and see how capable you are. Ancestor Tianyu was already unhappy with Chen Qing's attitude of ignoring him, and when he was coaxed by everyone like this, he became murderous. His power exploded quickly, and his peak strength in the out-of-body realm was displayed without reservation. He's just a mere peak level out-of-body realm cultivator, yet he's shouting so loudly. If you don't know him, you might think he's an emperor. Chen Qing sneered. A tiny person at the peak of the out-of-body realm. You were looking for death. The corner of Tianyu Patriarch's mouth twitched, and his murderous intent was boiling. Chen Qing was too lazy to speak anymore. A shadow surged out from under his feet like a tide, covering the sky and the moon. Visibility dropped sharply. In a single thought, he released tens of thousands of shadow puppets that were comparable to the peak of the out-of-body realm. Chapter 26. Destroying the Sect. Tens of thousands of shadow puppets appeared in the blink of an eye, standing above the heads of the Tianyu sect disciples. The scene was solemn and dignified. Witnessing this scene, the group of disciples who had been clamoring and shouting for Patriarch Tianyu to take action and execute Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu on the spot suddenly quieted down. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths opened wide, but not a single word came out. It was quiet as a cemetery, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Quote. Even though he is the ancestor and the sect leader, his expression is exactly the same as that of his disciples, without any difference. What are these? Patriarch Tianyu had no specific understanding of the shadow puppets. After he reacted, he turned his head to look at Tianyu sect master Lu Wuyan beside him and asked. Ancestor, these seem to be puppets, and each puppet is equivalent to. Lu Wuyan hesitated to speak. What is it equivalent to? Tell me quickly. Seeing that Lu Wuyan was still keeping it in suspense at this time, Patriarch Tianyu urged him unhappily. The cultivation level of this puppet is equivalent to that of a person in the out-of-body realm. Can the cultivation level of this puppet be compared to that of a cultivator in the out-of-body realm? Before Lu Wuyan could finish his words, Patriarch Tianyu spoke hurriedly. Lu Wuyan shook his head and corrected himself. It's comparable to the peak of the out-of-body realm. The peak of the out-of-body realm. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Tianyu's body swayed and he almost fell from midair. He had not forgotten that his cultivation level was only at the peak of the out-of-body realm, but Chen Qing summoned tens of thousands of puppets with the same cultivation level as himself in a blink of an eye. Even if Patriarch Tianyu used up all the spiritual power in his body until the last moment, he might not be able to destroy the two shadow puppets. A strong feeling of powerlessness and fear quickly filled the entire body and mind of Ancestor Tianyu. It's hard to put into words. Looking at Sha Qingyu again, even though Chen Qing had told her in advance that he had many shadow puppets. However, what Sha Qingyu would never have imagined was that the many here meant that she could easily summon tens of thousands of them. Now, Sha Qingyu's heart finally settled down. She finally understood why Chen Qing was not afraid of the strength of the Tianyu sect at all and dared to talk about destroying the sect. If these 10,000 shadow puppets were given to Sha Qingyu, she would still have this confidence. At the same time, he also understood one thing. For Dao, the real threat has never been the powerful minister Chen Shang, nor the 100,000 cavalry outside the city, but Chen Qing. Compared with these tens of thousands of shadow puppets, it is no exaggeration to say that they are not even a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu suddenly felt fortunate that she had agreed to marry Chen Qing. Otherwise, if he got angry, who in the entire Dao dynasty could bear his wrath? She was even more certain that with a husband like Chen Qing around, as long as he didn't rebel, it wouldn't be difficult for the Dao dynasty's grand ambitions to last for thousands of years. After realizing this, the last bit of grievance and resentment in Sha Qingyu's heart for being forced to marry disappeared. Sacrificing one person can make the Sha royal family's hegemony last forever. It is worth it, absolutely worth it. Furthermore, Sha Qingyu no longer considered marrying Chen Qing to be a sacrifice. Just as she was thinking about it, the voice of Tianyu Patriarch suddenly came from not far away. Zhongheng is willing to lead the entire Tianyu sect to submit to Senior. I hope Senior will show mercy and let us go. Seeing that the ancestor had knelt down and surrendered, those fence-sitting disciples who followed the wind naturally followed suit. "Senior, please show some mercy and let us go. Senior, please show some mercy and let us go." Chen Qing hated this kind of fence-sitter's behavior and was too lazy to respond. He gave the order to kill in his heart. 10,000 shadow puppets sneaked in the darkness like ghosts, and appeared behind 10,000 Tianyu sect disciples in an instant, with their palms turning into blades. Lift the long hair with one hand, wipe the throat with the other hand, and pull hard, and the head and body will be separated immediately. Tens of thousands of Tianyu sect disciples, including the sect master and elders, died collectively in just a moment. From then on, the name of Tianyu sect no longer existed. Chen Qing did not take any action to destroy the bodies. He let the shadow puppet leave all the bodies where they were and then escaped into the dark world. He wanted to let everyone in the world know the consequences of being his enemy. Hide, why hide? The protagonist is still in seclusion and signing in. He has an immortal body and a system in his hands. He should be less arrogant and live up to his identity. I don't want to live my life again just to be a coward. Who? Exhaling a breath of foul air, Chen Qing hugged Sha Qingyu's waist and said, "Madam, now that the Tianyu sect has been destroyed, we can return home and rest in peace." Yeah, Sha Qingyu was already accustomed to such close contact with Chen Qing. She did not resist the behavior. Instead, she took the initiative to reach out and hug him to prevent him from falling. Everything looked so natural. The reason why Chen Qing sighed was because he was looking forward to what kind of reward the system would give him after killing so many people. From the time he used the dragon trapping formation until now, he had not had time to look at the system panel, and the red dot prompt kept flashing. With great excitement, Chen Qing summoned the system panel. "Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Heavenly rank lower grade 7-star flying knife +1. Heavenly stairs." Chen Qing looked surprised. The dragon was actually worthy of a heavenly grade weapon. Out of curiosity, Chen Qing clicked to view the details. 7-star flying knife. Use telekinesis to control the flying knife. The stronger your mental power, the longer the attack range. Kill enemies thousands of miles away with just a thought. Note: the 7-star flying knife can be upgraded by absorbing blood. Each time a knife star is lit, it can split and control an additional flying knife. Elevate by devouring blood. After making sure that he was not mistaken, Chen Qing hurriedly took out the 7-star flying knife and flew towards the direction of the Tianyu sect behind him. Although Sha Qingyu was curious, she tactfully didn't ask any further questions. She just needs to know that Chen Qing will not harm her. Even though they hadn't been together for long, Sha Qingyu was exceptionally confident about this. The next moment, the 7-star flying knife arrived at the ruins of the Tianyu sect, with the blade vertical. Immediately afterwards, countless streams of blood and energy gathered towards it, like floating red silk gauze, and were all swallowed up by the 7-star flying knife. The blood on the ground evaporated completely, and the corpses withered and became skin and bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the 7-star flying knife, which had completed absorbing the blood and energy, returned to Chen Qing's hands. Chen Qing grabbed the hilt and glanced at the blade. 2 knife stars had already lit up. Including the one he already had, it was equivalent to Chen Qing being able to control 2 7-star flying knives at the same time with his telekinesis. He was so satisfied with this reward that he let go of it and put it into the system backpack for the time being. Now is not the time to waste time on the 7-star flying knife. Chen Qing still has a big prize that has not been announced yet. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of rewards an ancestor, a sect leader, and 10,000 disciples of the Tianyu sect could trigger. Chapter 27 Holy Body. To be honest, Chen Qing probably had to thank Lu Wuyan, Ancestor Tianyu and others for coming up with the idea of killing Sha Qingyu as well to silence her. Otherwise, Chen Qing would just kill these people and there would be no reward for pampering his wife. Chen Qing clicked to view the next system prompt. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 10,000 swords holy body +1. Eucharist. If Chen Qing remembered correctly, there were 3,000 physiques in this world. Possessing one of them made one the most gifted of all. Not only was one's physique stronger than others, but one's cultivation speed was also increased, granting one powerful talent. The holy body is the most powerful physique among the 3,000 physiques, ranking among the top 100. Chen Qing couldn't help but ask, "System, where does this 10,000 swords saint body rank among the 3,000 physiques?" The system immediately responded, replying to the host, "The 10,000 swords saint body ranks 17th among the 3,000 physical constitutions. It is considered the number 1 saint body for sword cultivators. Ranked 17th, the first holy body of sword cultivator." Hearing the system's answer, Chen Qing's throat moved and he swallowed, feeling extremely happy. Now, he has one more bargaining chip to fight against the protagonist. He couldn't wait to use the holy body of 10,000 swords to enhance his cultivation, and believed that with his current terrifying comprehension, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With this in mind, Chen Qing closed the system panel and rushed to Chen Mansion at a faster speed. Sha Qingyu felt Chen Qing speed up, so she hugged him tighter and buried her head deep in his arms. Chen Qing raised his arm to shield Sha Qingyu's head from the strong wind. Sha Qingyu, noticing this, smiled. Chen Qing got what he wanted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 5th grade Tianyuan pill plus 50. At the same time, the news that the Tianyu sect was destroyed by an unknown powerful person or force was spread to various people through spies from all sides. Among them is the Dao dynasty and Emperor Wu Shacheng. "You, what did you say?" The Tianyu sect was massacred. After hearing this, Shacheng was shocked and stood up from the dragon throne in shock. "Your Majesty, the entire sect, more than 10,000 people, from servants to elders and sect leaders, and even ancestor Tianyu, without exception, all died tragically. Their heads were separated from their bodies," the spy said in more detail. Sha Cheng wanted to say something but stopped himself, raised his hand and then dropped it again, and slowly sat back on the dragon throne. With a little thought, it was not difficult for him to figure out who was behind this. It can only be him. Noticing the spy's strange look, Sha Cheng waved his hand. "I'll take my leave." The spy disappeared immediately. "It seems that we all underestimated him." Sha Cheng said this to the national teacher Xiao He beside him. Xiao He was still in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. Yes, to be able to destroy an entire sect overnight, this method is truly astonishing. Xiao He was very glad that Sha Cheng did not adopt his advice before and was anxious to take action against Chen Qing to eliminate the root of the problem. Otherwise, the Dao dynasty would no longer be called Sha, and the fate of me, who had given such advice, would be easy to predict. From now on, we must not be enemies with him. Sha Cheng was firm on this point. "I will obey your Majesty's order." Xiao He bowed. Couldn't agree more with this. Afterwards, Sha Cheng ordered someone to call the second prince Sha Ce to the imperial study. At this time, Sha Ce had just learned from his confidant that the entire Tianyu sect had been brutally massacred. How could this happen? How could this happen? Sha Ce paced back and forth in the room, puzzled. Where is the ancestor? Where is the ancestor of our Tianyu sect? Sha Ce stepped forward, grabbed the man's collar, and asked anxiously. Replying to the second prince, "The body of ancestor Tianyu is also among them." Upon hearing this, Sha Ce was so frightened that his body went limp and he fell into his chair. He seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He knew very well that without the support of the Tianyu sect, his chances of competing for the throne would be greatly reduced. Then, a voice came from outside the room. "Second prince, His Highness orders you to go to the imperial study." Sha Ce agreed and followed the eunuch who delivered the message to the imperial study in a dull manner. Soon, the eunuchs were guarding the door, and Sha Ce pushed open the door of the imperial study and walked in. "I saw Sha Cheng correcting papers all night long. Your son greets the emperor, father." Sha Ce bowed. "Don't send anyone to cause trouble for Chen Qing in the future." Sha Cheng didn't even bother to look at Sha Ce. "I don't understand what your Majesty means." Sha Ce was already very upset because of the destruction of the Tianyu sect. He was even more upset when Sha Cheng called him to the imperial study late at night and asked him not to target the son of a traitor. Bang! Seeing that Sha Ce not only didn't know how to restrain himself but also dared to question him, Sha Cheng slammed the brush in his hand on the table. "You rebellious son, are you not satisfied with killing the entire Tianyu sect? You want to put my royal family of Sha to death to make you happy. Tianyu sect. Sha Si's mind raced, and then he widened his eyes and asked tentatively, Father, you are saying that the destruction of the Tianyu sect is related to the Chen family. Without waiting for Sha Cheng to answer, Sha Si quickly denied it. How is this possible? Although the Chen family has some influence in the Dao dynasty, it is not strong enough to be an enemy of an entire sect, let alone destroy the Tianyu sect. What if I tell you that the person who destroyed the sect was Chen Qing? Sha Cheng's words stumped Sha Si. He didn't think Sha Cheng would joke with him about such a thing. Okay, from now on, you will be punished to reflect on your mistakes in seclusion for a year and you are not allowed to leave the palace. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame me for not considering family ties and removing you from the family tree. Sha Cheng held his forehead with one hand and waved the other hand, asking Sha Si to leave quickly and not to provoke him here. Sha Si hesitated to speak, knowing that if he continued to resist Sha Cheng at this time, he would only be deposed, so he replied, Yes, I will obey your command. He turned around, his eyes blank as he left, his mouth repeating in a voice only he could hear, How is this possible? How is this possible? After seeing Sha Si leave, Sha Cheng was still worried and ordered people to keep a close watch on him. If anything went wrong, all 9 generations of his family would be punished. Return to Chen Mansion. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension plus 50. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. Divine Travel Talisman plus 10. Chen Qing had already finished washing up for Sha Qingyu and covered her with the quilt. He also collected some rewards for loving his wife, which would provide him with more resources and chips for his future cultivation. Where are you going? Sha Qingyu asked when she saw Chen Qing turning around to leave. I'll go practice over there. Chen Qing replied. Sha Qingyu said, Oh. Then he saw Chen Qing walk to a distance, sit down cross-legged, and start to gather energy to practice. Sha Qingyu closed her eyes and prepared to rest. His eyelids trembled slightly. After a while, she opened her thin lips again and whispered, If you're sleepy, then come to bed and sleep. Chapter 28. Coming from behind. Okay. Chen Qing agreed but did not stand up. He knew very well that Sha Qingyu's words, go to bed, did not have any hidden meaning. Continue to sit cross-legged on the ground and focus on practicing. As for Sha Qingyu, she turned over, her face flushed red. She had never expected that she would take the initiative to say such shameful words. Chen Qing was indeed right. The going to bed mentioned by Sha Qingyu was indeed just going to bed, without any other deep meaning. There is only one bed in the huge bedroom. She can't let Chen Qing sleep outside, right? If outsiders knew about this, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. But if Chen Qing really couldn't hold back and wanted to do something, Sha Qingyu wouldn't resist too much. Although she still had Yi Feng in her heart, she knew better than anyone else that she and him were destined to have no fate in this life. As she was thinking, Sha Qingyu fell asleep. She was no longer like when she first entered the Chen mansion. She was always nervous because she was afraid that Chen Qing would attack her, and it took a long time for her to fall asleep. Chen Qing didn't say much, and began to use the 10,000 Sword Saint body and his understanding to gather energy and refine it, improving his cultivation. After a while, his cultivation level broke through from the 7th level of nascent soul to the 8th level of nascent soul. You have to know that this is without the help of elixirs, relying only on his own talent and the not-so-abundant spiritual energy around him. Under such conditions, Chen Qing couldn't help but smile at the rapid improvement speed. So he waved his hand and took out all the pills in the system backpack and placed them around him. As he consumed pills bottle after bottle, his cultivation level also climbed rapidly. At the same time, Damong Mountain, Nameless Cave. Yi Feng finished his training and suddenly opened his eyes. I practiced for a whole day and only just broke through 3 small realms. That's a bit slow. It would be great if I could sign a peerless martial arts book, or if my physique could increase my training speed. With this idea in mind, Yi Feng summoned the system panel and saw that the number of sign-ins had been updated. He clicked the sign-in option with anticipation. Signing in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lower grade heavenly rank technique. Sunflower Manual. Heavenly Rank Technique. After seeing these 4 words and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yifeng stood up from the stone bed with a look of ecstasy on his face. Great, great, with this heavenly technique, my training speed will definitely increase significantly. He immediately switched to the system backpack and took out the Sunflower Manual. Hiss, the Book of the Sunflower, this name is not as domineering as Yifeng imagined. Well, why think so much? If it's a heavenly level technique, how can it be weak? Yifeng opened the first page with great anticipation, and was shocked to see a line of large characters. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. Quote. Yifeng frowned and was stunned for a long time. Suspecting he had misread, he rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to confirm. If you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. Yifeng is not a fool, he knows what castration means. System, are you kidding me? After being stunned for a long time, Yifeng slowly uttered those words and asked very seriously. In response to this, the system, which only has a sign in function, did not respond at all and was very quiet. It wasn't the first day he'd bound the system, and Yifeng had so much to say that he wanted to curse that he finally turned it into a complaint. I bound myself to you to become stronger, and you actually want to ruin my sexual happiness for the rest of my life. He threw the Sunflower Manual aside mercilessly. He felt that such a thing would take up too much space in the system backpack. Xingyu is still waiting for me, how could I castrate myself? Yifeng was unwilling to be greedy for temporary cultivation speed and let down the beautiful woman. The future is still long, and it's just a waste of one sign in opportunity. For Yifeng, it is not unacceptable. Forget it, let's continue practicing. Yifeng, who was full of anger, resumed his meditation posture and stopped thinking about the Sunflower Manual. He decided to turn his anger into motivation, practice hard, and improve his cultivation. It's also to quickly get through this boring day and get on to the next sign-in. Chen Qing was naturally unaware of what had happened in the cave in Damong Mountain. However, compared to Yifeng, Chen Qing made rapid progress. Relying on the blessing of the holy body and talent, after refining the last pill, he had raised his cultivation from the 8th level of the nascent soul to the 7th level of the out-of-body realm. That's right, as a villain, his cultivation has surpassed that of the protagonist Yifeng, and he has surpassed him and left him behind. Not only that, after the pills were used up, Chen Qing also practiced all the skills that had been revealed previously to the state of great perfection. If you don't practice, you won't know. Only through practice can you appreciate the horror of high comprehension. It hardly requires much effort. Just take a look and you will learn it without a teacher. It is so simple that it cannot be simpler. Hu, Chen Qing exhaled a breath, calmed the boiling danhai, and stood up from the ground. I looked out the window and it was still dark. Chen Qing, recalling Sha Qingyu's words before she went to bed, took off his coat and climbed onto the bed. Quote. Sha Qingyu was not sleeping soundly. When she noticed someone climbing onto the bed, she slowly opened her eyes, but her body did not move at all. She knew that Chen Qing had finished his training and wanted to rest. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, sleeping in the same bed, and covered with the same quilt. It would be a lie to say that Sha Qingyu wasn't nervous. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the jade cheeks were getting hotter and hotter. However, as time passed, there was no sound behind him. Adding to that Chen Qing's even breathing, Sha Qingyu finally realized that she was being too sentimental. Instead of cooling down, his face became even redder. The guilt I felt towards Yifeng increased dramatically. If I continue to think about this, not only my body, but also my heart, will eventually. She decisively stopped thinking, closed her eyes tightly, and tried to clear her mind of all distracting thoughts. The more you think, the more confused you become. In a blink of an eye, the sky was pale as a ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Sha Qingyu gently opened her beautiful eyes, which were still a little sleepy. Just as I was about to get up, I found something pressing on me. I quickly realized that it was a hand. It's obvious whose hand it is. Sha Qingyu reacted and found herself being held in Chen Qing's arms. He wanted to break free, but considering that Chen Qing had practiced all night and must have been very tired, he couldn't bear to disturb him. There was no choice but to stay still and sleep a little longer. She had to sleep even if she couldn't. Otherwise, being held like this by someone, and a man at that, even if he was the husband she was going to marry, Sha Qingyu couldn't help but think too much. However, what Sha Qingyu didn't know was that for cultivators, especially those in the out-of-body realm, sleep was actually not that important and was dispensable. However, in order to complete the main mission as soon as possible and obtain the Great Emperor's cultivation, Chen Qing did not mind sleeping with Sha Qingyu and having more physical contact with her. If the physical distance is close, can the heart still be far away? Chapter 29. Starting the road to becoming the Empress ahead of time. Madam, you smell so good. Which perfume sachet do you use? Chen Qing put his nose close to Sha Qingyu's neck and suddenly asked. Did I wake you up? Sha Qingyu asked back. Madam, don't blame yourself. Chen Qing explained, I sleep more deeply than ordinary people, so I can't sleep for long. Hearing this, Sha Qingyu felt relieved. She had thought that she had woken up Chen Qing by making too many small movements. Madam hasn't answered my question yet. Chen Qing continued the previous topic. I don't need any scent sachet at all. Sha Qingyu denied. No sachet. That's body odor. No wonder it smells so good. It's so itchy. Please stop smelling it. Sha Qingyu felt something was wrong and squirmed. Chen Qing stopped there and continued, Madam, with your body fragrance, I'm afraid that when the butterfly season comes, those butterflies won't have time to collect nectar. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Just as she had said that, Sha Qingyu thought carefully and realized that when the season came, there would indeed be butterflies flying around her and staying nearby. After chatting for a while, Sha Qingyu turned around and faced Chen Qing. As their eyes met at close range, Sha Qingyu hesitated to speak, feeling shy when Chen Qing looked at her. What's wrong, madam? Chen Qing asked knowingly. Sha Qingyu calmed down a bit, forcing herself to calm down. Then she changed the subject and said seriously, Husband, I have something I want to discuss with you. Madam, please feel free to speak. As long as it is your business, I will do my best. Chen Qing was firm. Hearing this, Sha Qingyu's heart was inevitably touched. She truly felt how good Chen Qing was to her. To be honest, my husband, I also want to practice. After experiencing the events of the past few days, Sha Qingyu's determination to practice has become stronger and more determined. Especially after witnessing the battle between Chen Qing and the Tianyu sect, Sha Qingyu clearly realized that if one wants to have a say in this era where the strong are respected, it is not enough to rely on background and brains alone. The iron must be strong itself. Sha Qingyu had been pampered since she was a child, and the martial emperor doted on her particularly. He did not want Sha Qingyu to get involved in fighting and killing, so naturally she had no contact with anything related to cultivation. Let alone cultivation, Sha Qingyu hadn't even tested her talent, and had no idea whether she had spiritual roots or not. So, she wanted Chen Qing to take her to test her spiritual root talent. Is this paving the way for your future ascension to the throne and becoming the destined empress? Chen Qing had something in mind, but he agreed immediately, no problem. Thank you, my husband. Sha Qingyu smiled happily. It's just. Chen Qing hesitated to speak, deliberately keeping the topic in suspense. Just what? Sha Qingyu's smile disappeared as she asked doubtfully. If my wife is a rare genius in cultivation, and surpasses me in cultivation in the future, you won't be so cruel as to abandon me, right? Seeing Chen Qing's pitiful and aggrieved look, Sha Qingyu knew he was pretending and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The main thing is that I just saw with my own eyes last night how Chen Qing, with just one word, domineeringly destroyed an entire sect. The contrast was really too great. Those who don't know would probably really think that Chen Qing is a harmless little poor guy. If you don't believe me, Qingyu can swear that if I ever do anything to offend you in the future, I will be struck by lightning. Hey! Upon seeing this, Chen Qing gently placed his finger on Sha Qingyu's thin lips and said with a smile, as long as my wife has this intention, I am fully satisfied. There is no need for you to swear a poisonous oath. Afterwards, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu got up one after another. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 4th grade beauty pill plus 50. Chen Qing naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to earn rewards, and he helped Sha Qingyu change her clothes step by step. Sha Qingyu also changed Chen Qing's clothes in turn. The difference was that she didn't have the system and couldn't get the reward for doting on her husband. Madam, I suddenly remembered that I accidentally got a bottle of beauty pills before. I wonder if you are interested, Chen Qing asked. Beauty pill. Sha Qingyu was well aware of how precious this elixir was. It was a treasure that the concubines in the palace fought so hard for and were willing to spend huge sums of money to obtain. It was priceless. If Sha Qingyu remembered correctly, a first-grade beauty pill could guarantee a year of youth. If it were put on the auction block, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. The second-grade beauty pill is even rarer. It not only tests the alchemist's alchemy skills, but the ingredients are also scarce and hard to come by. After taking it, it can keep you young for 5 years. Even the skin of an 80 or 90-year-old can be rejuvenated. If my husband has any extra beauty pills, Sha Qingyu left her words unfinished, too embarrassed to speak. As a woman, she certainly hopes to stay young forever. Chen Qing immediately took out the bottle of beauty pill he had just obtained from the system backpack. It was still fresh and placed in a white jade medicine bottle. All of them were given to Sha Qingyu. Chen Qing's immortality includes eternal youth, so he doesn't need this elixir. It's better to get some rewards for pampering your wife and exchange them for more and stronger magic weapons. Sha Qingyu carefully took the bottle of beauty pills with both hands. She opened it and saw at least 30 or 40 pills inside. She exclaimed in surprise, "So many. Husband, may I ask what grade these beauty pills are?" Sha Qingyu raised her eyes and looked at Chen Qing. "4th grade. Chen Qing replied. Fourth grade." Sha Qingyu's hands trembled in shock, and the medicine bottle almost slipped out of her hand and fell. Fortunately, she caught it in time. Sha Qingyu roughly calculated in her mind that each of these 4th-grade beauty pills was worth at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and could preserve one's youth for 100 years. Even in the auction houses in Beijing, it may not be easy to find. Looking at Chen Qing again, he could easily take out dozens of them. It turns out that everything that happened last night was just the tip of the iceberg. Sha Qingyu didn't dare to think about how strong Chen Qing was, because it was beyond her imagination. Qingyu only needs one, the rest. Before Sha Qingyu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Qing. "If Madam truly treats me as your husband and as part of your family, then accept me as everything." Are you kidding? This reward for doting on his wife is about to be obtained. How can Chen Qing just watch it slip away? Well then. Chen Qing had said this much, so Sha Qingyu had no choice but to accept it. First take out a beauty pill and swallow it to keep your youthful appearance for 100 years. Then he asked Chen Qing, "Would you like one, my husband?" "No need, these beauty pills are all for Madam." Chen Qing declined. If one is missing, the quality of the wife-loving reward he will receive next moment may be reduced by 1 point, and the quantity may be reduced by 1 point. Sha Qingyu didn't force it, thinking that Chen Qing should have taken it before. Seeing Sha Qingyu putting the beauty pill into the space ring, Chen Qing followed closely behind, and couldn't wait to open the system panel, wanting to take a good look at what quality of wife-loving reward he could get by giving away these 54th-grade pills. The system panel opens before your eyes. A line of text automatically appears. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root +1. Chapter 30. Master Zhong. A supreme heavenly spiritual root. And one that's known for its domineering power, the Thunder Spiritual Root." The moment he saw the reward, Chen Qing couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The reason is simple. Chen Qing's current spiritual root talent is Water Spiritual Root, which is of middle grade earth level. Heaven grade spiritual roots are extremely rare in the entire Dao dynasty. It is a top grade heavenly item. Based on the information Chen Qing has learned, he is afraid that there is not even a second one left. The only top grade spiritual root of heavenly grade, this is so cool. Chen Qing immediately opened the system backpack, selected the heavenly grade top grade thunder spirit root, and confirmed the binding. Binding the heavenly grade supreme thunder spiritual root. The heavenly grade supreme thunder spiritual root has been successfully bound. It is worth mentioning that after the binding of the heaven grade top grade thunder spirit root was completed, the earth-grade medium-grade water spirit root that Chen Qing originally possessed did not disappear, and the two coexisted perfectly. Chen Qing was both surprised and delighted. He had dual spiritual roots, one at the earth level and the other at the heaven level. It was hard to imagine how fast his cultivation speed must be. 54th grade beauty pills in exchange for such a reward is a great deal for Chen Qing, a great deal. He was looking forward to the reward that Sha Qingyu would give him after she truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Not only will the things you give away bring high-quality rebates, but after completely winning over Sha Qingyu's heart, you will also have the support of the wife of the Empress of Destiny, killing two birds with one stone. Husband, seeing Chen Qing standing there in a daze, looking as if he had lost his soul, Sha Qingyu called out. "It's okay, let's go." Chen Qing came back to his senses, waved the system panel away, and left the Chen mansion with Sha Qingyu. If it was earlier, Chen Qing would naturally not miss the opportunity to get the reward for pampering his wife. No matter how small the mosquito leg is, it is still meat. What if you get lucky and win a big prize by chance? I bought some cakes, successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension value plus 30. Not bad. Chen Qing felt that if his comprehension value continued to increase like this, sooner or later, even if a heaven-level martial arts technique was placed in front of him, he would be able to understand it at a glance. When it really came to this, Chen Qing couldn't help but have a great idea of stealing the skills. He found a reason to go to the martial arts pavilions of the major sects to take a look, not too long, just a quick look. As for why I only got the wife-loving reward once, Chen Qing wanted to do it more often, such as feeding Sha Qingyu cakes with her own hands, but there were too many people on the road and she felt embarrassed. "Husband, where are we going?" Sha Qingyu asked curiously when she saw that Chen Qing hadn't mentioned the destination. "The leader of the Qingcheng sect has a very good personal relationship with my father. It's just right that I can lend you their land to test your talent." Chen Qing replied. "I see." Sha Qingyu responded and didn't ask any more questions. Afterwards, the two rented a carriage and got in. Although Qingcheng sect is not far from the capital, it still takes at least half a day to walk there. Chen Qing originally wanted to fly directly over on his sword, but Sha Qingyu was immortal and he was worried that he would hurt her. In addition, Chen Qing has other plans. "Madam, we are the only two of us in this carriage now. You won't be shy, will you? Come, let me feed you." Chen Qing picked up a piece of water chestnut cake and brought it to Sha Qingyu's mouth. At this point, Sha Qingyu no longer refused. She opened her cherry-like mouth and ate the cake that Chen Qing handed to her. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, free attribute points plus 20. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade nourishing pill plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 4th grade herb, cold moon grass plus 10. A reward for every bite. This surprised Chen Qing. Unfortunately, Sha Qingyu was not a big eater. She shook her head to indicate that she was full after just a few bites. There was no other way. Chen Qing could only quit while he was ahead and buy out all the remaining pastries to fill his stomach. The carriage had been traveling for an unknown amount of time when it suddenly shook. Chen Qing was quick and swift, reaching out to protect Sha Qingyu's head from hitting the window frame. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Immortal Brew plus 1. Just as Sha Qingyu was about to ask what happened, she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the carriage. After the sighs, several rough voices were heard. "Everyone in the car, get out of here quickly. Either leave money for the passage or you will die. Hurry up, hurry up. If you delay me, you will lose both your money and your life." Hearing this, Sha Qingyu knew that she had encountered bandits. However, she was not worried at all. She glanced at Chen Qing who was sitting next to her, as if as long as he was there, even if the sky fell, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Madam, please sit here. I'll go out and take a look." Chen Qing stood up and said. "My husband, please be careful. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry." Sha Qingyu did not forget to remind him. She did not ask to go with him, because she knew that even if she went out, she would not be able to help Chen Qing at all, and would only make things worse. Chen Qing lifted the door curtain and walked out. Glancing sideways, I saw the driver kneeling on the ground, not daring to say a word. "Boss, look at the way this kid is dressed. He must be rich or noble. He must be a wealthy man. We must make a lot of money from him," the bandit said without any concealment. The bandit leader did not speak for a long time. He squinted his eyes and carefully identified Chen Qing's face. Immediately, his eyes widened. You are Chen Shang's son, Chen Qing." "Wow, am I so famous?" Chen Qing said in surprise. "Since you are Mr. Chen, please forgive us for disturbing you, but please get out of the way. The bandit leader is not stupid. There is no need for him to make an enemy of the Prime Minister for a little money." Living in Dao, everyone knows that the two words, Chen Shang, occupy half of Dao. Who doesn't know that Chen Shang has only one precious son, Chen Qing, and he dotes on him to the extreme? If he hurts even a hair on his head, it will probably not take long for the Dao Iron Cavalry to flatten the entire Black Wind Mountain. Chen Qing said nothing more and summoned a shadow puppet. Although they didn't know what the shadow puppet was, the bandit leader and dozens of bandits felt tremendous pressure from it. "Mr. Chen, it was just a misunderstanding. Let him go when you can. Why do you have to kill him?" The bandit leader had heard that Chen Qing was a ruthless man who regarded human life as worthless. He didn't expect that even after he had surrendered on his own initiative, he would still want to kill him. Seeing that Chen Qing was indifferent to his words, the bandit leader said anxiously, "Mr. Chen, our Black Wind village has been able to survive until now because we have masters guarding it. If the situation in this deep mountain forest really becomes a fight to the death, it will not benefit you. Please come in, Master Zhang," the bandit leader shouted. "Please call in Master Zhang," the bandits said in unison. The next moment, a white smoke rose out of thin air, and an old man in a long robe walked out with a whisk in one hand. "Who dares to disturb my practice?" asked Master Zhang with a cold face. "Master Zhang, we have no choice but to trouble you to help us." "Don't blame me, don't blame me," the bandit leader said humbly with a smile. The appearance scene was quite grand, and when Chen Qing opened his eyes, he saw that he was just at the foundation establishment stage. This is the fish I caught. Chapter 31 One-click third-rank alchemist. Thanks to his hobby of reading novels in his previous life, Chen Qing is familiar with all kinds of routines, especially the plot where the younger one comes after the older one is defeated. Thinking about it again, Black Wind Mountain is neither far nor near from the capital. Since this group of bandits dared to rob people on the road here, they must have something to rely on. This is what Chen Qingdiao relies on. Anyway, he has to get the reward for pampering his wife, so naturally he has to bet bigger so that he can gain more. Look, the so-called Master Zhang was lured out by him. Even though he is just a small cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, the reward standard is many levels higher than that of dozens of bandits. Worried that the system wouldn't acknowledge his mistake, Chen Qing even shouted at the top of his voice, "Madam, please rest assured. I'm here today. They won't be able to hurt you at all." Listening to Chen Qing's words, and then looking through the gap in the door curtain at Chen Qing's towering figure, who stood alone against 10,000 enemies, Sha Qingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in her heart. "You are just a rat, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You are looking for death." After saying this, Master Zhang swung the whisk in his hand violently. Suddenly, a strong wind and waves arose, causing sand and rocks to fly. Then, accompanied by a loud bang, a tree as thick as a man's waist was broken and snapped. Seeing this, the bandit leader was overjoyed and quickly said, "Master, please calm down. Master, please calm down." Then he looked at Chen Qing again, with an expression that showed he was sure of victory. "Mr. Chen, in my opinion, we should all take a step back to avoid damaging the relationship." Master Zhang snorted lightly, looking down on others and acting superior. The next moment, Chen Qing had a thought in his mind, and the shadow puppet raised his foot and stepped down. Immediately afterwards, a vast divine power fell on the heads of Master Zhang and a group of bandits. The horses' legs were broken and they fell to the ground, neighing sharply, and the bandits rolled off them one by one. Before the bandit leader could figure out what was going on, he saw immortal Master Zhang lying on the ground like him, prostrating himself. he said with a look of fear on his face, out-of-body realm. Immortal Master, please spare me. Immortal Master, please spare me. There was no need to calculate how many realms higher the out-of-body realm was than the Foundation Establishment realm. Just from hearing the title of Immortal Lord, the bandit leader knew that he was in big trouble. Chen Qing didn't want to waste time talking to them. Take a look at the shadow puppet. The shadow puppet raised its arm and dropped it heavily. Please spare my life, Immortal Venerable, I am willing to offer. Bang, boom. After a series of earthquakes, Master Zhong and dozens of bandits were all crushed to death, with blood splattering everywhere. Shadow Puppet moved quickly, found a storage bag from the plasma, cleaned the blood stains on the surface of the bag with his spiritual power, then came to Chen Qing, knelt on one knee, and offered it with both hands. Chen Qing took the storage bag and teased, "Do I need you to offer it? Even if you die, these things will still be mine." And then, Chen Qing signaled the driver to continue driving along the original route. He returned to the carriage and sent the shadow puppet up the mountain quickly to wipe out all the remaining bandits. Of course, the most important thing is to plunder all the treasures they have accumulated over the years for yourself. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Chen Qing has the patience to accumulate little by little. What if there is a hidden opportunity? Is everything resolved? Sha Qingyu asked as she carefully observed Chen Qing from head to toe to make sure he was not injured. Although he knew that those people combined were no match for one of Chen Qing's fingers, it never hurts to be cautious. Fortunately, Chen Qing was not injured. Ah, a bunch of ordinary people, not worth mentioning. Chen Qing waved his hand, telling Sha Qingyu not to worry. Then, with the driver's shout of, "Gee," and the sound of the whip waving, the carriage resumed its movement. Is this a storage bag? Sha Qingyu recognized what Chen Qing was holding. Yeah, Chen Qing nodded. I picked it up from a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm. I wonder what treasures it might contain. Madam, you open it. Chen Qing handed the storage bag to Sha Qingyu. Compared to this storage bag, Chen Qing was more interested in the reward of killing the group of bandits and getting a wife who was at the Foundation Establishment stage. Sha Qingyu said, "Oh," and took the storage bag from Chen Qing. Chen Qing summoned the system panel and checked the reward prompts. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 3rd grade Alchemist Experience Pack +1. Chen Qing took a look and used this experience pack. Similar to the cultivation experience, he would become a 3rd grade alchemist with just one click. After the martial arts practitioner and formation master, here comes the identity of an alchemy master. Chen Qing's main skill is that it is always better to have many skills. Select it and use it. Using the 3rd grade alchemist experience pack. Successful use. The next moment, Chen Qing clearly felt that a strange alchemy memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind, which recorded various alchemy recipes, alchemy methods, methods of identifying herbs, etc. Soon it became one with this body. I wonder how long it will take me to become a 9th grade alchemist with my current level of understanding. The promotion standards for alchemists are different from those for martial artists. As long as one can refine 9th grade elixirs, he or she can become a 9th grade alchemist without having to move up one level at a time. Chen Qing plans to find an opportunity to try it. Continue to look down and you will be shocked. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 3rd grade moisturizing pill recipe +1. Having just become a 3rd grade alchemist, he immediately gave me a 3rd grade pill recipe. Chen Qing didn't know whether to call it a coincidence or praise the system for being so thoughtful. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension +150. Killing a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm can gain 150 points of enlightenment. For Chen Qing, it is definitely a huge profit. This added a lot of chips to help him reach the 9th grade alchemist realm. Ah, Chen Qing had just closed the system panel when he heard Sha Qingyu scream. Madam, what's wrong? Chen Qing almost drew his sword. What's in here? Sha Qingyu threw the storage bag away in disgust. Chen Qing looked puzzled. He bent down, reached out to pick up the storage bag, opened it, and injected his spiritual sense into it to take a look. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, you can't help but curse. You really can't judge a person by his appearance, this old pervert. This storage bag only contained a few spirit stones and pills, and the rest were women's underwear. Sha Qingyu didn't possess spiritual awareness, so she could only reach out and pick up the items one by one. When she discovered that it was something like this, one could imagine how she felt. He left the spirit stones and pills behind, then created a fire in his palm and burned the entire storage bag to ashes. You haven't seen what's inside beforehand and are deliberately teasing me, right? Sha Qingyu glared at him coquettishly. Madam, I am innocent. If you don't believe me, the driver witnessed the whole process and he can testify. I really haven't seen anything in here. Chen Qing explained. If you don't believe me, madam, I swear to heaven that if I tell you even a single word of falsehood, I will be struck by 5 thunderbolts. Hey, that's not necessary. Sha Qingyu raised her hand and gently pressed Chen Qing's lips, not wanting him to swear such a vicious oath. Chen Qing smiled knowingly, raised his hand, and grasped Sha Qingyu's. Madam, don't you think this scene looks familiar? After hearing what Chen Qing said, Sha Qingyu recalled that when she wanted to swear a poisonous oath before, Chen Qing had done the same to her. It seems that my wife and I are becoming more and more in tune with each other. Chen Qing joked. Chapter 32 Heavenly Grade Spiritual Root. Who is becoming more and more in tune with you? Sha Qingyu said this, but she felt a different feeling in her heart. Chen Qing smiled knowingly and said nothing more. The carriage continued to move towards Qingcheng sect. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. With the driver's whoosh, the carriage slowly stopped. The driver's voice came from outside the door curtain. Sir, miss, we're here. Chen Qing opened the door curtain. Madam, please. He got off first, then helped Sha Qingyu get off the carriage. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 3rd grade Moon Spirit Pill plus 50. A small action can bring a lot of rewards and feedback. Nowadays, Chen Qing is very skilled in pampering his wife, paying attention to every detail, and he does not miss a single detail. Seeing Sha Qingyu pull out her purse, the driver quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, if it weren't for your righteous intervention, I would have died in Black Wind Mountain long ago. How could I possibly accept money from you too? Since the driver had said so much, Sha Qingyu did not force him. She said thank you and went up the mountain with Chen Qing. Unlike the Tianyu sect, in the Qingcheng sect, after Chen Qing confessed his identity, he had a smooth journey and no one dared to stop him. No one wants to challenge the authority of the sect leader. It is rumored that the sect leader and Chen Shang have a life and death friendship. I can't afford to gamble, let alone dare to gamble. The two had just climbed the mountain and before entering the outer courtyard when they saw an old man dressed as an elder guarding the gate. When the old man saw Chen Qing appear, he immediately walked forward and bowed. Greetings, Master Chen. Let me introduce myself. I am the Grand Elder of the Qingcheng sect's inner court. My name is Li Sifan. Elder Li. Chen Qing responded and then explained his purpose, which was to test Sha Qingyu's spiritual root talent. Then he asked, could you please help me? No problem. Of course, Li Sifan had thought that Chen Qing would come in person to make some difficult request, but after hearing that it was just to test Sha Qingyu's spiritual root talent, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had also heard about Chen Qing's bad reputation in the Dao dynasty. Mr. Chen, Your Highness the Princess, please come this way. Li Sifan turned sideways and raised his hand, making a gesture of invitation. The two looked at each other, nodded, and followed Li Sifan to the training ground for testing talent. On the stone platform in the center of the training ground, there is a huge crystal. Through Li Sifan's introduction, the two learned that they could find out the attributes and quality of their spiritual roots, talents by simply going on stage and touching the crystal with their hands. Sha Qingyu glanced at Chen Qing. Chen Qing nodded. Sha Qingyu quickly made up her mind, clenched her fists, and walked onto the testing platform. Your Highness, please. Li Sifan raised his hand. Okay. Sha Qingyu agreed, and as she raised her hand, her long sleeves slid down, revealing her fair arms. She stretched them out to touch the cold crystal. After a burst of light flashed and the crystal was covered with white frost, a line of words appeared on the crystal. Heavenly Grade Top Grade Ice Spirit Root. Heavenly Grade Supreme. Not to mention that Li Sifan was stunned when he saw the result. Chen Qing also opened his eyes slightly. Sighing, as expected of the female protagonist of Destiny, she possesses a supreme spiritual root of heavenly rank. Fortunately, Chen Qing had obtained the more domineering heaven-grade thunder spirit root in advance, so he did not feel ashamed of himself. What's more, Sha Qingyu's current identity is his wife, not an enemy. She is just enjoying the luck of being the destined heroine. The stronger she is, the better it is for Chen Qing. Oh my god, a supreme spiritual root of heavenly rank. Looking across the entire Dao dynasty, I'm afraid there's no other like it. Who is this woman? Is she here to join our Qingcheng sect? With his joining, our Qingcheng sect will surely become an everlasting and immortal force. After hearing that someone had tested and awakened a heavenly grade, top-grade spiritual root, more and more disciples of the Qingcheng sect came to watch. Among them are even some geniuses who rank high in combat power. Sha Qingyu's heavenly rank, top-tier talent was already astonishing enough, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, which made many male geniuses want to become her Taoist partner as soon as they arrived. In their opinion, having such a Taoist partner means they have no regrets in their life. Chen Qing saw through their thoughts, walked up to the stage, and asked Li Sifan, "Elder Li, may I borrow the test stone?" Of course, if Li Sifan remembered correctly, Chen Qing should have tested his talent a long time ago, and it seemed to be at the earth level. Although the earth rank is excellent, it is still inferior to the heaven rank. Of course, even if Li Sifan had 100 or 1,000 courages, he would never dare to say such words. "Madam, let me show you my husband's performance." As they passed each other, Chen Qing smiled confidently at Sha Qingyu. "Okay," Sha Qingyu agreed, her tone still a little stiff. After all, she had never imagined that she actually possessed the world's top-level spiritual roots. At the same time, the word, "Madam," from Chen Qing's mouth was clearly heard by all the disciples present. As practitioners, their senses are much sharper than those of ordinary people. Did you hear what he called her? If I heard correctly, it seems to be Madam. Madam, how could he marry such a beautiful lady who not only has stunning beauty but also possesses top-notch talent? Judging from her expression, this must be her first time testing her talent. Now that she knows she possesses top-tier talent, she probably won't be content with a mediocre partner. She must be killed. Yes, the moment the results came out, they were destined to be from different worlds. Hearing these mixed voices, each one more certain than the other, he knew that the first thing he would do after awakening his supreme heavenly spiritual root was to cut off his past with Chen Qing. The first thing that came to Sha Qingyu's mind was not agreement but disgust. She didn't think that she was such an ungrateful person, and she had never thought about severing her marital relationship with Chen Qing. A cold glance. The group of people felt the pressure in Sha Qingyu's eyes and immediately shut their mouths, knowing that they were talking too much and had made her unhappy. How dare they offend such a person who possesses top-level talent and will definitely be fought over by major forces in the future and will become the supreme leader? It's almost the same as keeping it in your heart and worshipping it like an ancestor. Be firm. You can only respect and fear Sha Qingyu. You must never offend her or stand against her. Otherwise, one word from her could put your life in jeopardy. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Seeing that they had all shut up, Sha Qingyu felt much calmer. Coming back to her senses, she turned her head to look at the test stone, wanting to know what Chen Qing's talent was. On Chen Qing's side, he had already arrived in front of the talent stone and raised his hand to touch the crystal. Boom! When a powerful wave of energy dissipated and rushed out, hundreds of lightning patterns could be clearly seen flashing around, and a line of words slowly emerged on the crystal. Heavenly grade top-grade thunder spirit root. Chapter 33 Top Comprehension. Looking at the column of words that appeared on the test stone. Some people opened their mouths wide but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Some people rub their eyes and blink repeatedly to confirm whether they are hallucinating. Ah, is this true? Am I hallucinating? Another heavenly grade, top-grade spiritual root. Hallucination. We can't all be hallucinating, right? This two heavenly grade, top-grade spiritual roots appeared at once. When did heavenly grade, top-grade spiritual roots become so cheap? Thunder spiritual root. This is a thunder spiritual root known for its dominance. It is already a top-grade spiritual root, and coupled with its heavenly-grade supreme quality, his future is bound to be limitless. What about the guy who just said he wasn't worthy of that lady? Do you have the guts to come out and walk a few steps? After learning that not only Sha Qingyu but also Chen Qing possessed supreme heavenly-grade spiritual roots and possessed top-tier talent, those who had been speaking without thinking just a moment ago immediately lowered their heads and retreated outside the crowd. As for those geniuses who once had fantasies about Sha Qingyu, they quickly suppressed the unbudding feelings in their hearts. They knew very well that they were not worthy of such a Taoist partner. They don't even have the courage to provoke a genius who possesses the best heavenly-grade thunder spirit root. No, from their point of view, Chen Qing should be described as a genius among geniuses. Hearing these words, Sha Qingyu, the wife, felt secretly pleased and puffed out her chest with pride. Those who knew were praising Chen Qing, while those who didn't thought were praising her. Looking at the great elder Li Sifan who was in charge of the awakening ceremony, he had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a scene. The moment he recovered from his shock, he immediately invited Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu, "Would you both consider joining our Qingcheng sect?" "As the Grand Elder, I guarantee that I will." Li Sifan swallowed the words back when he was about to speak. Knowing that with the current influence and resources of Qingcheng sect, it is not qualified to have such a genius. One is already in such a state, let alone two with top-notch heavenly talents. Even if Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu were really willing to join the Qingcheng sect, the Qingcheng sect would have to have the strength to protect them. Once the fact that these two possess top-level talent is exposed, all the major sects and forces will inevitably rush to snatch them up. Such a big thing, we definitely can't defend it. Thinking of this, Li Sifan decisively changed his tone. "Now that my talent has been tested, I wonder if Master Chen has any further instructions. I've heard that the Qingcheng sect's Kung Fu Pavilion has countless treasures. Could you please let us to broaden our horizons?" Chen Qing decided to let his top-level understanding shine at this moment. "No problem, this way please." Li Sifan's idea was very simple. Even if there was no relationship between the sect master and Chen Shang, based on Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu's talents, what would be wrong with giving them one or two martial arts techniques? If Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu become overlords in the future and recall the kindness they showed today, a casual word from them could potentially cause the entire Qingcheng sect to undergo earth-shaking changes and become a top-tier powerful sect. Afterwards, Chen Qing and the other two followed Li Sifan to the Qingcheng sect's Kung Fu Pavilion. According to Li Sifan's introduction, this martial arts pavilion is divided into 4 floors, arranged according to the order of heaven, earth, and yellow. The first floor has 4,000 yellow-level martial arts, the second floor has 500 black-level martial arts, the third floor has 48 earth-level martial arts, and the fourth floor has 3 heaven-level martial arts. Master Chen and Her Royal Highness the Princess can freely choose a technique from the 3 floors, earth, zon, and yellow. It's not that Li Sifan is unwilling to give the heavenly-level martial arts technique, but as an elder of the sect, he is not qualified. The heavenly-grade martial arts could be said to be one of the sect's foundational skills, and only the sect leader had the authority to decide who could learn it. Even though he was the head of the elders, he had no authority to decide such matters. "Thank you, Elder Li." Chen Qing turned sideways and looked at Sha Qingyu again. "Madam, let's go in." "Yeah." Sha Qingyu nodded gently. He was very grateful to Chen Qing. Not only did he bring him all the way here to awaken his spiritual talent, but he also gave him, an outsider, the opportunity to enter the Kung Fu Pavilion and choose a Kung Fu technique. The 3 of them entered the Gongfa Pavilion together. Chen Qing skipped the first and second floors and came to the 3rd floor with Sha Qingyu. Compared with the first and second floors, the 3rd floor is obviously much more spacious, and the bookshelves are sparsely arranged. Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu each chose a technique that suited them. Said to choose one, however, Chen Qing relied on his top-level comprehension. After flipping through 2 pages, he memorized all the earth-level skills and comprehended most of them. Li Sifan, who was watching from the side, was very puzzled. What could Chen Qing understand at this reading speed? Little did they know that in just a short while, Chen Qing had already mastered all the 48 earth-level skills. He was only a step away from achieving perfection, and it was only a matter of time. Seeing Chen Qing put the last manual back to its original place, Li Sifan stepped forward and asked, "Why?" Are none of these manuals to your liking, Master Chen? These skills are good, but they are still different from my way of practicing. Chen Qing wanted to test whether he could go to the third floor and take a look at the 3 heavenly level skills. Don't look too much, just take a look. This, Li Sifan heard the implicit meaning of Chen Qing's words and didn't know what to do for a moment. Then, a voice broke through the air and entered his mind. Let him go to the 4th floor. Yes, Li Sifan responded in his heart, knowing very well that the owner of this voice was none other than the leader of Qingcheng sect. Mr. Chen, the sect master has ordered me to take you to the 4th floor. Li Sifan turned sideways and raised his hand. Please. Thank you. Chen Qing responded with a smile. Seeing the two of them go up to the 4th floor, Sha Qingyu did not follow them. She felt that this earth-level technique was already extremely profound and would take her some time to comprehend. He believed that Chen Qing could reach the 4th floor because his talent was stronger than his. Sha Qingyu didn't intend to become fat all at once, and decided to cultivate step by step. Not long, Chen Qing went to the 4th floor under the guidance of Li Sifan. There are 3 desks in total, and on each desk is placed a set of exercises, wrapped in a powerful Taoist rhyme. They are Ice Sky Mysterious Art, 9 Heavens Thunder Art, and Golden Bell Hegemony Body Art. One is ice, one is thunder, and the other is a technique that focuses on defense, all of which are lower-grade heavenly levels. Chen Qing was not disappointed. For a sect like Qingcheng sect, it was not easy to possess 3 heavenly level skills. After Chen Qing confirmed with Li Sifan whether he could go forward to take a look, he walked over. Read them one by one. Even if it was a powerful lower-grade heavenly rank technique, with Chen Qing's current level of comprehension, he could still easily memorize it and comprehend a lot of its contents. Chen Qing already had a plan in mind. He would wait for Sha Qingyu to choose a ground-level technique and then receive a reward for pampering his wife. Then teach her the Ice and Sky Mysterious Art, and get the reward again. I want to know what kind of rewards I can get for doting on my wife by obtaining this Earth-level martial arts technique and this Heaven-level martial arts technique. Chapter 34 9 Nether Immortal Dragon. Even if the probability is very low, the Heaven grade is here. If Chen Qing thinks about it, the possibility of getting a treasure will not be too low. Mr. Chen, I wonder which of these 3 martial arts techniques you like. Li Sifan saw Chen Qing put down the Golden Bell body technique and walked up to ask. Just choose this 9 Heavens Thunder Art, which is consistent with the innate attributes of my spiritual roots. In order to avoid Li Sifan's suspicion, Chen Qing reached out and picked up the 9 Heavens Thunder Art. As for the matter of passing on the Ice Sky Mysterious Art to Sha Qingyu later, the world is so big, and this art is not created by the Qingcheng sect alone. Who can guarantee that there are no other copies out there? The most important thing is that I just picked it up and took a look at it, so where would I have the time to learn from others? Chen Qing is willing to confess, but not everyone is willing to believe him. Well then, please come into the training room to practice, Mr. Chen. Li Sifan's meaning was very simple. Chen Qing could not take the 9 Heavens Thunder Art away with him. He could only practice it in the training room in the Kung Fu Pavilion, and he could practice for as long as he wanted. Okay, thank you Elder Li for leading the way. Chen Qing nodded. It was just right for him to use the training room of Qingcheng sect to integrate the dozens of Earth-level skills with the 3 Heaven-level skills and make full use of them for his own benefit. Noticing Chen Qing and the other 2 coming down from the 4th floor, Sha Qingyu quickly stepped forward. He picked up a mid-grade Earth-level technique called Proud 9 Lotuses, and said to Li Sifan, Elder Li, this is the technique I chose. Your Highness, Princess, and Mr. Chen, please follow me to the training room to practice. Li Sifan raised his hand and invited. Good, on the way. Proud 9 Lotus Art. Chen Qing glanced at the technique in Sha Qingyu's hand and remembered clearly that this technique belonged to the ice system and had a total of 9 levels. It could transform one's own spiritual power into a huge ice lotus. With each level of improvement, the size of the ice lotus would increase exponentially. When one cultivates to the 9th level of great perfection, an ice lotus falls, instantly freezing 1,000 miles and burying billions of lives alive. It is indeed a technique that is very suitable for Sha Qingyu to practice. My wife has good taste. Chen Qing admired it very much. However, Compared to the ice and sky mysterious art in his hands, the proud nine lotus art is still far inferior. Then, under the guidance of Li Sifan, the two of them entered the training room respectively. He just stood outside the door, not moving a step. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. The 100,000-year-old spirit pet, the 9-nether immortal dragon. Note: the spirit pet is 100% loyal to the host, locked in for life, and cannot betray. Absolute obedience. How much? Chen Qing was just about to regret that he and his wife were not in the same training room, so he couldn't immediately pass on the ice sky mysterious art to Sha Qingyu and get the pampering wife reward. Who would have thought that he would be immediately captivated by the wife-loving reward of obtaining a mid-grade Earth-level martial art for Sha Qingyu? 100,000-year-old spiritual pet. Chen Qing confirmed it several times and was sure that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a 100,000-year-old spiritual pet. If I remember correctly, a 1,000-year-old monster beast is already capable of massacring a city, and a 10,000-year-old monster beast is even capable of destroying a nation. This 100,000-year-old spirit pet is from the immortal dragon clan. Even though Chen Qing is a hack, his imagination is inevitably limited. The 4 words, "destroy the world," popped out of my mind. This system can really create surprises for me. Chen Qing was ecstatic as his chips increased by a large amount. Hoo-ha-hoo, take a deep breath and calm down. Chen Qing sat down cross-legged and decided that without further delay, he would quickly comprehend dozens of Earth-level skills and 3 Heaven-level skills to the state of great perfection. Meanwhile, Sha Qingyu was also diligently practicing the proud 9 lotus art, according to the instructions. As time goes by bit, the news about Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu awakening their top talents spread like wildfire. Through the mouths of people like Tianji Pavilion and Zhongbu Baishaosheng, the news spread to the Dao dynasty and various forces. Among them naturally include Emperor Wu and Sha Cheng. You, tell me again, what kind of spiritual roots and talents does Qingyu have? Sha Cheng widened his eyes, looked at the spy in front of the desk, and asked again and again to confirm. Your Majesty, Her Royal Highness the Princess went to Qingcheng sect to participate in the talent awakening. The test stone shows that she has a top-grade heavenly ice spirit root. This was the 4th time the spy repeated the same answer. A heavenly grade top-grade ice spirit root, great. I didn't expect that my precious daughter is a peerless genius that only appears once in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. Sha Cheng's happiness was written all over his face. Turning his gaze to Imperial Master Xiao He, he asked, is it not right for me to agree to the marriage between the Chen family and Qingyu so soon? It is indeed amazing that Chen Qing could wipe out the Tianyu sect in one night, but this heavenly grade top-grade spiritual root represents the potential to become the supreme being. This, before Xiao He could figure out how to answer so as not to offend either side. The spy kneeling in front of the palace spoke again, Your Majesty, Prince Consort Chen has also come on stage to participate in the awakening of his talent. Hasn't his talent been tested a long time ago? I remember it seemed to be Earth level. Sha Cheng looked at Xiao He with some uncertainty. He still remembered it vividly and scolded Chen Qing more than once for wasting his talent and indulging in luxury. Upon hearing this, Xiao He bowed and said, Your Majesty is right. Prince Consort Chen does indeed have a mid-grade Earth-level water spirit root. Your Majesty, after Prince Consort Chen came to power, the test stone showed that he had a heavenly grade, top-grade thunder spirit root. The spy reported truthfully. Thunder spiritual root. Top-grade heavenly grade. Sha Cheng stood up from the dragon throne. Xiao He's expression also changed drastically, he was in disbelief. Are you sure the news is correct? Sha Cheng confirmed repeatedly. I am willing to guarantee with my life that every word I say is true. The spy stated his attitude. Okay, you go down first. Sha Cheng waved his hand. Yes, I'll take my leave. After the spy left, Sha Cheng's gaze returned to Xiao He. Master, tell me, this is clearly a mid-grade Earth-rank spiritual root. How did it suddenly become a top-grade Heaven-rank spiritual root, and even more so, a more powerful Thunder-type spiritual root? Sha Cheng couldn't understand the reason behind this. Your Majesty, I once saw in an ancient book a genius with dual spiritual root talents who could cultivate 2 spiritual root talents at the same time. Xiao He recalled. Dual spiritual root talent. You mean, he not only possesses the middle grade earth level water spiritual root, but also the top grade heaven level thunder spiritual root. Sha Cheng, who understood the meaning of Xiao He's words, opened his mouth unconsciously. Even though he considered himself knowledgeable, he still found it hard to imagine how terrifying the future achievements of Chen Qing, who possessed 2 top-level cultivation talents, would be. It seems that I underestimated him. It's not that he is marrying above Qingyu, but Qingyu is marrying above him. Sha Cheng had to accept this fact. I no longer dared to have even the slightest thought of separating the two of them. I have to admit that I'm getting old. Sigh, this young generation is really becoming more and more evil. Return to Qingcheng sect. At this moment, whether it was the disciples fighting fiercely in the martial arts arena, the disciples wandering around with nothing to do, or the disciples enjoying the romantic moments in the bamboo forest while their master wasn't paying attention. Without exception, everyone put down what they were doing and looked up at the sky. I witnessed giant flying boats sailing overhead, blocking out the sky and the sun. Chapter 35 The Emperor's Appearance. Where are all these flying boats coming from? Is a sect planning to declare war on us? If a war really breaks out, the ones that come are warships equipped with artillery. Looking at the totem on the hull, it seems to be the Tianjian sect. The Heavenly Sword sect, isn't that one of the 10 most powerful sects in Dao? We in Qingcheng have always kept to ourselves, right? Stupid, is there any need to explain? The Tianjian sect must be targeting the young couple with top talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the others suddenly understood and decided that this was the correct answer. The Tianjian sect is here, why is no one welcoming us? A middle-aged man's roar was heard from the flying boat, echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Although the disciples of Qingcheng sect were unhappy, they were one of the 10 most powerful sects. No matter how much they were unwilling, they had to suppress it and swallow it back. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Upon hearing this, Li Sifan, the great elder, had no choice but to order someone to guard the door of the training room on his behalf. He immediately moved quickly and appeared in the air above Qingcheng sect in a blink of an eye, only a few feet away from the person who was shouting. I am Li Sifan, the grand elder of Qingcheng sect. Nice to meet you fellow Taoists. Li Sifan bowed. The 10 most powerful sects must be given due respect. As the grand elder, he did not want to go to war with the Tianjian sect. He knew very well that if a war really broke out, the Qingcheng sect would most likely be removed from the list and exit the stage of history. Stop talking nonsense and hand the person over immediately. Even though he was facing a great elder of a sect, the middle-aged man was not polite at all and spoke in an imperative tone. In an era where the strong are respected, he considered himself a strong man, so naturally there was no need for him to be polite to Li Sifan, who was weaker than him. People, I wonder what kind of people you want, Li Sifan asked knowingly, pretending to be stupid. I don't want to repeat the same thing to those 2 geniuses with supreme heavenly spiritual roots. The middle-aged man emphasized his tone, your Qingcheng sect is not qualified to keep such a genius. Fellow Taoist, you don't know that these 2 people have not joined our Qingcheng sect. They are just temporarily borrowing our sect's training room to practice. As for whether they agree to leave with you, we will have to wait until they come out of seclusion to know. Li Sifan responded truthfully. What he was most worried about finally happened, faster than he had imagined. It is expected that there are definitely more than just the Tianjian sect who are targeting Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu's talents. They just came faster than others. I don't know how many forces there are on the road. Take me there. If Li Sifan could think of it, how could the middle-aged man not think of it? The purpose of his trip was to get ahead of other sects and bring the 2 geniuses back to Tianjian sect for training, so that they could become the hope for Tianjian sect to rise in the future and become the strongest sect. Please come this way, fellow Taoist. Li Sifan didn't want to cause trouble for himself or the Qingcheng sect, so he stepped aside. Seeing that Li Sifan was sensible, the middle-aged man did not make things difficult for him. On the way, Li Sifan learned that the middle-aged man was named Zhao Tianyu, and was an inner sect elder of the Tianjian sect. Soon, Zhao Tianyu, led by Li Sifan, entered the training room of the Kung Fu Pavilion. Fellow Taoist Zhao, those 2 are practicing in there. Li Sifan pointed to 2 adjacent practice rooms. Open it. Zhao Tianyu was still high and mighty. Fellow Taoist Zhao, You don't know that once the door of our sect's training room is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. Li Sifan explained. In that case, Brother Li, you don't mind if I use some tough measures, right? Zhao Tianyu said, with a long green sword in his hand. Without waiting for Li Sifan to speak, Zhao Tianyu continued, don't worry, we will compensate you in full. Our Tianjian sect is a reputable and upright sect. These words made the decision for Li Sifan without giving him a chance to speak. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had drawn his sword, Li Sifan had to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee whether the sword would fall on himself first or on the stone gate. Seeing that Li Sifan had no objection, Zhao Tianyu felt proud. Arrived at the door of Sha Qingyu's training room, he raised his sword and poured his spiritual energy into it, intending to force his way through the door and take the genius away. As for Sha Qingyu and Chen Qing's wishes, it doesn't matter. At least now, Zhao Tianyu doesn't think that with their abilities, they can resist him and the Tianjian sect. Without waiting for him to strike with his sword, rumble, the stone door on the side slowly opened. No one was there, and Chen Qing's voice was heard first. Who dares to come and disturb my wife's practice? Chen Qing raised his hand lightly and waved it, and the powerful spiritual power rushed towards Zhao Tianyu like a tsunami. Naive. The same words again. In Zhao Tianyu's eyes, Chen Qing's wings are not yet fully grown, and he is not qualified to compete with him. He slashed down with a sharp sword, ready to break Chen Qing's moves and give him a warning. However, the sword in his hand had only fallen halfway, and no matter how hard Zhao Tianyu tried, he couldn't move it any further. What shocked Zhao Tianyu even more was that the sword made of black iron in his hand was covered with dense cracks like spider webs. Even if Zhao Tianyu tried his best, he still couldn't change the fate of the sword blade breaking. Iron pieces flew everywhere, scratching his face, and only the hilt was left in his hand. The next moment, the force of Chen Qing's wave of his hand turned into a flood and a beast in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, which instantly knocked him away more than 10 meters, smashing the supporting stone pillars in the lobby and creating a big pit. Although Chen Qing's retreat was not long and his main focus was on martial arts, he managed to improve his cultivation by a small level and reached the 8th level of the out-of-body realm. On the other hand, Zhao Tianyu's strength is at the 5th level of the out-of-body realm, which is 3 small realms lower than Chen Qing. Without the help of magic weapons, he is naturally no match for him. The 8th level of the out-of-body realm, the great elder Li Sifan, who witnessed all this, was shocked. He knew that Chen Qing had top-notch talent, but he never expected that at such a young age, his cultivation was so much higher than his. With such talent, given time, he will become a strong candidate to compete for the title of emperor. Li Sifan thinks Chen Qing has the demeanor of an emperor. The 8th level of the out-of-body realm, Zhao Tianyu held his chest and climbed up from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, he pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, you are indeed a good candidate for cultivation. Boy, join my Tianjian sect. I promise that the sect will do everything in its power to train you into a peerless genius. A future overlord, one who will dominate the world." This is not just empty promises to Chen Qing. Zhao Tianyu really thinks that the Tianjian sect can do this, and Chen Qing has no reason to refuse. He spoke sincerely and with a completely different attitude from when he faced Li Sifan, the great elder of the sect. There's nothing he can do, since Chen Qing is stronger than him. Thinking of Chen Qing's status and influence after joining the Tianjian sect, Zhao Tianyu had even less reason to become his enemy. He knew clearly which was more important, himself as an elder or Chen Qing as a genius. In contrast, Chen Qing didn't take Zhao Tianyu's words to heart at all. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the system panel that popped up, ready to accept the wife-protecting reward. Chapter 36. You can submit to me. How can protecting your wife from being disturbed by outsiders while she practices not be considered pampering her? Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. My cultivation increased by 5 minor realms. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Chen Qing's expectations. This allowed his cultivation to reach the 4th level of the spiritual severing realm. Even though you have only improved 5 small realms, the higher your cultivation level, the higher the value of each small realm. As time goes by, the cultivation level of a small realm is completely equivalent to the cultivation level of a large realm in the early stage. Just a casual action can bring such a huge improvement. For Chen Qing, he is naturally satisfied and cannot find any fault with the system. I wonder what Chen Tianzhao thinks. Seeing that Chen Qing's mind seemed not on him and he completely ignored him, Zhao Tianyu asked. The small Tianjian sect is not worthy of my ambition. There is no connection or affection between the Tianjian sect and his father. In addition to Zhao Tianyu's previous attitude, Chen Qing naturally could not give him a good face. Not worthy of. Hearing this, the corner of Zhao Tianyu's mouth twitched. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen anyone as arrogant as Chen Qing. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, Chen Qing is a monster with top talent. If he is not arrogant, how can he be worthy of such talent? Chen Tianzhao is wrong. In terms of strength, our Tianjian sect ranks among the top 3 of the 10 strongest in Dao. We have produced countless sword geniuses and are definitely the most suitable for you. No matter how bad Chen Qing's attitude was, Zhao Tianyu could only be humble and put his warm face in front of his cold butt. There is no way. A disciple with the best heavenly spiritual roots is too important to the Tianjian sect. I'm not interested. Get out of here now. Don't stay here and disturb my wife's practice. Chen Qing waved his hand. Chen Tianzhao. Zhao Tianyu wanted to say something, but Chen Qing gave him a sharp look, which scared him so much that he swallowed the words back. This was the first time I felt such terrifying pressure from a young person. Seeing this scene, Li Sifan, who was standing by, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Seeing Zhao Tianyu being so humiliated, he felt like he had let out a huge sigh of relief. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was suddenly applause from behind. Li Sifan turned his head and his pupils shrank immediately. He had a strong impression of this person. His surname was Sun and his name was Ji. He was the leader of the Tianjian sect. Why is the leader of the Tianjian sect here too? Li Sifan really didn't expect that such a big shot would actually come to Qingcheng sect for a disciple. Master. Seeing the master's arrival, Zhao Tianyu behaved even more humbly, and quickly knelt on one knee and saluted with his fists clasped. Sun Ji ignored Zhao Tianyu and didn't even look at him, as if he was blaming him for his poor performance and for not getting the job done for so long. Zhao Tianyu didn't dare to say anything and remained kneeling on one knee. Since Sun Ji didn't speak, he dared not move. Soon, Sun Ji came to Chen Qing, speaking in a dignified manner. Young friend Chen, if you are willing to join my Tianjian sect, I can promise you as the sect master that you will not have to participate in any assessments and will directly enjoy the treatment of a holy son and be my personal disciple. Tianjian sect will spare no expense to train you into the future supreme. No need to participate in any assessment, you can directly enjoy the treatment of the Son of God. Even Li Sifan, an outer sect elder, couldn't help but feel moved by these words. The cultivation resources that the inner court disciples of the 10 most powerful sects can enjoy are beyond the imagination of ordinary people, let alone the highest level disciples, the holy sons. In addition to his status as the sect leader's personal disciple, it can be said that he is second only to the master and above everyone else. You want to take me as your disciple? Chen Qing smiled. He saw at a glance that Sun Ji's realm was the 4th level of the spiritual realm, the same strength as himself. I really can't find any reason to take him as my teacher. What, Mr. Chen, do you think our sect is unworthy? Sun Ji took the initiative to show his cultivation level. The pressure from the 4th level of the spiritual severing realm covered the entire lobby of the training room. Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt his body sink, and the knees of the great elder Li Sifan also bent uncontrollably. Sun Ji didn't want to undermine Chen Qing's prestige and confidence too much, for fear of destroying his Taoist heart, so he deliberately restrained his pressure. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing faced the pressure with a calm and composed look, as if nothing had happened. You really don't deserve it. The other person stretched his face in front of him and asked him to hit him, so why should Chen Qing be polite? He also revealed his cultivation level, and his pressure surged out like a tide. The 4th level of the spiritual realm. Sun Ji, Li Sifan, and Zhao Tianyu all had the same expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone only knew that Chen Qing had top-notch talent, but few knew that his current cultivation level was comparable to that of the leaders of the 10 most powerful sects. Thinking of what he had just said, Sun Ji felt his face turn red. Chen Qing was right. He was indeed not qualified to accept Chen Qing as his disciple. At Chen Qing's age, Sun Ji was still a small errand boy, and his cultivation. Thinking of this, Sun Ji simply steeled himself and spoke again. I have indeed underestimated you, little friend Chen. How about this? If you are willing to join the sect, you can directly become the deputy leader of our sect. After Chen Qing showed his strength, Sun Ji calmed down and not only did not blame him, but instead wanted to recruit him into the Tianjian sect. He emphasized, although you have the title of deputy, within the Tianjian sect, we guarantee that your status, voice, and cultivation resources will be no different from those of me, the true sect master. In order to win over Chen Qing, the peerless genius among peerless geniuses, Sun Ji risked everything. The 18-year-old leader of the 10 most powerful sects, Li Sifan and Zhao Tianyu looked at each other and swallowed at the same time. How I wish I could replace Chen Qing. If this happened to them, they would definitely agree without hesitation. I believe that it won't be long before I can remove the word deputy from my head and become the real master. I said, your Tianjian sect cannot accommodate my ambitions, Chen Qing reiterated. Then he added, however, if your Tianjian sect is willing to submit to me, I can consider it. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Ji, Zhao Tianyu and the other two were shocked physically and mentally. Crazy, really crazy. He wanted the Tianjian sect, one of the 10 most powerful sects, to voluntarily submit. Even if they did, he would still have to consider it. Even Sun Ji, who was known for being the cold-faced sect leader, couldn't help but have a subtle hint of anger creeping onto his face. I think Chen Qing is too arrogant and underestimates the Tianjian sect. He didn't take the Tianjian sect's 1,000-year heritage or him as the sect master seriously at all. Right at this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Great Elder, no, this is bad. Li Sifan turned to look at the person who came and asked, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Don't be anxious. Take a breath first and speak slowly. Great Elder, many flying boats have arrived outside. People from the 10 most powerful sects are almost here, asking for our people. Chapter 37. He still has the Holy Communion. The 10 most powerful sects are here. The news spread much faster than Li Sifan had imagined. Mr. Chen, there is a teleportation formation in the back mountain. If you don't want to be disturbed by these people, I will go there immediately and order someone to activate the formation to teleport you and Her Royal Highness the Princess away from Xingqiang sect. Li Sifan told the truth. It's okay to meet them, so as not to disturb my wife's practice. Chen Qing wished that more people would come, and the stronger they were, the better. This way, the quality of the wife-loving rewards he would receive by protecting Sha Qingyu's cultivation would increase exponentially. An immortal body, plus 100,000-year-old 9-nether immortal dragon. Chen Qing really didn't take the 10 most powerful sects of the small Dao dynasty seriously. Where on earth did this guy get the confidence to face the 10 most powerful sects alone? Not to mention, the people who came here are more than just the 10 most powerful sects. Sun Ji did not think that relying solely on the cultivation level of the spiritual severing realm could support Chen Qing's arrogance. When Chen Qing passed by Sun Ji, he suddenly stopped and reminded him, Master Sun, think carefully about what I said before. Some opportunities, once missed, are really missed. Quote. Sun Ji said nothing, but in his heart he was very disdainful of Chen Qing's words. He did not believe that the mighty Tianjian sect had fallen to the point where it had to rely on loyalty to people like Chen Qing to survive. Seeing Chen Qing walking away, Sun Ji quickly followed. It would be interesting to see how Chen Qing, relying solely on his spirit-severing realm cultivation, could contend against the various forces. Zhao Tianyu and Li Sifan followed closely behind. Arrived outside the Kung Fu Pavilion, Chen Qing looked up and saw that dozens of flying boats had already filled the sky of Xingqiang sect. Visibility dropped sharply. The scene was grand and oppressive, like a doomsday scene. Fortunately, Li Sifan knew the purpose of these people's visit in advance, otherwise he would have mistakenly thought that this time next year would be the anniversary of Xingqiang sect's death. Oh, Master of Tianjian sect, You still like to sneak away as always. An old man stood at the bow of the ship, overlooking everyone, and teased after noticing Sun Ji. Quote. Sun Ji was too lazy to pay attention to him, his attention was all on Chen Qing. The old man also didn't intend to waste all his time on Sun Ji. After noticing Chen Qing's presence, he exclaimed, "Such a young man, yet he has reached the spiritual severing realm. What a monster, a peerless monster." Upon hearing this, the leaders of each sect transformed from the cabin into a streak of light and quickly appeared at the bow, revealing themselves one by one. Before coming here, I only knew that Chen Qing and another woman had top talents, but I didn't hear that Chen Qing, at the age of 18, had already entered the realm of distraction. He became more and more determined to bring Chen Qing into his side no matter what. More and more people thought like this, and the smell of gunpowder at the scene became extremely strong. Our Haoyang sect wants this man. How dare you, Haoyang sect, snatch people from our Tianshui sect. This boy is extremely talented. Neither your Haoyang sect nor your Tianshui sect is as qualified as our Zhenghai sect to train him. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't accept it, fight me first. If you can beat me, then we can talk about snatching people away. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Seeing that the elders and clan leaders had drawn their swords, the disciples who followed them also took out their weapons, waiting for the order to start fighting. Seeing the many forces on the ground, and the powerful people fighting and tearing each other apart in order to fight for his survival, Chen Qing felt quite happy. However, getting back to the topic, Chen Qing looked down upon all of these forces. If they submit to me, that would be fine. To put it nicely, it's surrender. To put it bluntly, it's no different from a running dog. Thinking about this, a bold idea came to Chen Qing's mind. So he said, "If you find it difficult, you might as well listen to me." "Oh, what do you think?" Someone became interested and asked curiously. The next moment, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Qing. "Since it's difficult, why don't you all swear an oath to heaven and be loyal to me?" Chen Qing gave what he thought was the best solution. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence. There were tens of thousands of people at the scene, but it was as quiet as death, like a cemetery late at night. No one had expected that Chen Qing's brilliant idea was to require all sects and forces to submit to him. I don't know whether to say this guy is confident or stupid. Sun Ji on the side also shook his head and sighed, thinking that Chen Qing was too arrogant. Because his starting point was too high and his cultivation path was too smooth, he had expanded to an almost pathological state. I have no idea that there is always someone better than you. Arrogant. You want us to surrender. Even if you are talented, you don't have the ability to do that now. It seems that after joining the sect, we need to hone his character. If he is so arrogant, it will easily lead to trouble. I thought he would come up with some brilliant ideas, but it's such a waste of time. No one took Chen Qing's words seriously. They all thought that he was crazy and would say such nonsense. Chen Qing had anticipated this. In an era where the strong are respected, how can you rely on words alone? Mobilize the holy host. The holy body of 10,000 swords took effect, and the sword intent was as rampant as a flood. After Chen Qing bound to the holy body of 10,000 swords, he also awakened a magical power that allowed him to take all the divine swords in the world for his own use. A thought arises. The people of Tianjian sect were the first to notice something was wrong. The long swords in the scabbards at their waists suddenly became violent and were no longer stable. "Hey, my sword!" Before they could react, the swords had already left their scabbards and flew out. Afterwards, more and more swords were unsheathed uncontrollably, but without exception, they flew towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing stepped on the flying sword and rose 100 feet. Thousands of swords floated in the air behind him, turning into a high wall covering the sky. The sharp edges of the swords slowly lowered, locking onto the troops from all sides. Seeing their swords being used by others and pointed at them, those sword practitioners felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, someone shouted, "Holy body, this is the #1 holy body in swordsmanship, the holy body of 10,000 swords." What? He not only possesses a heavenly grade spiritual root, but he has also awakened a holy body. God is too partial to him. Envy. I'm so envious. Even these geniuses from various sects who were used to being envied by others could not help but feel envious when they learned that Chen Qing not only possessed a heavenly grade top-grade thunder spirit root, but also awakened the first holy body of swordsmanship. Their Tao hearts showed signs of collapse. Chen Qing's talent was so overwhelming that even these geniuses felt a little breathless, as if they were being strangled by an invisible hand. Are these qualified enough? Chen Qing asked everyone. Some people kept silent, while others stammered for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. In the current situation, even if he really felt that Chen Qing was not qualified, he would not dare to say it easily, for fear of offending him and being hated by him. The Eucharist is not enough. Chen Qing originally didn't want to reveal the 9 Nether Immortal Dragons trump card too early, but now the arrow is on the string and he has to shoot. We are just one step away from conquering more than a dozen forces. How can we give up at the last minute? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Chen Qing also hopes to conquer these forces as soon as possible, let the dust settle, and get the reward for loving his wife. Chapter 38. Against the Heavens. The Demon Emperor is a spirit pet. Looking at the distance, most of the prominent and well-known forces of the Dao dynasty have arrived. Chen Qing no longer hesitated and immediately decided to summon the 9 Nether Immortal Dragon. Immediately, a mighty pressure as powerful as the sea suddenly poured down from the sky, making it difficult for tens of thousands of people to breathe. Not to mention the elders, even a figure like Sun Ji, who is the leader of a sect, could not help but lower his knees and slowly bend them, as if he was about to kneel down in submission. Not to mention the disciples, they had already prostrated themselves in front of him. Even if one mobilizes all the spiritual power in the body to resist this divine power at the first moment, it will be like an ant trying to shake an elephant, which is completely useless. Looking up with difficulty, I saw the clouds changing color, a chaotic scene that completely obscured the red sun. The clouds rolled and swirled, and from the center of the storm, a huge dragon head slowly descended, which was too huge to be seen at a glance. Just by looking into the golden dragon eyes that contained countless threads of Taoism, many disciples with bad moods rolled their eyes up and fainted on the spot. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a momentary flash of light made the giant dragon's 100-foot-long body hidden in the clouds appear looming. Even more shocking, Dragon clan. This kind of pressure must come from a demon beast of at least 100,000 years old. A demon king. No, a demon emperor. Run. I have to run now. Damn it, my body is totally unresponsive. Why would a demon emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation appear in the lower realm? Could it be that some blind individual has offended a powerful being from the upper realm and wants to slaughter all of us, along with the billions of lives in our lower realm? No one doubted whether the 9 Nether Undead Dragon possessed such ability. Except for Chen Qing, no one present had the qualifications and strength to remain standing in the face of the oppressive aura of the 9 Nether Undead Dragon. On the other hand, Chen Qing looked relaxed, completely ignoring the pressure from the 9 Nether Undead Dragon. He stood there as tall and straight as a pine tree, as if nothing had happened. The elders and clan leaders of the major clans, whose cultivation levels were higher than Chen Qing's, were confused and puzzled. It is obvious that his cultivation is higher than Chen Qing's, but he is still unable to contend with the might of the Demon Emperor. Why can Chen Qing be fearless and unwavering? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure out the logic behind it. But soon, the answer was announced by Chen Qing. Under the desperate gaze of everyone, the 9 Nether Immortal Dragon slowly lowered its head and walked towards Chen Qing. Until the dragon's head completely fell to the same level as the top of the mountain. Chen Qing took a step, flew up, and stood on the dragon's head. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a demon from outer space descending. He's so bold, he actually dares to ride on the Demon Emperor's head and act wildly. This is too suicidal. It's okay if you want to die, but don't implicate us in the billions of innocent lives in the lower world. What Chen Qing did really scared everyone present. No one expected that he was so bold that he even ignored the Demon Emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years. But soon after, some people gradually realized that something was wrong. Wait, something seems a little off. Why do I feel like the Demon Emperor doesn't have any complaints about being stepped on? After hearing what he said, more and more people realized this. Although Chen Qing was superior to the Demon Emperor, the demon emperor did not behave in an extreme or angry manner. Then, an extremely terrifying idea was born in the minds of one person after another. Although conquering a demon emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years was unprecedented, the fact was right in front of them. How could they deny it? Apart from this, I can't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. Either you swear an oath to the heavens and submit forever, or you die. Chen Qing looked down at everyone from above like an immortal emperor. The once tall flying boat is now just a leaf in the ocean in his eyes. A supreme heavenly talent, the most supreme swordsmanship body, and 100,000-year-old demon emperor is his spiritual pet. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that these things could appear on a person. You know, the appearance of any one of these three things is enough to shock the entire dynasty, and even the continent. Looking up at Chen Qing, who was standing on the dragon's head with the word, invincible, almost written on his face, Sun Ji, the leader of the Tianjian sect, finally understood the meaning of Chen Qing's reminder in the lobby of the training room. He had lost the first chance to curry favor with someone, and this time, seeing that everyone was still staring at each other, he was unable to make up his mind. He immediately knelt down and shouted at the top of his voice, Sun Ji is willing to lead the Tianjian sect and submit to Master Chen. Sun Ji was a smart man. In his opinion, the first person to surrender and swear allegiance would often leave a better impression on the master. As soon as he finished speaking, he swore an oath to the heavenly Tao without hesitation. If he showed any sign of disobedience, there was no need for Chen Qing to take action, as the heavenly Tao would directly wipe out Sun Ji. What? Even the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect has surrendered, so what about us? The Yuheng sect is willing to submit to Master Chen. The Eternal Night sect is willing to submit to Master Chen. The Tianai sect is willing to submit to Master Chen. More and more sect leaders have expressed their willingness to submit, follow Chen Qing, and swear an oath to heaven that they will never betray. As for those guys who still have illusions, use telepathy to communicate secretly and are unwilling to surrender. Chen Qing's patience was limited. Thousands of shadow puppets with peak-out-of-body strength jumped out from their shadows without warning, slitting their throats or piercing their hearts. He twisted the blade in his hand again, squeezing out the blood from his heart. Looking at those people who were forcibly deprived of their lives without even a chance to resist, falling to the ground with horror on their faces, and dying with their eyes open. The other sects breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that they had surrendered early. Who would have thought that after the 9 Nether Immortal Dragon, Chen Qing would take out a treasure that would shock their eyes? The powerful elders and the sect leader could see at a glance that those shadow puppets had no vitality and were a kind of magic weapon. A magical weapon with power comparable to that of a peak-out-of-body realm cultivator, capable of summoning thousands of deities at will. After experiencing all these things, they no longer felt aggrieved. Instead, they felt that it was worth it to have such an opportunity to cling to Chen Qing's support. It was absolutely worth it. At the same time, Sha Qingyu, who was in the training room of the Kung Fu Pavilion, had already memorized all the cultivation techniques of the Proud Nine Lotus art. Moreover, he successfully cultivated the Proud Nine Lotus art to the first level. Decided to leave the country. After the stone door opened, he turned around and found that the training room where Chen Qing was already empty. Then he looked at the Qingcheng sect disciple guarding the door and asked, "Excuse me, where is the person who was inside just now?" The disciple did not hide anything and told Sha Qingyu all the information he had received from various forces. "Oh no, my husband is in trouble." Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu acted subconsciously and quickly left the training room. Now as a cultivator, even though she is alone and weak, she doesn't want Chen Qing to face the crisis alone. However, when you really come out of the practice room and see everything outside clearly, Sha Qingyu immediately understood that there was no crisis at all, and her meager strength had no chance of being of any use at all. Chapter 39 Ascension to the 9th rank. The Heavenly Sword sect is willing to serve the Master at all times, even if it means climbing mountains of swords or diving into seas of fire, without hesitation. Shenzong sect is willing to sacrifice our lives for our Master, even until our death. The Heroine sect is willing to kill all the enemies in the world for the Master. Listen to the voices of loyalty coming from above, which are about to shake the sky. What really made Sha Qingyu's heart uneasy were the names of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Divine Hidden Sect, and the Purple Sun Sect. Although Sha Qingyu had just embarked on the path of cultivation, she had heard a lot about the 10 most powerful sects from others. She silently summed up in her mind that among those voices swearing allegiance, the 10 most powerful sects were already present. Looking in the direction they were looking, Sha Qingyu could not help but feel her legs go weak as she saw the giant dragon's body covering the sky and blocking out the sun amidst the lightning and thunder. But as she slowly raised her gaze and saw Chen Qing towering above the dragon head, Sha Qingyu's rapidly beating heart not only failed to calm down, but instead beat even faster. Seeing so many forces surrender, Sha Qingyu had already thought of something. However, when she really saw that the person these influential figures were kneeling down was her husband Chen Qing, she still couldn't help but feel shocked. He accomplished something my father had always dreamed of, so easily. Even Sha Qingyu, his wife, could not help but feel deeply powerless after witnessing all this because of Chen Qing's excessive strength. This kind of powerlessness comes from the bottom of my heart and penetrates into my bones. There is a feeling that even if I spend my entire life trying, I will never be able to reach the level of this person. Sha Qingyu had seen her father, Emperor Sha Cheng, with a worried look on his face more than once. He was worried that if the 10 powerful sects continued to grow wildly like this, it would threaten the foundation of the Dao dynasty, but he was helpless in dealing with those cultivators. Chen Qing has now conquered the 10 most powerful sects, as well as many other large and small forces, which has indirectly solved a lot of troubles for the Dao dynasty. Sha Qingyu was willing to believe Chen Qing. Since he had said that he would not rebel and would not attack the Dao dynasty, he would definitely not do that. Chen Qing did not notice Sha Qingyu's appearance. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to the system panel that popped up in front of him. The wife-loving rewards have been distributed. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 9th grade Alchemist Experience Pack +1. 9th rank. Chen Qing's eyes widened. A 9th grade alchemist, not to mention that he couldn't be found in the entire Dao dynasty. Even if you look at the vast Tianshuan continent, you might not be able to find many. Moreover, there is a big difference between the 9th grade alchemist experience package given by the system and becoming a 9th grade alchemist step by step. Others can become 9th grade alchemists simply because of the right time and place, and accidentally refine a 9th grade elixir, so they are called 9th grade alchemists. However, once Chen Qing uses the 9th grade alchemist experience package, he will be able to successfully refine 9th grade pills with a 100% success rate. He does not need to rely on luck, but only on strength. Okay, this is great. From now on, I won't have to worry about high-level elixirs anymore. Can't buy them, then I can make them myself. Chen Qing couldn't wait to select the Alchemist Experience Pack and confirm its use. Using the 9th rank Alchemist Experience Pack. 9th grade Alchemist Experience Pack used successfully. The next moment, tens of thousands of alchemy knowledge rushed into Chen Qing's mind frantically, gradually merging perfectly with this body. In order to remember the alchemy content, the system also upgraded Chen Qing's sea of consciousness and mental strength. It was an unexpected gain. After closing the system panel, Chen Qing glanced around and noticed Sha Qingyu, who had emerged from confinement, out of the corner of his eye. So he waved his hand to all the people and said coldly, "Go away." Everyone agreed in unison, turned the flying boat around, and went back to where they came from, not daring to stay for a moment. With heaven as my witness, how dare I disobey Chen Qing's orders? Even if there was no heavenly Tao, they still wouldn't dare to be Chen Qing's enemy. Even if we put aside the 9 nether immortal dragon, I always feel that Chen Qing's trump card is definitely more than that. The more unknown it is, the easier it is to imagine it, and the more you imagine it, the more reverent and loyal you become. Immediately, Chen Qing jumped off the dragon's head. The 9 nether immortal dragon also slowly hid its dragon head in the clouds, and then, the clouds parted to reveal the sun, and the blue sky returned, and the bright sun spread across the sky and earth again. "Ma'am, you're out of seclusion so soon." Chen Qing came up to Sha Qingyu and asked with concern, "Is your cultivation going well?" "Yes, I have memorized all the mental methods of the proud 9 lotus art and have cultivated it to the 1st level." Sha Qingyu responded truthfully. "You are worthy of being my, Chen Qing's, wife. Your cultivation speed is truly monstrous and amazing. Chen Qing praised. When it comes to genius, I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you, my husband. Having personally experienced everything that had just happened, Sha Qingyu really didn't have the confidence to call herself a genius or a demon in front of Chen Qing. And then, the voice of the great elder Li Sifan came from my ears. Greetings, sect master. Chen Qing. Sha Qingyu looked over upon hearing the voice. Without waiting for Chen Qing to address the other party as uncle, for the sake of his father Chen Shang, he did not hesitate. Lu Wu, the leader of the Qingcheng sect, sank to his knees with a thud, supported himself with his hands, and kowtowed, saying, Qingcheng sect leader Lu Wu, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and lead the entire Qingcheng sect in loyalty to you, young master. Chen Qing was not surprised by this, and he had no plans to deliberately talk to Lu Wu about the relationship between their fathers. To put things in perspective, Lu Wu's oath to heaven was recognized, and the master-servant contract was officially concluded. Lu Wu greets the master. Uncle, please stand up. Chen Qing stepped forward and helped Lu Wu up. Sha Qingyu watched this scene from the side and had a feeling that Lu Wu would not be the last person to submit to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, who now controls the 10 most powerful sects and various forces of all sizes, is firmly in control of the land of Dao. He is undoubtedly a true king and no longer needs to rely on the throne to prove his identity. After a few pleasantries, Chen Qing told Lu Wu that he wanted to borrow the Qingcheng sect's alchemy room. Of course, no problem. Everything in the Qingcheng sect is arranged by the master. If you need any elixirs, I will send them to you immediately. You don't need to come here in person. Chen Qing shook his head and explained, I don't want pills, I just want to try alchemy. So that's how it is. Master, please come this way. After learning of Chen Qing's true purpose, Lu Wu said no more and took the lead. You can also refine pills, Sha Qingyu, who was following Chen Qing, asked curiously. In her opinion, or in the public's perception, it is very rare for a person to master a talent. If Sha Qingyu remembered correctly, Chen Qing's current talents included not only martial arts cultivation and formations, but also beast control and even puppet manipulation. Now, do we have to add another one, alchemy? Do you have to be so evil? Sha Qingyu was almost losing confidence in continuing to be a cultivator. Chen Qing spoke truthfully, this is my first time. I've never practiced it before. I see. After hearing Chen Qing's answer, Sha Qingyu guessed that Chen Qing probably just wanted to test whether he had any talent in alchemy. Little did they know that what Chen Qing said was indeed the truth. He had never refined pills before, but he was indeed a genuine 9th grade supreme alchemist. Chapter 40. You call this your first time refining alchemy? Arrived at the Qingcheng sect alchemy pavilion, Lu Wu found the best alchemist in Qingcheng sect, whose surname was Du and name was Yuan. From Lu Wu, Chen Qing learned that Du Yuan was a 5th grade alchemist, responsible for everything in the alchemy pavilion. Master, if you have anything to say, just tell him. Du Yuan greets Master Chen. Du Yuan had already heard about the major event that had occurred in Qingcheng sect. Seeing Lu Wu respectfully addressing Chen Qing as Master, he knew that the Qingcheng sect had most likely surrendered to Chen Qing. Even his own leader has surrendered, how could Du Yuan dare not bow? Thank you, Master Du Dan, for everything. Chen Qing said politely. No, it's my honor. Du Yuan said little and invited Chen Qing into the alchemy pavilion. Sha Qingyu, Lu Wu followed closely behind. The reason why Lu Wu followed was that he was worried that someone in the alchemy pavilion would be blind and offend Chen Qing, bringing disaster to the Qingcheng sect. Even if the probability is only 1 in 10,000, Lu Wu is unwilling to take the risk. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Soon, Chen Qing, led by Du Yuan, came to his exclusive alchemy room. Chen Qing took a look and saw that the medicine cabinets were like a wall, with at least thousands of kinds of medicinal herbs. In the very center of the alchemy room, there was a giant alchemy furnace that was 2 people tall, with the words, Chuo Ding, engraved on it. Chen Qing could tell at a glance that this alchemy furnace was a low-grade earth-level magic weapon. This tripod is something I found by chance. Mr. Chen can use it at will, including all the medicinal materials in this alchemy room. Du Yuan said generously. Thank you. Chen Qing replied with 2 words. He immediately went to the alchemy furnace and selected a 6th grade recipe from the billions of recipes in his mind. It's not that Chen Qing didn't trust the system and wanted to be safe, but after his spiritual sense covered the entire room, he learned that the quality of the medicinal materials in this alchemy room was only enough to refine 6th grade pills at most. I saw Chen Qing opening hundreds of medicine cabinets at the same time through the air and taking out a large amount of medicinal materials from them. Du Yuan, a 5th grade alchemist, was a little surprised. Look at the herbs young Master Chen took. He wants to make a 5th grade pill. Refine a 5th grade elixir. Sha Qingyu frowned slightly. She clearly remembered that Chen Qing had said not long ago that this was his first time refining a pill. Who would start refining elixirs from the 5th grade for the first time? Sha Qingyu couldn't understand Chen Qing's thoughts at all. Lu Wu didn't dare to say much. It was just a waste of some herbs. It didn't matter. As long as his master Chen Qing was happy and satisfied, it was fine. To put it bluntly, everything in Qingcheng sect now belongs to Chen Qing. Even if he burns down the alchemy pavilion, Lu Wu will not have any complaints and will praise him for burning it well and prosperously. Seeing that Chen Qing had already started to prepare for refining the elixir and lighting the spiritual wood, Sha Qingyu took the initiative to walk to Du Yuan's side and asked quietly, Master Du, will there be any consequences if I choose a 5th grade elixir for my first alchemy? Alchemy sounds simple, but in reality, there's a lot of knowledge involved. The slightest mistake could cause the furnace to explode. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more terrifying the explosion. If the 5th grade elixir explodes in the furnace, the entire alchemy pavilion will probably be razed to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Yuan suddenly took a deep breath and thought of something. First time refining an elixir, 5th grade. He swallowed hard and tentatively asked Sha Qingyu, Your Highness, could it be young Master Chen you're talking about? Sha Qingyu pursed her thin lips and nodded. This. Du Yuan's body trembled, and he hurried to Lu Wu's side. Master, this won't work, it's too dangerous. It's okay, I'll take care of everything. Lu Wu raised his hand and interrupted Du Yuan, not wanting him to spoil Chen Qing's interest. At the same time, be mentally prepared to resist the risk of furnace explosion at any time. He didn't want the alchemy pavilion to be razed to the ground. Chen Qing was aware of the three people's concerns and was not in a hurry to argue. He firmly believed that facts spoke louder than words. He placed the herbs into the alchemy furnace in order, used his spiritual power to guide the flames of the spiritual wood, and began to smelt the herbs. At first, Du Yuan, like Sha Qingyu and Lu Wu, was worried that Chen Qing might cause an accident during his first alchemy experience. But gradually, Du Yuan began to realize that something was wrong. Chen Qing's alchemy technique did not look like that of a novice who was making alchemy for the first time. He was simply so experienced that it could not be more experienced. The technique is mysterious, and the heat and timing are just right. Du Yuan benefited immensely from just watching from the sidelines. He felt that the bottleneck that had troubled him for years was showing signs of breaking through. Great, great, Du Yuan couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful, single quote. The word, wonderful, confused Sha Qingyu and Lu Wu, who had no knowledge of alchemy, and didn't understand what was so wonderful about it. Before Sha Qingyu could react, Du Yuan turned his head to meet her gaze, his face filled with excitement. He asked, Your Highness, are you sure this is young Master Chen's first time refining an elixir? Yes, he said so himself. He had never refined pills before. Sha Qingyu nodded in confirmation. She didn't think Chen Qing would lie to her. Follow up by asking, any questions? Excuse me for being blunt, but Mr. Chen's attainments in alchemy have probably surpassed mine by several times. This is not his first time refining alchemy, he is clearly a master in the alchemy world, Du Yuan said from the bottom of his heart. The master of the alchemy world. Sha Qingyu was well aware of the value of such a statement coming from a 5th grade alchemist. As the sect leader, Lu Wu saw for the first time that Du Yuan spoke so highly of someone. Chen Qing ignored the content of their conversation. The impurities in the medicinal herbs in the furnace had been completely burned to ashes, leaving only drops of golden spiritual liquid that looked like liquid gold. Chen Qing decisively invested more spiritual wood to strengthen the fire. When the perfect moment comes, shout, congeal. The next moment, A wave of scorching white air gushed out from the furnace, carrying a strong medicinal fragrance. Just a sniff and you'll feel refreshed. Your energy surges. It's done. It's done. The pill has been condensed successfully. Du Yuan's expression was even more excited than when he himself refined a 5th-grade pill. After all, he had just witnessed history, the birth of a legend. Such a young 5th-grade alchemist is unheard of and unseen. Did the pill condensation succeed? Sha Qingyu looked incredulous. He made a 5th-grade pill on his first try. I'm curious, what kind of talent is this in the world of alchemists? When the smoke cleared, Du Yuan arrived in front of Chen Qing in an instant, ahead of everyone else. He quickly asked, "May I ask how many pills Master Chen has refined?" Du Yuan estimated that if he had those herbs, he could at least refine 3 5th-grade pills. Chen Qing opened his 5 fingers and saw 7 pills floating on his palm, with golden light surging. Is this a pill pattern? Du Yuan's eyes widened as he saw the golden patterns surging on the pill. After repeated confirmation, Du Yuan was convinced that this was the Danwen. The quality of elixirs is usually divided into 4 levels: high, medium, low, and top grade, but in addition to these, there is another level called elixir patterns. Danwen often symbolizes the highest quality that a pill can achieve. With the same amount of herbs, not only can you make more than twice as many pills as me, but they are all at the Danwen level. Du Yuan felt as if his pride as an alchemist was being ruthlessly trampled upon. I have a deep understanding of the saying that there are always people better than you and there are always things better than you. I sighed. It is true that every generation has talented people, and each of them leads the trend for hundreds of years. As he was speaking, Du Yuan suddenly took a breath, bent down, and took a closer look at the pills in Chen Qing's hand. Exclaimed, "No. Chapter 41 I have only one wife, that's enough." After repeated confirmation and seeing the 7 pills in Chen Qing's hand clearly, Du Yuan was shocked and stumbled back 2 steps. He said in horror, This is not a 5th-grade pill, this is a 6th-grade pill." 6th rank, Sha Qingyu and Lu Wu said in unison, their surprise fully written on their faces. I feel that even if the word, monster, continues to appear more and more times like, the most evil among evildoers, it is still not enough to describe Chen Qing's talent. This talent, which is not only all-round but also top-notch in everything, is really terrifying. With their vision, they could not imagine how exaggerated Chen Qing's future would be. Emperor, not enough, far from enough. Before Sha Qingyu and Lu Wu could react, something even more shocking happened before their eyes again. Du Yuan took 2 steps back to Chen Qing, bent his knees without hesitation, knelt down, and kowtowed, saying, "Please, Master Chen, no, please accept me as your disciple." He was convinced. Du Yuan had never been so convinced by someone as he was at this moment. "I believe that as long as I can become Chen Qing's disciple and learn a little bit from him, I may have the opportunity to touch the word, supreme, in the future. Master Du, please stand up. I am a beginner in the path of alchemy. There are some things I haven't figured out myself yet. How can I accept a disciple and mislead others?" Chen Qing said this nicely, but in reality he simply found it troublesome. Of course, if Sha Qingyu made such a request, Chen Qing would definitely agree without hesitation. As for Du Yuan, we are not related, so let's just forget about him. Without waiting for Du Yuan to speak, Chen Qing added, "Of course, if Master Du wants to exchange his experience and insights in alchemy, I welcome you anytime." Of course, Chen Qing had already said this, and no matter how shameless Du Yuan was, he couldn't continue to pester him. In his opinion, it was also a good choice to be able to exchange alchemy experience and insights with Chen Qing. Maybe if we become closer in the future, I can really become his disciple. Afterwards, Chen Qing walked over to Sha Qingyu and handed her all the pills in his hand. "Madam, please take these pills and refine them. I, your husband, will be by your side to protect you." Okay. Sha Qingyu hadn't thought of rejecting Chen Qing's kindness. She was worried that doing so would make her relationship with him seem distant. That's right, even Sha Qingyu had to admit that the distance between her and Chen Qing was indeed very close. Seeing that Chen Qing was going to practice as Sha Qingyu's guardian, Lu Wu gave Du Yuan a look. Du Yuan understood what he meant and was not so tactless. He left the alchemy room with Lu Wu. Afterwards, the door to the alchemy room slowly closed, leaving only Sha Qingyu and Chen Qing in the entire alchemy room. Sha Qingyu couldn't help but ask, "Husband, don't you think you're being too kind to me? You are my only wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Chen Qing asked back. "That's not necessarily true. There are countless beautiful women in this world, and you may meet other confidants in the future." For some reason, Sha Qingyu felt a little depressed when this matter was brought up. In the Dao dynasty, it was perfectly normal for prominent families to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Originally, Sha Qingyu had always believed that she could handle this matter calmly. Chen Qing could marry whoever he wanted, even if it meant giving the position of principal wife to one of them. But after thinking about that scene in her mind for a while, Sha Qingyu couldn't laugh and felt heavy-hearted. "I have only one wife, that's enough for me." Chen Qing took Sha Qingyu's hand and said affectionately. Quote. When Sha Qingyu looked into Chen Qing's firm and sincere eyes, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Blushing, she quickly avoided his sight and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Practice, practice." "Okay." Chen Qing smiled slightly, his eyes full of doting. Then, Sha Qingyu sat down cross-legged, picked up a pill that Chen Qing had personally refined, put it into her mouth, and began to refine it. As the pill entered the body, a system prompt popped up in front of Chen Qing. "Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Supreme Bone +1. Supreme Bone. Chen Qing knew very well that possessing this bone meant he had the potential to become a supreme power, and his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. Not only that, each supreme bone carried a unique magic trick. Supreme bones are rare in the world and often appear with the birth of children. They are a blessing from heaven. Once it appears, if the family is powerful, it will definitely move to a higher level. If they were an ordinary family, they would be targeted by powerful cultivators, whose bones would be forcibly dug out and their talents would be taken away. Looking back at the history of the ocean, the appearance of a piece of supreme bone has triggered countless bloody battles, big and small. Yes, Chen Qing was very satisfied with the reward. Click, select Fusion, and look forward to what unique magic you can get from it. Integrating into the supreme bone. Fusion successful. The next moment, a magic technique called 10,000 Dragon Spear Technique appeared in Chen Qing's mind. There is no upper limit to this spear technique. Every time you improve your practice, you can unleash the power of a dragon. 10,000 layers represent the power of 10,000 dragons. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, all are 10,000. After reading the system's introduction to Wanlong Spear Technique, Chen Qing had only 2 words in his mind: pervert. He also wanted to practice the 10,000 Dragon Spear Technique to the 10,000th level as soon as possible, to see how shocking it would be to unleash the power of 10,000 dragons with one shot. While he was imagining the future, the system popped up another prompt. It turned out that Sha Qingyu had already started refining the second pill. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heaven Level Ultimate Skill, Heaven Slaying Sword. There was no need for any additional checking. Just based on the words, Heaven Grade Top Grade Kung Fu, and one sword to cut the sky, it was not difficult for Chen Qing to know how powerful this Kung Fu was. Combined with the 10,000 Sword Saint body, the power of this sword will be doubled. The power of a sword can cut through the sky and destroy gods. As Sha Qingyu's refining speed increased, Chen Qing also received more and more rewards. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heart Mirror +10. Heart Mirror can withstand 10 fatal injuries. Even a blow from the Great Emperor can be blocked without any damage. Chen Qing, who possessed an immortal body, naturally had no use for this kind of thing, so he thought of giving it to his father Chen Shang and his wife Sha Qingyu. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Comprehension +500. How much? Chen Qing almost couldn't hold back his voice, but fortunately he shut up in time. The number 500, coupled with the word, understanding, really made his blood boil. The higher your comprehension, the more comfortable you will be when practicing top-level skills such as the Heaven Slaying Sword and the 10,000 Dragon Spear. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10,000. As for rewards like Shadow Puppets, Chen Qing would never think that it was too much, the more the better. While things were looking up for them, the dynasty's secret agents had already returned to the imperial palace and decided to inform His Majesty of everything that had happened in the Qingcheng sect. Chapter 42 I Will Never Let You Down. Entering the imperial study, the spy immediately knelt down and saluted, Your Majesty. Not long after the previous spy left, another one appeared. Martial Emperor Sha Cheng frowned slightly, put down the pen he was using to review memorials, and asked, Did something happen in the Qingcheng sect? Your Majesty, upon learning that Prince Consort Chen and Her Royal Highness the Princess had awakened their ultimate talents, numerous forces, including the 10 most powerful sects, have rushed to seize them. Upon hearing this, Sha Cheng's frown relaxed instead. He had expected this kind of thing. Knowing Chen Qing, it is impossible to hide Sha Qingyu's awakening of the top-level heavenly talent. There is no airtight wall in this world. After learning the truth, those sects and forces will definitely fight to bring the two of them into their camp. Sha Cheng wanted Chen Qing and the other two to join the royal sect and serve the royal family, but he knew very well that Dao did not have the confidence to keep them. Forcibly retaining them would only delay and waste Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu's extraordinary talents. Therefore, rather than controlling Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu, Sha Cheng was more curious, so, which faction did they both end up joining? Your Majesty, Prince Consort Chen and Her Royal Highness the Princess have not joined any faction, the spy responded. Not joining. Those sects probably won't let this go. Sha Cheng was worried that a conflict would arise between the two sides, and Sha Qingyu would get hurt. He knew very well that those sects would never let go of such a genius easily. Once he was poached by other sects, the delicate balance that had been established between them for a long time would definitely be broken. Your Majesty, Prince Consort Chen single-handedly brought all the sects and forces that arrived under his command, and made them swear an oath to the heavens that they would never betray him for the rest of their lives. The spy revealed the truth. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still found it unbelievable when he said it. You were really not lying to me. Sha Cheng stood up from the dragon throne, shocked by the answer. He suspected that the spy was tired of living and dared to play such a joke on him. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Every word is true. There is absolutely no lie. Please understand, Your Majesty, in order to make Sha Cheng believe his words, the spy swore by the law of heaven that if he told a lie, he would die on the spot. Seeing that nothing happened after the spy swore an oath to heaven, Sha Cheng couldn't help but believe it. In the Tianshuan continent, no one dares to joke with the way of heaven, not even the emperor. The power of heaven is inviolable. Have all the 10 most powerful sects submitted to him? Sha Cheng asked again to confirm. All the 10 most powerful sects, not one less. The spy nodded heavily. Afterwards, Sha Cheng asked the spy for details of the whole incident. The spy did not dare to hide anything and told everything. I understand. You may withdraw now. If you have any news, please report it to me at any time. Yes, I'll take my leave. After the spy disappeared, Sha Cheng stayed alone in the imperial study, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. The Demon Emperor's spiritual pet, a top-grade heavenly rank spiritual root, and an 18-year-old spiritual severing realm. Sha Cheng kept repeating these words. Although Chen Qing has proved with practical actions that he will not rebel and overthrow the Sha royal family's control over the Dao dynasty. But the strength he displayed still made Sha Cheng extremely frightened and uneasy. What's more worrying is whether Chen Qing can still be as loyal to Sha Qingyu as he is now if he continues to grow endlessly like this. As a father, Chen Shang also learned everything that happened there through his spies planted in the Qingcheng sect. Unlike Sha Cheng, Chen Shang's grin was almost reaching his ears. He slapped his thigh with a brilliant smile. Great. Great. An 18-year-old spiritual realm expert not only possesses a heavenly grade top-grade thunder spirit root, but has also subdued a demon emperor's spirit pet. My precious son is truly unparalleled. Chen Shang no longer questioned Chen Qing's decision. If the Chen family really wanted to rebel, why would they need those 100,000 cavalry? Under the current circumstances, it is estimated that Sha Cheng would have to give up the throne honestly with just a casual word from Chen Qing. If there is any negligence, not only the Shah royal family, but the entire Dao dynasty will be buried with them. Although it is unknown when Chen Qing grew to this terrifying state, it does not matter. Chen Shang is proud of him. He felt that he must have accumulated a lot of virtue in his previous life and saved at least hundreds of millions of lives, otherwise how could he have given birth to such a great son? The more I thought about it, the happier I felt. When I was happy, I waved my hand and praised everyone in the mansion, and we all rejoiced together. Return to Qingchang sect. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Heavenly grade top grade magical treasure god suppressing stone +1. Sha Qingyu had already refined the last 6th grade elixir, raising her cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, just one step away from the golden core stage. With this cultivation speed, Chen Qing could only say that she was worthy of being the Empress of Destiny. If I don't cheat, I will definitely be beaten. Fortunately, she is no longer an enemy, but his wife. Madam, how does it feel to embark on the path of cultivation? Chen Qing asked when he saw Sha Qingyu open her eyes, which were obviously sharper and more brilliant. It's amazing. I feel like I've been reborn. My cultivation has improved so quickly, all thanks to my husband's elixir. Sha Qingyu wasn't being polite, she was truly grateful to Chen Qing. Little did he know that the profit Chen Qing gained from it was far beyond the reach of those 7 pills. Cultivation alone is not enough. If you want to gain a foothold among the cultivators, Madam still needs a powerful technique. Chen Qing felt that it was time to pass on the Ice Sky Mysterious Art to Sha Qingyu. I really want to know what kind of reward I can get for pampering my wife by giving her a heavenly level martial arts technique. A powerful technique, Sha Qingyu said. I have already cultivated the proud 9 Lotus art to the 1st level. Not enough. Chen Qing raised his hand and lightly touched Sha Qingyu's eyebrows with his fingertips. Not enough. Before Sha Qingyu could comprehend the meaning of Chen Qing's words, she felt a strange memory that did not belong to her flooding into her mind. It was a set of martial arts, a lower-grade heavenly martial arts called Ice and Sky Mysterious Art. A heaven-level technique. Sha Qingyu was filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chen Qing would actually give her such a precious technique. No matter how much you say, it will never be as real as your actions. Quote. The better Chen Qing treated Sha Qingyu, the more guilty Sha Qingyu felt towards him. Think for a long time. Sha Qingyu suddenly clenched her fists, a look of determination on her face as she spoke excitedly, speaking from the bottom of her heart. Qingyu will never let you down in this life. If anyone dares to bully my husband in the future, I will be the first to disapprove. Then, I'll have to trouble Madam to protect me from now on. You have to become stronger quickly. Chen Qing said with a smile, feeling that he was one step closer to becoming an emperor. Okay, I'll practice right away. Without further ado, Sha Qingyu immediately closed her eyes and began to digest the Ice Sky profound art that Chen Qing had taught her. Chen Qing summoned the system panel and prepared to draw the prize. Chapter 43 10 consecutive draws. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Demon Holy Body +1. The Eucharist again. Chen Qing was the first to confirm the ranking of the Heavenly Demon Holy Body among the 3,000 physiques. It was much higher than the 17th place of the 10,000 Swords Holy Body, and was at 11th place. It was only one step away from the top 10 Supreme Holy Bodies. Afterwards, Chen Qing checked the effect of the Heavenly Demon Holy Body. In addition to improving cultivation, physical fitness, and bones, the Heavenly Demon Holy Body will continue to grow stronger as the awakened person becomes stronger, turning into an external Taoist body and increasing in size without limit. Out-of-body Tao body. Strength and size increase without limit. This point still attracted Chen Qing a lot. Chen Qing, who possesses 2 holy bodies in one body, couldn't help but imagine in his mind what it would be like if one day all 3,000 physical bodies in the world were combined in one body. He closed the system panel and glanced at Sha Qingyu. At this moment, she was surrounded by a chill, her aura keeping people at a distance. She was diligently practicing the Ice Sky Mysterious Art. If you get a little closer, a thin layer of frost will cover your body, and the cold will bite you to the bone. Seeing this, Chen Qing thought, since he was free anyway, he might as well take this opportunity to refine all the medicinal herbs in the alchemy room into pills and give them to Sha Qingyu for cultivation, while also getting a bigger reward for doting on his wife. Just do it. All the medicine cabinets were opened at once, and a large amount of herbs flowed towards the furnace-like streams. If Qingcheng sect's chief alchemist Du Yuan was present, he would surely be shocked. After all, in his knowledge, refining 2 different pills at the same time was unheard of in a fantasy. Not to mention, Chen Qing was refining 7 or 8 kinds of pills at the same time. If the furnace's capacity was not limited, Chen Qing wouldn't mind refining more than a dozen kinds of elixirs at the same time. Combining his comprehension with the 9th grade supreme alchemist, for Chen Qing, this kind of thing was not difficult at all. But what he didn't know was that once the Alchemist Alliance knew about this, it would cause a huge ideological shock to those alchemists who were still practicing in the traditional way, and make them question their lives. In their understanding, elixirs should be refined one by one, let alone refining 2 or even more types of elixirs at the same time. If one refines only one elixir, the slightest mistake will at best destroy the elixir, or at worst cause the furnace to explode. Chen Qing didn't care about that, as he continued to produce pills in batches. Late at night, when Sha Qingyu had cultivated the Ice Sky mysterious art to the 2nd level and felt that she had reached a bottleneck, she decided to pause for a while and rest. After withdrawing her spiritual energy into her dantian and calming the boiling dantian sea, Sha Qingyu exhaled a long, blue breath, then slowly opened her eyes. You don't know until you open your eyes, and you'll be shocked when you do. Sha Qingyu actually saw a sky full of stars, right before her eyes. After rubbing his eyes and looking again, he realized that those were not stars, but pills floating in the air one after another. There were so many pills that Sha Qingyu couldn't count them all. A rough estimate was that there were at least thousands of them, and the lowest grade was 3rd, with some even 6th. And without exception, all of them have flame-colored danwen surging. Madam, have you finished your training? I just finished refining the last batch of pills. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingyu turned around and looked, and saw all kinds of colorful pills flying out from the furnace and merging with the sea of pills. It was confirmed that several different kinds of elixirs flew out of the cauldron at the same time. This was the first time Sha Qingyu had heard of and witnessed someone being able to refine multiple elixirs at once. I thought, is it possible to do something like this if I'm strong enough? She didn't know much about alchemy, so she didn't make any comments. She responded, I have already cultivated the Ice Sky mysterious art that my husband gave me to the 2nd level. I am a little tired and want to take a breather first. By the way, I want to think about how to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level. There is still a long way to go, madam, there is no need to rush. If you blindly pursue speed, you will easily go astray. Chen Qing took out a storage bag and sucked all the thousands of pills that he had just refined into it. He then walked over to Sha Qingyu, took her hand, and placed the storage bag in her palm. Madam, take these pills and use them. When you're done, I'll refine more for you. Thank you, my husband. Sha Qingyu's excitement was written all over her face. She did not reject Chen Qing's kindness. She knew very well that if she wanted to fulfill her previous promise to Chen Qing and become stronger, elixirs were indispensable. After Sha Qingyu put the storage bag into her interspatial ring, she continued, Husband, I want to find a place to try out the proud 9 lotus art and the Ice Sky mysterious art. That's easy. Chen Qing agreed immediately. On the way out of the alchemy room, he controlled it with his mind, opened the system panel that only he could see, and decided to accept the reward for his hard work for several hours. Successfully spoiled my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, 3000 physical strength plus 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws. 3000 physiques, 10 consecutive draws. Chen Qing always felt that the system had listened to what he had just said, and it really was what he thought. However, if he really wants to get what he wants, Chen Qing hopes for an Emperor Cultivation Experience package. System, speechless. When Chen Qing decided to use the opportunity of 3000 physical strength and 10 consecutive draws, he caught a glimpse of the alchemist Du Yuan and the sect leader Lu Wu who had been guarding outside the door and had never left. Chen Qing politely declined Lu Wu's suggestion that they could stay overnight as it was getting late. I plan to find a place to test Sha Qingyu's strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu did not force it, but followed Chen Qing's words. Together with Du Yuan, they bowed their heads and said in a resounding voice, "Farewell, master." After Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu flew away on their swords, they put down their hands as if relieved and raised their heads. Soon, Lu Wu and the other arrived at the alchemy room. I almost dropped my jaw at the scene before my eyes. All gone. Du Yuan was not worried about the medicinal materials, but after checking the alchemy furnace, he did not find any waste residue. He said in disbelief, "There's no waste residue left. In such a short time, Master Chen has actually refined all the herbs in this alchemy room into pills. What grade is this equivalent to in the world of alchemists?" Lu Wu didn't know how to make pills and knew very little about it, so he asked directly. He always felt that Chen Qing's alchemy skills, judging from the previous effortless alchemy process and the current scene, were definitely not just as simple as the 6th grade. I wasn't sure before, but now I'm absolutely certain that Master Chen was able to refine a 6th grade pill because the herbs in this alchemy room were only capable of refining 6th grade pills, not because his strength was limited to that. Du Yuan's words made Lu Wu more certain of his thoughts. According to Alchemist Du, what rank of alchemist is my master most likely to be? Lu Wu was still very curious about the answer. 9th rank supreme. Du Yuan had a determined look on his face, no joking at all. He had never been so sure of anything as he was at that moment. Chapter 44 I'm afraid of my imagination. 9th rank supreme. Lu Wu swallowed his saliva after hearing Du Yuan's words. There is not even one 9th grade supreme alchemist in the entire Dao dynasty. The vast underworld cannot be found either. The 18-year-old 9th grade supreme alchemist, the 18-year-old 9th grade supreme alchemist. Lu Wu paced back and forth, repeating this sentence over and over again. Then, thousands of words turned into one sentence, "You are worthy of being my lord." Previously, Du Yuan still felt that it was unacceptable for Lu Wu, the leader of a sect, to serve others as his master. But at the moment, Du Yuan only hated himself for not kneeling fast enough. He regretted that he had only thought about becoming Chen Qing's disciple before, and never thought that besides becoming his disciple, he could also serve him as his master. On the other side, Chen Qing was holding Sha Qingyu's slender waist with his arms, controlling the flying sword, covering the heaven and earth with his spiritual sense, searching for a suitable object to use as a whetstone for her sword. At the same time, open the system panel, switch to the backpack function, and select 3000 physical 10 consecutive draw opportunities. Confirm to use. Drawing 10 times in a row. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Blade Body +1. 3000 physical fitness ranking. 500. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lightning Body +1. Top 3000 physical fitness ranking. 98. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Phoenix Body +1. 3000 body rank. 14th. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Myriad Poison Saint Body +1. 3000 physical fitness ranking. 10th. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining A+1 Mountain Moving Body. 3000 physical ranking. 800. Overall, Chen Qing made a profit from these 10 consecutive draws. He had 3 physiques in the top 100. Not only that, he also signed in and got the Supreme Holy Body of 10,000 Poisons, which was ranked in the top 10. When you reach the pinnacle of cultivation, all the poisons in the world will be gathered into one. With just one breath, you can poison millions of lives. You can even poison and kill gods. After closing the system panel, Chen Qing stopped his flying sword and stopped moving forward. Sha Qingyu raised her head and looked at Chen Qing in confusion. Chen Qing took the initiative to explain, "Your husband has found a good opponent for you." All right. During their first battle, Sha Qingyu didn't show any fear at all. Instead, she was extremely excited, her blood boiling. "If you kill it, I will give you a big prize to help you reach the top as soon as possible." The big prize Chen Qing mentioned was his physique. After the physique is extracted, it is stored in the system backpack. Chen Qing can choose to bind it to himself or give it to others. This incident was a good opportunity to find a pretext to reward Sha Qingyu and justify it in advance. "It's a deal," Sha Qingyu's eyes were filled with even more fighting spirit than before. Then, Chen Qing controlled the flying sword and flew towards the ground. The flying sword hovered a foot above the ground, and two people walked down from it. A cave suddenly appeared before my eyes. Your opponent is inside, Chen Qing gestured. Okay. Sha Qingyu swallowed, took a deep breath, and after making up her mind, she walked towards the cave. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand opened, and a glass-like ice lotus the size of his palm quietly condensed. Just as the man approached the cave entrance, a terrifying roar came from deep within the cave, causing a howling of the wind. Boom! The wind and waves hit my body very forcefully, as if I was being gently brushed by a hand. Monster! Sha Qingyu's pupils shrank slightly. Just from the roar, she could probably imagine what kind of behemoth was hiding in the darkness inside the cave. It would be a lie to say that I'm not panicking. But thinking that Chen Qing was still behind her, Sha Qingyu suddenly felt a lot more at ease. She didn't want to disappoint Chen Qing's expectations, and her eyes became much tougher. Then, heavy footsteps were heard in the cave, and low growls approached. The next moment, a giant bear appeared before Sha Qingyu, as tall as a small mountain. Sha Qingyu had to tilt her head upwards as far as she could to see the bear's face. The giant bear stretched out its pitch-black sharp claws and slashed towards Sha Qingyu like a knife. Upon seeing this, Sha Qingyu quickly launched the ice lotus in her hand, hitting the bear's paw squarely. Immediately, the ice seemed to have vitality, growing and spreading rapidly, covering and freezing the giant bear's entire arm in an instant. The giant bear swung its paw and smashed it against the mountain wall, trying to break the ice. Little did they know that although they could break the ice on the surface, they could not break the cold poison that had already penetrated beneath the skin and flesh, reaching the tendons, veins, and bone marrow. Soon, the entire arm became uncontrollable, and ice flowers grew from the inside, piercing the skin and flesh. The blood had just flowed out, but was frozen again. Roar! The giant bear let out a shrill roar. Very good, it works. Sha Qingyu found the right opportunity and dodged the giant bear's attack. At the same time, more ice lotuses appeared from her hands and shot towards the giant bear. Ice lotuses hit the giant bear one after another. As the cold air continued to invade, ice flowers had already covered the giant bear's body, and even grew out of its eyes, mouth, and ears. Not only that, the same is true for the invisible internal organs, meridians, limbs and bones. This method of killing the enemy is quite artistic. Chen Qing murmured as he looked at the giant bear that was completely covered with ice crystals and had cultivated for 100 years. I had thought that this giant bear would be enough for Sha Qingyu to practice with for a while, but I didn't expect it to be a one-sided crushing defeat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a massacre. As this the Empress of Heaven, having such strength at just the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, Chen Qing couldn't help but wonder, given time, when Sha Qingyu steps into a higher realm, how terrifying will the strength she unleashes be? Husband, I win. Sha Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and returned to Chen Qing, her face beaming with anticipation, like a child who had done a good deed and was waiting for praise from an elder. Madam is truly amazing. Chen Qing raised his hand and gently stroked Sha Qingyu's head. Pat my head, I'm not a child. Sha Qingyu said this, but a smile was on her lips. She was genuinely happy to receive Chen Qing's recognition. After that, Chen Qing didn't say much and decided to give the reward he had promised to Sha Qingyu. He placed his fingertips pretentiously on the center of his brows. At the same time, he opened the system panel and selected True Phoenix Body. Do you want to bind the True Phoenix Body to the target object Sha Qingyu? Yes. Binding. Binding successful. After much thought, Chen Qing felt that the True Phoenix Body was the most suitable. As for the 10,000 Poisons Supreme Holy Body that was closer to the front, Chen Qing planned to keep it for himself and had already bound it in advance. This is the Holy Body, the True Phoenix Holy Body. I actually awakened the Holy Body. Amidst her excitement, Sha Qingyu realized something. No, this Holy Body was given to me by you, my husband. That's right. Chen Qing nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing Chen Qing's reply, Sha Qingyu was stunned. This was the first time she heard that a holy body could be given as a gift. I couldn't help but ask myself, who on earth is my husband? Husband, you are so good to me. I, I really don't know how to repay you. Sha Qingyu knew very well what the holy body meant. It was a treasure that countless people dreamed of, yet could never obtain in their entire lives. At this point, Sha Qingyu even suspected that even her ability to awaken a supreme heavenly spiritual root was closely related to Chen Qing. Otherwise, how could he have awakened a top-level talent just in time? The more I thought about it, the more I felt I owed Chen Qing. I felt really bad for accepting his kindness but doing nothing. Madam, do you really want to do something for me? Chen Qing saw through Sha Qingyu's thoughts and knew that she was embarrassed to ask. After all, as the destined heroine, it is understandable. Yeah, Sha Qingyu nodded gently, her pretty face blushing. Chapter 45. Please close your eyes, husband. Madam, could you please give me a kiss? Chen Qing did not beat around the bush, nor was he in a hurry to eat until he became fat. It's okay for an ordinary woman, but as a villain, if you want to take down the Empress of Destiny, you naturally have to take it step by step. Once this precedent is set, many things will become much easier in the future. As the saying goes, if there is one, there will be two, and if there are two, there will be three. Kiss you. Sha Qingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't hide the shyness in her heart at all. It's not that I didn't think that Chen Qing would make such a request. Chen Qing saw that Sha Qingyu's face was rosy, like a ripe fruit, and it felt like water would come out if he pinched it lightly. Just as he was wondering if this request was a bit too hasty, Sha Qingyu said in a thin voice, You close your eyes. There's hope. I'll follow my madam's arrangements. Chen Qing agreed, stood where he was, and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, Chen Qing could feel a softness pressing down on his right cheek. But, it's okay. Sha Qingyu's voice became even softer than before. Chen Qing opened his eyes and pressed his fingers on the spot Sha Qingyu had just kissed him. I thought. What do you think, my husband? Nothing. Chen Qing looked at Sha Qingyu's shy expression as she avoided his gaze. He knew that just asking her to kiss him on the cheek had already taken her a lot of determination. If he really asked her to kiss him on the mouth, he would be so excited that he would become incoherent or even freeze in his tracks. As for Sha Qingyu, although Chen Qing didn't say it explicitly, she had already guessed what Chen Qing wanted to express. Vaguely passed by, even though Sha Qingyu was extremely ashamed right now, and Chen Qing hadn't said it explicitly, she could definitely do so. However, thinking that Chen Qing was still so considerate and concerned about her feelings even now, coupled with the generous gifts he had given her one after another without treating her as an outsider at all, Sha Qingyu felt a strong sense of guilt. After realizing this, Sha Qingyu also felt that just kissing the face was too childish. What's more, he and I are still husband and wife. Yes, he and I are husband and wife, and kissing is a very normal thing for a couple. It's natural, there's nothing to be shy about. Sha Qingyu found a point that convinced herself, and before convincing others, she convinced herself first. Husband, please close your eyes again. Closed again. Chen Qing, who was about to call up the system panel to check the holy body gift reward, couldn't help but feel confused when he heard these words coming from Sha Qingyu. Okay. Before he could figure it out, he followed Sha Qingyu's instructions and closed his eyes. This time, that familiar softness came from the mouth. Chen Qing opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. Madam. It's getting late. Let's go back. Sha Qingyu raised her hand, her voice trembling slightly, and interrupted Chen Qing. I felt like if I continued with this topic, I really would have to find a place to hide until I calmed down. No crack in the ground. Then dig one now. For her, a monk now, this is not difficult to do. Looking at Sha Qingyu's charming and lovable appearance, Chen Qing suddenly felt that traveling the world with such a woman and heading for a prosperous future together would be a good choice. Leave. You can't leave. Chen Qing had just opened his mouth, but before he could utter a single word, other people's voices were heard from the side. Sha Qingyu quickly calmed down, and a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. Following the sound, I saw 7 or 8 disciples in training uniforms walking out from behind the tree, holding swords. Beauty, honestly hand over the technique you just used, and then plant a slave mark on this young master, and your life will be saved. The leader said this, not forgetting to display a Jindan realm pressure that was even higher than Sha Qingyu's. He saw that Sha Qingyu was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and since she had so many people, he had evil thoughts about the Earth-level technique that Sha Qingyu possessed. As for Chen Qing, a weakling who can only hide behind a woman to survive when facing a monster is not worth his attention. Under the coverage of his spiritual sense, Chen Qing had already discovered this group of people, but he did not expect that they were not just passing by and dared to think about his woman. As he raised his hand, a giant hand several dozen feet wide stretched out from the void. Its mere existence was enough to make the disciples breathless and their knees slam to the ground, as if taking root. The spiritual severing realm, the leading disciple was horrified. He never imagined that the pretty boy he thought was actually a master with the spiritual severing realm. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he saw a huge hand falling down from above his head. Everything happened so fast that they didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy or explain themselves. A group of people, along with the surrounding trees, were all destroyed and turned into powder under the giant hand. Leaving behind a palm print several feet deep, Sha Qingyu stood nearby, looking down, shocked at Chen Qing's strength. Just a casual strike could cause such horrific damage. There was a bit more admiration in the look he gave Chen Qing. It is said that heroes are often tempted by beautiful women. Sha Qingyu personally believes that there is nothing wrong with swapping the words hero and beauty. Then, the shadow puppet that was sent out returned to Chen Qing's shadow. He emerged from it in a kneeling posture, presenting 7 storage bags with both hands. Chen Qing glanced at Sha Qingyu, wanting to ask her if she wanted to open the blind bag. Sha Qingyu kept shaking her head, the word, rejection, written all over her body. Chen Qing knew that she had not yet forgotten the psychological trauma of opening the storage bag last time. Okay, I'll do it. Chen Qing didn't force it. He threw his hand upwards, and 7 storage bags floated in the air and opened by themselves. Pills, spirit stones, jewelry, and weapons floated out of them. Chen Qing naturally looked down upon things like elixirs, spirit stones, jewelry, and weapons. However, one thing caught his attention. A scroll of parchment, resembling a map. Chen Qing raised his hand, and the parchment automatically flew into his hand. He untied the red string and unfolded the parchment. It really is a map. Tianyuan Secret Realm. Judging from the location, it seems it's where we are now. Sha Qingyu came to a conclusion after observing closely. Chen Qing turned and looked towards the bear cave, and said with a smile, "No wonder these guys appear in a place like this. The entrance to the secret realm is in this cave. Madam, should we go in and take a look?" Chen Qing handed the decision to Sha Qingyu. Secret realms are hard to come by, and they often hide great opportunities. Don't miss them. Sha Qingyu's attitude was very clear. She didn't want to waste this great opportunity that was delivered to her doorstep. Okay, let's get going without delay so as not to be disturbed again. Chen Qing had never been to a secret realm before and was curious about what the so-called secret realm contained. Good, Sha Qingyu agreed, and the two of them walked towards the depths of the cave together, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. Relying on their spiritual sense, they can move freely even if there is no light in the cave. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the cave. There is no road ahead, only a tall black stone tablet standing quietly. Chapter 46 Entering the Secret Realm. After opening his eyes, Chen Qing clearly saw that there was a teleportation formation engraved on the black stone tablet. Chen Qing released a spiritual power as thin as a hair to activate the formation. A formation diagram appeared, shining with a blue light. Immediately, a rotating portal opened. Entering this door will lead to the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Chen Qing explained. Huh. Sha Qingyu took a deep breath and looked at Chen Qing with a determined look. Husband, I'm ready. Seeing Chen Qing raise his hand, Sha Qingyu understood what he meant and placed her hand on Chen Qing's. Chen Qing's 5 fingers gently squeezed Sha Qingyu's fingers. Although Sha Qingyu was shy, she followed suit and held hands tightly with Chen Qing. Afterwards, the two of them entered the portal together. In the blink of an eye, we arrived in another world. Also located in the mountains and forests. The difference is that the spiritual energy here is much more abundant than that in the outside world. Such a rich spiritual energy, Sha Qingyu had obviously noticed this as well. I feel like if I cultivate here, my cultivation speed should increase significantly. Look for an opportunity first. Once you find it, it won't be too late to practice. Chen Qing said his plan. It's all up to my husband. Sha Qingyu knew very well that when in an unfamiliar environment, it was always right to listen to the words of the strong. While exploring all around, Chen Qing expanded the coverage of his spiritual sense to the maximum, so that even the slightest movement could not escape his eyes. After confirming that there was no danger around, Chen Qing summoned the system panel, and the red dot kept reminding him that the reward for pampering his wife had not been claimed. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Epiphany +10. How many epiphanies? Chen Qing knew the concept of enlightenment, but he was not sure whether the enlightenment the system meant was the same as the enlightenment he understood. After reading the detailed introduction, I realized how incredible this number of enlightenments was. Using it once can not only instantly cultivate any level of cultivation technique to the state of great perfection, but also easily break through the realm and even break through the bottleneck. It can even be used to combine with one's own situation to suddenly realize one's own unique cultivation technique. The ways to use it are diverse and endless. It can play a big role at critical moments. Continue reading below. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Divine Weapon, Human Emperor Spear. Heavenly rank, and a top grade divine weapon. The key is still the Spearman, which can be matched with the unique magic that Chen Qing had previously obtained from the Supreme Bone, the 10,000 Dragon Spear technique. Chen Qing was personally quite satisfied with these two rewards. Close the system panel. Chen Qing's attention was soon drawn to other things, a large area of high-level medicinal herbs. The lowest level is the 3rd grade. Oh my god, it's truly worthy of being a secret realm. There are so many spiritual herbs. After officially stepping onto the path of cultivation, these flowers and plants that originally seemed ordinary to Sha Qingyu were now filled with spiritual charm. It's indeed a lot, Chen Qing agreed. At first glance, if you don't know, you might think it's a weed. Husband, let's split up and pick some quickly. With these, it should be enough for you to refine quite a few pills. Sha Qingyu suggested. Yes, Chen Qing nodded in agreement. Husband, hand. Sha Qingyu reminded softly. Hand, single quote. After hearing what she said, Chen Qing slowly realized that from the moment he entered the secret realm until now, his hands had been tightly clasped with Sha Qingyu's. It's a rare opportunity to hold my wife's hand. I really don't want to let go. Chen Qing sighed. It's not that exaggerated. If my husband wants to hold my hand, he can do so anytime. Sha Qingyu continued speaking, following Chen Qing's words. It's a deal. Chen Qing seized the opportunity and agreed immediately. Sha Qingyu always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She simply stopped thinking about it and began to busily pick herbs, placing them one by one into the interspatial ring. Seeing this, Chen Qing also joined in. Spiritual herbs are very delicate and must be treated with care. At the same time, outside world, Damong Mountain. Yi Feng raised his hands, slowly lowered them to his dantian, and steadied his breathing. After a day of hard practice today, he felt that he had gained a lot. I opened the system panel and saw that the daily check-in times had been updated. I prayed, don't ever check in again for a powerful technique that requires self-harm. After saying that, he did not forget to look at the book of the golden flower throne in the corner with disdain. Then, raise your hand and click the sign in button. Signing in, Yi Feng quickly closed his eyes. After a long time, he dared to open his eyes tentatively, and a line of text gradually became clear before his eyes. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 Death Warrior. Death Warriors. Yi Feng certainly knew what a death squad was, but he had other concerns. Click to view the detailed introduction, eager to confirm. After seeing the result, he breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, I didn't expect it to be a warrior with the strength of the peak of the out-of-body realm. Great, great, he is stronger than my current strength. Yi Feng was very clear about the say that the cultivators in the out-of-body realm had in the Dao dynasty. Some sect leaders might not be as powerful as the Death Warrior in his hand. Thinking of this, Yi Feng was even more delighted. It's a pity there are so few of them. If I could sign up hundreds or even thousands of these warriors, wouldn't I be invincible? At the very least, I could build a top-tier force. His cultivation was steadily improving, and he was constantly making progress. With various extraordinary rewards available for daily sign-in, Yi Feng felt that when he emerged from seclusion, he would definitely make a splash and become famous throughout the Tianshuan continent. Little did he know that his nemesis, Chen Qing, had already signed up 20,000 of these assassins, and no more. Just when Yi Feng was feeling complacent and entered the state of cultivation again, looking forward to what powerful rewards he could get by signing in tomorrow, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu had already finished picking all the herbs they could see. Huh, I didn't expect there would be so many. Sha Qingyu was thankful that she was now a cultivator. If she had been weak before, she would have been exhausted and out of breath. Thank you for your hard work, madam. Come, have some fruit to replenish your water. Chen Qing handed over a pear-shaped fruit. What a beautiful fruit. Sha Qingyu didn't care where Chen Qing got it from. She smelled it and found it very fragrant, so she took a bite. Crispy and sweet. The fruit is not big, but it is very juicy. One bite and your mouth is full of juice. Sha Qingyu ate it all in just a few bites. Wait, why do I feel? Sha Qingyu couldn't describe what this feeling was. Anyway, after eating that fruit, the energy in my body became much stronger. Husband, what kind of fruit is this? Sha Qingyu asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Longevity fruit. Chen Qing responded. Longevity fruit. Could it be that the energy that has increased in my body is my longevity? Sha Qingyu suddenly realized. That's right. Chen Qing nodded. After taking this longevity fruit, you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Taking one pill can add 100 years to your lifespan. Sha Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. The method of immortality that many people have spent their entire lives pursuing can be easily achieved with just one fruit. This was something Sha Qingyu had not anticipated before. Husband, why didn't you tell me earlier? How can such a precious thing be used to quench thirst? Sha Qingyu suddenly realized. Actually, they are not that precious. If you feel thirsty, madam, I have a lot more. Chen Qing casually took out a dozen longevity fruits. Sha Qingyu was about to say something as she stared at the longevity fruit that was enough to extend her lifespan by thousands of years, not knowing what to say. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Longevity fruit plus 100. Well, now there's even more. Chen Qing secretly complained in his heart. No, that's not necessary. I'm not thirsty now, and I have enough life left. You can keep it for yourself. Sha Qingyu declined politely. This longevity fruit is worth 100 years of life, and it would be stressful enough for her to eat just one. Okay, I'll keep it for now. If madam wants to eat it, there will be plenty for her. Chen Qing spoke the truth without any exaggeration. It was really enough. Okay. Sha Qingyu forced a smile. She wanted to say something else, but she saw Chen Qing's expression suddenly change, and his eyes became sharper, which made Sha Qingyu tremble. The big hand grabbed, and the next moment, a tiny black snake appeared in the hand, with emerald green eyes. The black snake opened its mouth and spit out a breath of black air, which rushed onto Chen Qing's face. Then, a laugh was heard. You have been poisoned by my heart-eating poison. If you want to survive, do as I say. Chapter 47. Good moves, it belongs to me. Chen Qing ignored the eerie old voice and squeezed hard with his 5 fingers. The black snake's emerald green eyes popped out and it died on the spot. How dare you kill the spiritual pet that I have carefully raised? The old man was obviously unhappy, and it was written all over his face. But soon, he calmed down again, thinking that it was normal for Chen Qing to feel resentful. After all, how many people in this world like to be cheated? It's just a spiritual pet. At worst, I can train it later. What the old man was thinking about at the moment was to get as much benefit as possible from Chen Qing. So he said, "Boy, I'm very interested in the longevity fruit on you, hand it over." Seeing that Chen Qing was indifferent to his words, the old man continued, "You have been poisoned by a heart-eating poison. Only I can cure this poison. If there is no antidote within 1 stick of incense, you will die from a ruptured stomach." The purpose of his saying this was to remind Chen Qing, so that he would know that his life was in his hands. If he wanted to survive, he had to do as he said and not resist. Hearing this, Sha Qingyu panicked for a moment. I didn't expect that this Tianyuan secret realm actually had more than one teleportation entrance. Knowing that the person who can enter the secret realm cannot be simple at all, he is worried that Chen Qingjun will be harmed by his vicious plan. Chen Qing chuckled, "You are quite confident." Before the old man could continue bragging about how powerful his poison was, Chen Qing opened his 5 fingers, and strands of ink-black venom gathered on his palm and coiled into a ball. How is this possible? As the refiner, the old man knew that the misty black ball gathered in Chen Qing's hand was the heart-eating poison he had previously given him. You are also a poison cultivator. Apart from this, the old man really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. It turns out my husband is a poison cultivator. Now, Sha Qingyu finally understood why the heart-eating poison that the old man had praised so highly had no effect on Chen Qing. Surprise? Not at all. No matter how talented Chen Qing was, Sha Qingyu wouldn't be surprised now. On the contrary, I feel that he should be omniscient and omnipotent. This is him. This is what he deserves. Chen Qing had no idea that this was how he would appear in Sha Qingyu's eyes. On the other hand, the old man was sweating profusely, with sweat dripping down his face from time to time. The previous ease on his face was completely gone. His expression was complicated and he felt unprecedented pressure. He knew very well that if he continued like this, it would be hard to say whether he could even save his life, let alone get the longevity fruit. We have to get rid of these 2 little kids as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, the old man decided not to waste any more time and poured his spiritual power into the snake-headed staff held in his right hand. Lift it up and slam it hard to the ground. Then, a hurricane-like pillar rose from the ground, and after it broke apart with a bang, the shadow of a giant purple snake was revealed. The old man used his spiritual power to transform the poisonous snake and pointed his staff forward. The giant snake phantom immediately opened its bloody mouth and shot towards Chen Qing. Faced with this opportunity to nourish the supreme holy body of all poisons, Chen Qing naturally accepted it. The 5 fingers opened like a black hole, and the moment the giant snake's shadow approached, it was swallowed up in an instant. Holy body, and it is the first holy body in my poison cultivation lineage. The holy body of 10,000 poisons, the old man was shocked. This is the great opportunity he has always dreamed of. It was once believed that the holy body of 10,000 poisons did not exist at all and was a lie fabricated by monks tens of millions of years ago. Now, when the 10,000 poisons holy body that he had been longing for a long time finally appeared before him, the old man could not smile at all. Because he knows better than anyone that he will die soon. As for Chen Qing, after absorbing the poisonous snake, he not only strengthened his holy body of 10,000 poisons but also mastered this poison technique. With a wave of his hand, 9 poisonous snake phantoms were released from his palm. They started out as thick as an arm and eventually turned into giant bodies hundreds of feet tall. They opened their bloody mouths, looked down, and surrounded the old man. The old man opened his eyes wide, his mouth opened so wide that a whole fist could fit in. His legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Chen Qing didn't care about that and didn't give him any extra time to think. Boom! 9 snakes simultaneously spit out black mist, which washed over the old man like a waterfall. How can a flesh and blood body resist this poison that has been strengthened 10,000 times? The flesh and blood quickly evaporated, leaving only a pile of white bones. In the end, not even the bones were left as they were completely corroded. What a horrible way to kill! Gulp! Sha Qingyu was stunned and swallowed. Then, Chen Qing clenched his 5 fingers and disintegrated the 900-foot-long poisonous snakes. Shadow Puppet brought back the old man's relics and presented them with both hands. It's a space ring. After Chen Qing injected his spiritual consciousness into it, he was slightly surprised. Wow! This old guy has collected a lot of treasures. According to a rough estimate, these resources are enough for an ordinary person to practice for more than 10 years. Chen Qing generously handed the interspatial ring to Sha Qingyu. I have no use for these things. Madam, take them. Thank you, my husband. Sha Qingyu accepted it obediently. Just as Chen Qing said, he really had no use for those things, so he might as well borrow them to offer as a gift to Buddha and get some rewards for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 10,000. Fortunately, Yi Feng was still in seclusion and didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Otherwise, if he knew that Chen Qing had casually obtained another 10,000 of his proudest out-of-body realm warriors, he would definitely doubt his life and vomit 3 liters of blood. The little incident caused by the old man's appearance did not affect the two people's continued exploration of the Tianyuan secret realm. In a blink of an eye, we arrived deeper into the forest. This is the spiritual spring pool, Sha Qingyu suddenly realized. No wonder the concentration of spiritual energy has been increasing along the way. This should also be a kind of opportunity in the secret realm, right? Sha Qingyu turned her gaze to Chen Qing. Chen Qing said, if you practice in this spiritual spring pool, your practice speed will be at least 5 times faster than in the outside world. 5 times the cultivation speed. Sha Qingyu was shocked. Then we. Madam, go first. I'll set up a barrier nearby. Chen Qing didn't want outsiders to see his wife getting wet. Okay, thank you for your hard work, husband. After witnessing Sha Qingyu walk into the spiritual spring pool, Chen Qing formed seals with his hands at a rapid pace, becoming increasingly faster until they became blurry. Accompanied by a resounding Zonchi. The top-grade Earth-level formation, Dragon Trapping Formation, quickly covered an area of 10 miles. After confirming that everything was correct, Chen Qing took off his shoes and socks and walked into the Lingquan pool. The water in the pool was not deep, just above the ankles. Chen Qing came to the center of the spiritual energy pool where the spiritual energy was most abundant, and sat down cross-legged, not far away from Sha Qingyu. Not only Sha Qingyu was interested in the 5-fold cultivation speed, Chen Qing was also quite interested. This kind of opportunity is indeed not available at any time. More importantly, with his comprehension, multiple holy bodies, and heavenly-grade spiritual roots, the improvement in cultivation speed that Chen Qing can enjoy is definitely more than just 5 times. Without further ado, enter the state of cultivation immediately. Increase cultivation to practicing the 10,000 dragon spear technique. Cultivating heavenly rank techniques. Being indecisive may be a derogatory term for others, but for Chen Qing, it is a simple word. Soon, a powerful force burst out with Chen Qing as the center. Sha Qingyu didn't open her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. My husband has achieved a breakthrough so quickly. She suddenly felt a huge pressure. Even though she was known as a top genius, when faced with Chen Qing's terrifying talent, she still felt that she was willing but unable to do what she wanted. The only thing Sha Qingyu could do was to practice desperately and try to catch up with Chen Qing. Not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with him, at least I should be able to see his back. Time passes by little. Chen Qing has broken through 3 realms in a row and his cultivation level has reached the 7th level of the spiritual realm. Sha Qingyu's progress was a little slower, but she also successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm and continued to attack the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm. Everything is going well for them. However, the other outsiders who were also in the Tianyuan secret realm noticed the existence of the Dragon Trapping Formation. And it's a top-grade Earth-level formation. A high-level formation master has also entered the Tianyuan secret realm. Anything that can be protected by an Earth-level formation must be a top-tier treasure. What should we do? Are we just going to sit here and watch them take away the top treasure? At this time, someone suggested, although the Earth-level formation is powerful, we have a large number of people and are the most talented disciples from various sects. Why don't we join forces to break the formation and take the treasure, then divide it equally? What do you think? The others looked at each other, knowing that the possibility of breaking the formation alone was very slim. There was no choice but to join forces to break the formation, and people expressed their agreement one after another. These sounds were heard by Chen Qing, who was 10 miles away and practicing madly in the Lingquan pool to improve his cultivation. He heard every word of them. Since they like to seek death, Chen Qing doesn't mind using these people's blood to feed his sword. The 7-star sword still has a long way to go before it can light up the 7 sword stars. Chapter 48 Treasure Hunting Mouse. Chen Qing took a look around within his perception range and found that most of those guys were of the same age as him. Judging from their cultivation level, age, and the clothes they wear, they must be well-known geniuses in their respective sects. Chen Qing carefully checked the sect totems embroidered on their training uniforms, but had no memory of them. I thought most of them were sects outside the Dao dynasty. Although they are geniuses, they are not qualified enough for Chen Qing to regard them as threats. Among the hundreds of people, the strongest is only at the Jindan realm. Even if there are a few old guys among their peers who have deliberately concealed their aura and have reached the nascent soul stage and the out-of-body stage, the difference is still not big. They can all be killed instantly with just a flick of the finger. The next moment, a shadow puppet separated from the shadow under Chen Qing, carrying the 7-star sword, and decided to go and harvest blood and energy to speed up the lighting of the sword star. The stronger the cultivator, the more blood and energy he can contribute. Although such a small number of people is not enough to light up the sword star, Chen Qing is well aware of the principle of accumulating small amounts to make a big one. There is no reason to refuse the blood and energy that is delivered to the door. After arranging everything, Chen Qing glanced at Sha Qingyu, who was sitting opposite him, concentrating on absorbing spiritual energy and busy improving her cultivation. Soon, he closed his eyes and entered a state of concentration, frantically absorbing and refining the vast amount of spiritual energy contained in the spiritual spring pool. On the other side, the shadow puppet lurked in the shadows, quickly crossed the distance, came to the outside of the dragon trapping formation, and merged into the shadow of one of the disciples. The disciple was completely oblivious to this, gasping for breath. No, so many of us have taken turns attacking, yet we haven't even caused the slightest damage. It's too tough. Why don't we all go back to the sect and ask the elders to take action? This was the first time they faced a formation master in their lives. After experiencing it personally, they realized that they had greatly underestimated the formation master's power. Little did they know that this formation had not yet been fully activated. If it were to be fully opened, any random attack would be enough to kill them instantly, leaving no trace of their bodies. The reason why Chen Qing didn't do so was because he was worried that he would be too heavy-handed and waste the blood and energy that was about to be obtained, so he specially sent out the shadow puppet. At this moment, the main purpose of the dragon trapping formation was to prevent outsiders from entering and preventing them from interfering with Sha Qingyu's cultivation. Of course, to put it more bluntly, with the current strength of these disciples, they don't even have the qualifications to enter the formation and trigger the formation's killing mechanism. Everyone was thinking about the young man's words, hesitating whether to return to the sect for help. At this moment, a terrified voice suddenly came from the crowd. "You, who are you?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their heads to look. Then, Shadow Puppet jumped out from the young man's shadow, holding a 7-star knife, and cut his throat cleanly with one knife. Blood splattered on the face of the person beside him. His eyes were closed tightly, and his tiger body shook violently. I could clearly feel the thick layer of blood plasma on my face slowly flowing downwards. Immediately afterwards, they witnessed that the blood was like floating red gauze, flying towards the 7-star sword one after another and being absorbed. Until the body of the young disciple became emaciated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and completely turned into a bag of skin and bones. Evil cultivators. These are evil cultivators. Evil cultivators have invaded the Tianyuan secret realm. Quick, go back and inform the elders. These young geniuses had never seen such a scene before, and they were sure that the other party was an evil cultivator. For a moment, they cried out in fear and fled. If they remembered correctly, the young disciple who was killed had the strength of at least the Golden Core realm. Even a Jindan realm cultivator was killed by Shadow Puppet with just one casual blow, so how could they dare to be his enemy? But in the face of absolute strength, all their struggles, without exception, were in vain. The Shadow Puppet kills at an extremely fast speed, using shadows to quickly teleport between disciples. Every teleportation represents the death of one person, and a system prompt sound is heard. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 4th grade Scarlet Sky Pill plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Longevity Fruit plus 100. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward. Dragon Blood plus 10. Chen Qing felt that the system was constantly refreshing in his ears and affecting his cultivation, so he chose to block it and let it refresh on its own. He directly stored the rewards into the system backpack and would study them later when he had time. Return to the outside of the formation. In just a moment, the geniuses of many forces who had just confidently declared that they would break the formation and seize the treasure have now turned into dry bones all over the ground. The blood and energy were completely absorbed by the seven-star sword, leaving it lifeless. With just a slight touch, it turned into loose sand. I want to ask why those elders who deliberately concealed their own auras did not take action to stop the shadow puppet. First, everything happened so fast that they had no time to react. Secondly, although the shadow puppet did not reveal its true cultivation level, it did not prevent them from recognizing the gap. They all knew it, and if they acted rashly, the result would only be a few more corpses on the ground. Is disciples more important, or is one's own life more important? The latter is undoubtedly the most important. They turned around and wanted to flee from this place, each returning to the branch of their own sect established in the secret realm, and decided to report the matter and ask the other elders to make a decision. However, before his front foot could touch the ground, a cold light pierced through his chest. Shadow Puppet strictly followed Chen Qing's orders and left no one alive. Oh no, he found out. The other elders knew they could not escape, so they could only show up one by one and no longer waste their spiritual energy on hiding their aura. We were so reckless and disturbed you, Senior. I beg you to be magnanimous and show some mercy. I am the Dean of the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Of course, these words were not spoken to Yingkui, but to Chen Qing behind Yingkui. Chen Qing had no interest in listening to his nonsense, and Yingkui didn't intend to waste time. He approached in an instant, drew his sword quickly, and with a flash of cold light, the head suddenly flew up into the sky, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, the other elders knew that Chen Qing was bloodthirsty and unwilling to let him go. Damn you, demon cultivator, I'll fight you to the death. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to fight our way out. When someone raises his arms and shouts, there will naturally be people who respond. Everyone was filled with rage, and their spiritual might was shaking out. Shadow Puppet calmly raised his left hand that was not holding the knife and gently dropped it down. An even more powerful pressure fell precisely on everyone's head. His body was pinned to the ground by an invisible hand, unable to move, and sank into the mud. His eyes widened, his pupils trembling, and he spoke with difficulty, "Out, the peak of the out-of-body realm." Afterwards, Shadow Puppet attacked these sect elders one by one, killing them and letting the seven-star sword suck their blood dry. After doing all this, he did not forget to collect the space rings and storage bags scattered on the ground and bring them back to Chen Qing. Being in a secret realm full of opportunities, there will definitely be no shortage of treasures in these storage magic weapons. It is like a treasure-hunting rat, who puts in a lot of effort and finally helps Chen Qing. Chapter 49. A woman who acts like a spoiled child has the best fate. When Shadow Puppet returned to Chen Qing's shadow with the spoils, Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation level had improved by 2 small realms, neither more nor less. Having reached the 9th level of the spirit-severing realm, he was only one bottleneck away from reaching the fusion realm. If it were someone else, crossing from one realm to another like this, if there was even a slight mistake, not only would the breakthrough fail, but at best they would fall back to a lower realm, or at worst they would go astray. Of course, in this case, if Chen Qing is willing to use the number of enlightenments, he can easily overcome the bottleneck and break through to a new realm. However, with Chen Qing's current level of cultivation and comprehension, there is no need to waste an epiphany to break through a small fusion state. Looking at the Shadow Puppet kneeling on one knee in front of him, with his head lowered, holding a large storage bag and a space ring in his hands, Chen Qing was just about to reach out to take it when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw that the azure spiritual energy that originally lingered around Sha Qingyu was now filled with traces of black and red demonic energy. Oh no, this is going crazy. Seeing this, Chen Qing no longer had the mind to care about the storage bag and space ring. Immediately transfer spiritual energy to protect Sha Qingyu and stabilize her breathing. As the traces of demonic energy gradually faded and disappeared, Sha Qingyu's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. After the demonic energy completely disappeared, the spiritual energy surrounding her became even stronger. Chen Qing knew that Sha Qingyu had successfully avoided becoming possessed and had achieved a breakthrough. Successfully pampered, my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Cultivation Experience Pack +1. Sha Qingyu slowly opened her phoenix eyes, and then met Chen Qing's eyes mixed with anger. Sha Qingyu immediately lowered her head guiltily, like a child who had made a mistake. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If I hadn't discovered it in time, you would have gone crazy by now, Chen Qing scolded. Husband, I was wrong. Sha Qingyu did not try to argue, but admitted her mistake and apologized. During the process, she certainly had a feeling, as if her body was stuck in a swamp, sinking little by little, unable to extricate herself. Just when she was helpless and felt desperate, a strong hand reached out and pulled her out of the quagmire. Afterwards, Sha Qingyu saw the face clearly. It was none other than Chen Qing. Seeing that Chen Qing didn't say anything, he still looked resentful. While Sha Qingyu was worried, a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She understood that the reason Chen Qing was angry was because he cared about her. However, how to calm Chen Qing's anger became a difficult problem that troubled Sha Qingyu. At this moment, Sha Qingyu suddenly remembered what her mother had once said to her: women who know how to act coquettishly have the best life. With the mentality of giving it a try, Sha Qingyu approached Chen Qing, took his hand, and gently shook it, saying, "Husband, I truly know I was wrong. I won't do this again next time." Looking at Sha Qingyu's sincere expression of begging for mercy, Chen Qing was about to say something. Sha Qingyu suddenly leaned forward, lightly brushing Chen Qing's cheek, then quickly retreated half a step as fast as lightning, saying delicately, "Husband, please forgive me this time, okay?" Looking at the future Empress of Destiny, who was trying hard to beg for mercy from him, Chen Qing couldn't hold back his smile after all. He quickly restrained himself and said in a serious tone, "This won't happen again." "Thank you, my husband." Sha Qingyu smiled, her beauty captivating the whole country. If you were not Her Royal Highness the Princess, you would definitely be called a beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people. Remember, this won't happen again. Chen Qing emphasized again and again. Yeah. Sha Qingyu nodded quickly and agreed without hesitation. "Tell me, how could you go astray out of nowhere?" Chen Qing asked the reason. "Can you not tell me?" Sha Qingyu was a little embarrassed to speak. "No, I have to say it," Chen Qing said firmly. "If we don't identify the problem, how can we avoid it in the future?" "All right," Sha Qingyu said timidly. "My husband's cultivation speed was too fast, and I was anxious at the moment, so." When Chen Qing learned the truth, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. The love was to catch up with himself, which led to the inability to control the spiritual power and almost going astray. "Madam, do you want to surpass me?" Chen Qing asked. "I know that's impossible." Sha Qingyu shook her head. "I just don't want to be left too far behind by my husband." "Silly boy, I will always be by your side." Chen Qing's words made Sha Qingyu's beautiful eyes tremble. Her heart was beating like a deer. Her heartbeat accelerated and became louder and louder. In the end, it even felt like someone was beating drums in her ears. It was just a simple sentence, but it hit Sha Qingyu's heart. "Husband, I..." Thousands of words gathered at Sha Qingyu's lips, but she didn't know how to say them. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I have something to give you." Chen Qing raised his hand and placed the tip of his index finger between Sha Qingyu's eyebrows. At the same time, open the system panel and select the cultivation experience package that you just obtained and is still fresh. Do you want to use the cultivation experience pack on the target, Sha Qingyu? Use. Cultivation experience pack is in use. Successful use. The next moment, the spiritual energy around Sha Qingyu rapidly boiled and continued to expand, and her cultivation level increased by 1 level every second. I broke through to the nascent soul stage. No, I have broken through to the out-of-body realm again. Sha Qingyu was both surprised and delighted, and looked at Chen Qing with a bewildered expression. It is clear that no matter how much the Lingquan pool speeds up the cultivation speed, it is impossible to advance 2 major realms at once. At this moment, 2 words suddenly popped up in her mind: pass on the skills. Sha Qingyu remembered that among the many ways to improve one's realm in this world, there was the transmission of skills. A person passes on his own cultivation to others in order to help them quickly improve their realm. "Husband, why would you sacrifice your own cultivation to help me improve my realm?" "I don't want it, take it back quickly." A faint ripple appeared in Sha Qingyu's eyes. Chen Qing was so good to her that Sha Qingyu always felt she couldn't bear it. Once you give away your cultivation, it's like pouring out water. There's no way to take it back. Chen Qing said. I do hope to become stronger soon, but I don't want to do so at the cost of hurting my husband. Sha Qingyu expressed her feelings. Don't worry, this level of cultivation is nothing to me. Chen Qing dared to say this, and he naturally had his confidence. That's right, it's the system's reward for pampering your wife. Whatever cultivation you give out will be returned in multiples. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Double cultivation experience pack +1. If possible, Chen Qing also wanted to give this double cultivation experience package to Sha Qingyu. However, the option was grayed out. I realized that this was because the system was worried about a bug, so I kept brushing the cultivation experience packs to continuously upgrade the level. However, for Chen Qing today, the double cultivation experience package is enough to significantly improve his realm. Chapter 50 Another bottle. Confirm to use the double cultivation experience pack. Using the double cultivation experience pack. Double cultivation experience pack successfully used. As the system finished speaking, Chen Qing's cultivation immediately reached the peak of the fusion realm, and in the blink of an eye it was promoted to the peak of the tribulation realm. This double cultivation experience package allowed Chen Qing's cultivation to rise by 2 major realms. It cannot be said that we made money, but we made huge profits, huge profits. Not only did it enhance Sha Qingyu's affection for him, it also significantly raised his cultivation level, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, Chen Qing opened the system backpack again and took a look at the wife-loving rewards that Shadow Puppet had received for killing those disciples. The last time I looked at it, if I remember correctly, I saw the words, Dragon Blood. Chen Qing had previously given the true phoenix body to Sha Qingyu. Although it was not phoenix blood, it was the bloodline of a sacred beast, and dragon blood could also be used to improve Sha Qingyu's physique. Thinking of this, Chen Qing took out a portion of dragon blood in a transparent glass bottle. Husband, what is this? Sha Qingyu asked curiously, looking at the blood-red liquid with hints of brilliant gold that was gently shaking inside the bottle. Dragon blood can be used to enhance your true phoenix holy body. As he spoke, Chen Qing handed over the dragon blood in his hand. Sha Qingyu took the dragon blood, popped the cork open, and opened her mouth, intending to drink it all in one gulp. Hey, this is not for drinking. Just absorb it and refine it. Seeing this, Chen Qing quickly spoke out to stop him. I see. Sha Qingyu smiled awkwardly. Immediately, according to what Chen Qing said, he began to absorb the dragon blood in the bottle like absorbing spiritual energy. Chen Qing still had a lot of dragon blood in his hand. He was not in a hurry to absorb and refine it. Instead, he opened the system panel and checked the reward for sending a bottle of dragon blood. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card +1. Can the Shadow Puppet be strengthened? This was something Chen Qing had not expected. But, just one, system, aren't you being too stingy? Chen Qing couldn't help but complain in his heart. He sighed and consoled himself silently, never mind, one is better than nothing. Everyone has bad luck sometimes. Next, click to use the Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card. Using Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card. The Shadow Puppet Enhancement Card was used successfully. The next moment, a few lines of text appeared on the system panel in front of Chen Qing. Similar to Heavy Armor Shadow Puppet, Assassin Shadow Puppet, Archer Shadow Puppet. It was followed by a series of numbers, which added up to exactly the total number of shadow puppets Chen Qing currently possessed. Collective reinforcement. Only then did Chen Qing realize that he had misunderstood the system. Enhancement cards can randomly change the shadow puppet's type. The Heavy Armor Shadow Puppet focuses on defense. The Assassin Shadow Puppet is not only swift but also deals incredibly high damage, and the Archer Shadow Puppet excels at long-range combat. Not bad, not bad. Chen Qing was very satisfied with the reward. Husband. Upon hearing this, Sha Qingyu, who had just completely absorbed the dragon blood, cast a puzzled look. I mean, Madam is extremely talented. She refined all the dragon blood so quickly. Chen Qing said to make amends. Then asked, how do you feel now? My strength has increased significantly, and my holy body has also made a qualitative leap. Sha Qingyu was still a novice when it came to cultivation, and her vocabulary was limited, so she could only express her thoughts as clearly as possible. Okay, another bottle. Chen Qing took out another bottle of dragon blood. How can I miss this opportunity to get the reward for pampering my wife? In Sha Qingyu's view, dragons are sacred beasts that have long been extinct in the lower realm. Rumor has it that a dragon's body is full of treasures, and even a piece of dragon scale from 10,000 years ago can be auctioned for a sky-high price. But Chen Qing could easily take out bottle after bottle of dragon blood. At this moment, Sha Qingyu suddenly recalled the domineering scene when she witnessed Chen Qing riding a dragon and flying into the sky in Qingcheng sect. She held the dragon blood tightly in her hand and asked tentatively, "Husband, could this dragon blood be drawn from that spirit pet?" Spiritual pet. Chen Qing then realized that the spiritual pet Sha Qingyu mentioned should be the 9-nether immortal dragon. Since Sha Qingyu had already found a good excuse for herself, Chen Qing took advantage of the situation and said, "Yes, that's right. It doesn't need this little blood. Feel free to use it. If it's not enough, I'll draw more." Sha Qingyu thought about it and realized that with a body as huge as the 9-nether undead dragon, there was no way it could be short of this little bit of dragon blood in its hand. 9-nether immortal dragon. Not only did she appreciate Chen Qing's painstaking efforts, but she also desperately needed to improve her strength in order to repay him. Sha Qingyu nodded and began to absorb and refine the dragon blood once again. At the same time, Sha Qingyu's words also inspired Chen Qing. The blood of the 9-nether undead dragon should be of higher quality than the dragon blood rewarded by the system, right? If that's the case, Chen Qing thought, the immortal dragon is the immortal dragon. Since it is immortal, doesn't that mean it can directly achieve the freedom of dragon blood? But on second thought, even if he is immortal, if he draws too much dragon blood, his cultivation will definitely decline. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Chen Qing opened the system panel again to check the rewards for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Shadow Puppet plus 20,000. Note: this batch of shadow puppets has automatically been assigned a random unit type. 20,000 shadow puppets. Chen Qing felt that if he continued like this, he would have to gather an army of 100,000 shadow puppets. The most important thing is that he took a look on a whim and found that the improvement brought by the enhancement card to the shadow puppet was far more than just the upgrade of the troop type, but also the realm of cultivation. Now Shadow Puppet's cultivation level has been raised from the peak of the out-of-body realm to the peak of the spirit-severing realm. A puppet at the 50,000 point god realm, and 100% loyal. Once this matter gets out, Chen Qing dare not imagine how the world, the major dynasties, and the forces will view him. However, what he would never have expected was that not long ago, Yi Feng, who was the protagonist of Destiny, was complacent and claimed to be almost invincible because he signed in a death warrior with the peak cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. Husband. Before Sha Qingyu could finish her words, Chen Qing handed over another bottle of dragon blood. One more bottle. My wife is about to break through. Chen Qing made up a story. He actually didn't see anything, he was just trying to get the reward for pampering his wife. Okay. Sha Qingyu accepted the dragon blood and did as she was told. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit plus 100. Husband. Another bottle. Chen Qing said again, I'm almost there. In this way, Chen Qing received one reward after another for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, epiphany plus 10. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Supreme Holy Body Spacetime Holy Body plus 1. Rank on the 3000 physical fitness rankings, 6. Another holy body, and one of the top 10 supreme holy bodies. Just by looking at the two words, time and space, it was not difficult for Chen Qing to imagine their power and wonderful uses. But soon, his attention was uncontrollably drawn to Sha Qingyu, who was concentrating on cultivation. Suddenly, a raging fire started burning all over her body without any warning. Chapter 51 Immortal Phoenix. Chen Qing did not rush to put out the fire, because he did not think the flames enveloping Sha Qingyu were a threat. Looking at Sha Qingyu's expression, there really wasn't a trace of pain on her face. Could it be that I was actually right by accident? Is this really going to be a breakthrough? Chen Qing couldn't help but think in this direction. As it turned out, he was right. Then you can see that, accompanied by a phoenix cry that resounds through heaven and earth, the flame turns into a fire phoenix that covers the sky and the sun, soaring into the sky and circling overhead. Witnessing the grand scene of the phoenix appearing and the colorful divine light illuminating the heaven and earth, Chen Qing guessed that it was probably the dragon blood that activated the true phoenix holy body. Not long after, Sha Qingyu slowly opened her eyes. As for the layer of orange-red flames that originally covered her body, she had already completely absorbed it. Sha Qingyu stood up and also noticed the seven-colored light shining down from above her head. Looking up, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise when he saw the phoenix circling in the sky. Phoenix. Don't worry, this phoenix comes from the true phoenix holy body you possess. Chen Qing explained. True phoenix holy body. It turns out it's all real. Sha Qingyu realized it belatedly. What's true? Chen Qing asked. Sha Qingyu did not hide anything and told him everything about how her consciousness entered a mysterious world during her cultivation and she met the immortal phoenix. Besides this, Sha Qingyu also received the blessing of the immortal phoenix. According to the immortal phoenix, it seems that I can obtain a chance for nirvana and rebirth when I am on the verge of death. After hearing Sha Qingyu's words, Chen Qing pondered, is it equivalent to gaining an extra life? That's quite good. To be honest, even Chen Qing himself did not expect that the true phoenix holy body had such a wonderful use. Fortunately, he gave this true phoenix holy body to Sha Qingyu. Otherwise, even though he possessed an immortal body, this opportunity for nirvana and rebirth would be useless and would be wasted. If it weren't for my husband, Qingyu wouldn't have had this opportunity. Sha Qingyu knew that all this was thanks to Chen Qing. He was certain that if it were not for Chen Qing, let alone the holy body or the chance of rebirth in nirvana, he would probably never have embarked on the path of cultivation in this life and would have lived an ordinary mortal life. Madam, you are too polite. There is still a lot of spiritual energy left in this spiritual spring pool. You and I should hurry up and refine it, and then look for other opportunities. Chen Qing suggested. Okay. Sha Qingyu did as she was told and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Chen Qing took out the last bottle of dragon blood and kept a portion for himself. I decided to try my luck and see if I could also gain a special boost like Sha Qingyu after refining dragon blood. After the entire bottle of blood and energy is absorbed and refined, it cannot be said that there is no improvement. Physical strength, qi and blood, cultivation have all increased. It's just that there is no special improvement like the chance of rebirth in nirvana. Chen Qing understood the principle of contentment, so he did not care about anything and focused on absorbing and refining the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual spring pool. Try to raise your cultivation from the 9th level of tribulation to Mahayana before your spiritual energy is exhausted. He doesn't mind competing for the title of the youngest emperor. Time flies. Sha Qingyu successfully advanced a small realm before the spiritual spring pool dried up. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Qing. Seeing that he was still cultivating, Sha Qingyu did not make a sound to disturb him. Just looking at him, it was a rare opportunity to look directly into Chen Qing's face like this. Words like suave, handsome, and elegant kept popping up in my mind. However, unlike before, Sha Qingyu would no longer question whether all this was because her lover saw beauty in everything. She couldn't deny that this was indeed one of the reasons. As for the other reason, it was of course because Chen Qing was indeed extraordinarily handsome and had the aura of a banished immortal. As she watched, Sha Qingyu became absorbed in it and completely lost in thought. Until Chen Qing opened his eyes and their eyes met. Sha Qingyu's little face suddenly turned red. She quickly spoke, pretending to be calm. Husband, how is your cultivation going? But it couldn't hide the panic in my heart. Chen Qing saw through it but didn't say anything. He responded, not bad, I've successfully broken through. There had been a question that had been bothering Sha Qingyu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she asked directly, may I ask, my husband, what realm are you at now? Madam, do you want to know? Chen Qing asked back. Sha Qingyu nodded rapidly. Chen Qing smiled calmly, releasing a hint of pressure. Sha Qingyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and her entire body was repeatedly struck by a terrifying might. She froze in place, unable to move. An intense feeling of powerlessness swept over Sha Qingyu's body and mind. It was as if she had been reduced to the size of an ant, facing a towering elephant. Chen Qing stopped at that point and withdrew his pressure, fearing that he might harm Sha Qingyu. "Madam, are you okay?" Chen Qing asked with concern. After a long moment, Sha Qingyu excitedly uttered, 18 years old, at the Mahayana stage. "Husband, are you truly human?" Sha Qingyu had heard a lot about genius and evildoer from other people, and had also read a lot about them in the descriptions of ancient books. However, Sha Qingyu had never heard of, let alone seen, an 18-year-old Mahayana cultivator. How many people at Chen Qing's age are still struggling in the qi refining realm? On the other hand, if he continues like this, he will become a quasi-emperor or even an emperor. This is also why Sha Qingyu doubted whether Chen Qing was actually human. Because in her opinion, this is no longer something that humans can do. "Of course I am a human, but my cultivation speed is a little faster than that of ordinary people." Chen Qing gave the answer. "You call that a little fast?" Sha Qingyu had so much to say but didn't know where to start. Just at this moment, a loud voice came from a distance. "People in the formation, if you have the courage, don't hide in this turtle shell, get out and die. If you don't come out now, I will break your formation and tear your tendons and skin apart, grinding your bones into ashes." The shouting continued. Chen Qing took a look with his spiritual sense. "Wow. There are quite a few people here, probably hundreds of them, right?" Hundreds of people came. Sha Qingyu was shocked. With her current level of cultivation, she couldn't achieve the same distance coverage of her spiritual sense as Chen Qing. Although she now has a holy body and the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm, she is not sure if she can deal with hundreds of monks at the same time. Sha Qingyu's thoughts were always written on her face, and Chen Qing easily saw through them. He asked, "Madam, would you like to use those guys to test your current strength?" "I do want to, but there are hundreds of them. I'm not sure." Sha Qingyu was running out of energy. Chen Qing patted his chest and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, you have my husband backing you up. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up." "Husband." Sha Qingyu's eyes were filled with emotion. Since Chen Qing said so much, she no longer refused and agreed with a, "Okay." In Sha Qingyu's eyes, as a cultivator, most of the time he would fight against other cultivators. Relying solely on monsters was not enough to accumulate practical combat experience. So, this is a great opportunity. Chapter 52 Bullying. There is no time to lose, my husband. Let's set off quickly. Sha Qingyu felt more anticipation than fear. She felt that she was eager to fight. Compared to music, chess, calligraphy, painting, the 4 books and the 5 classics, cultivation is indeed more interesting. Chen Qing reached out and grabbed Sha Qingyu's wrist. "Husband." Sha Qingyu retracted her steps and looked at Chen Qing with a confused expression. Chen Qing did not speak in a hurry. He opened the system backpack, selected Holy Body of Time and Space and confirmed the binding. Binding. The space-time holy body is successfully bound. After confirming that the holy body of space and time was bound, and relying on top-level comprehension, he instantly understood how to use it. Chen Qing then raised his hand and said, "I have a faster way." Before Sha Qingyu could ask what the faster way Chen Qing was referring to was, she had already witnessed the space before her eyes being torn apart by Chen Qing's 5 fingers, transforming into a portal. Without the need for spirit stones or formations, one can easily tear space apart and transform it into a portal. Is this the power of a Mahayana cultivator? Sha Qingyu yearned for Chen Qing's strength immensely, and wanted even more to catch up with him. Not to mention surpassing Chen Qing, at least he can stand beside him with confidence, so that people don't feel that he is not qualified. Let's go. Chen Qing glanced at Sha Qingyu, who looked like she was thinking about something. Okay. Sha Qingyu ended her wandering thoughts, responded, and followed Chen Qing's footsteps into the portal. On the other side, the hundreds of monks who were preparing to work together to break the formation also looked up and noticed the torn space gap. Then, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu were seen walking out. These methods are definitely not for ordinary people. Everyone must not take it lightly. Upon seeing this, the elders all reminded their disciples, simply because even with their current level of cultivation, they could not do such a thing. Hearing this, the disciples all looked serious and tightened their grip on the hilts of their swords. "Madam, these people are all yours. Not a single one can escape," Chen Qing assured Sha Qingyu. From what he said, it seemed as if his life could be disposed of at will. Naturally, everyone was unhappy, and someone was about to speak up to retort. Shadow puppets appeared in large numbers, forming an encirclement with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding and killing hundreds of monks and turning them into an impenetrable human wall. Who are these people? Where did they come from? Are you sure they are human? I can't sense any life from them. How weird. Before they could figure out what the shadow puppets were, thousands of them had already actively released the pressure of their realm. The words, "peak of the spiritual severing realm," instantly appeared in everyone's mind. Without exception, their expressions were all replaced by panic. These monsters, neither human nor ghost, actually possess the cultivation level of the peak of the spiritual severing realm. In other words, 1,000 cultivators at the peak of the spirit severing realm. He looked doubtful about his life and spoke in an incredulous tone. "It's over. We're finished. No one told me before we came here that they had so many masters in the spiritual severing realm. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage." As soon as Chen Qing showed his skills, these people were defeated without a fight. The one with the highest cultivation level among them is only at the 2nd level of the out-of-body realm. If there were only 1 or 2 shadow puppets, perhaps they could still rely on the advantage in numbers to generate the confidence to give it a try. But now, they are facing a full 1,000 shadow puppets with the peak cultivation level of the spirit severing realm. How can they be confident? There were many people whose legs went weak and they collapsed on the ground. The voices of people kneeling and begging for mercy came one after another. Chen Qing ignored it all. He gave the order through his mind, and anyone who dared to hurt Sha Qingyu, even by a tiny hair, would be killed immediately. On the one hand, it's about getting rewards for pampering his wife, but on the other hand, Chen Qing is reluctant to hurt his own wife, so why should others? "Madam, let's do it." Chen Qing made up his mind for Sha Qingyu with just one sentence. After a brief moment of thought, Sha Qingyu nodded, took a step forward, and an ice lotus condensed in her palm. What should I do? It looks like he's not going to let us go. We have no choice but to fight. Fight? Fight with whom? Fight with these hundreds or even thousands of spiritual severing realm cultivators. Just thinking about it makes me feel powerless. Until a shrill scream spread among the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the man with twisted limbs and a terrified face. He was completely frozen in time, unable to move. Then, ice spikes pierced out from the body and the 7 orifices one after another, turning into bloody ice lotuses. In just a moment, the whole person completely lost his life breath and was completely covered by the ice lotus. That scene looked extremely weird and creepy. Seeing that someone had already died tragically at Sha Qingyu's hands, even though they knew they were doomed, they had no choice but to draw their swords and resist. "Go to death calmly. I can't do it. Fighting back, at least you can have a chance of survival. I'm going to fight you. You were unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. Evil woman, look at the sword." Looking at their expressions and listening to the words coming out of their mouths, Chen Qing was speechless. If someone didn't know, they would probably think that they were the victims. It's simply the opposite of Tiangong. During the past few days following Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu always remembered his teachings: to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Therefore, she took action without any hesitation, and was very decisive and swift. Sha Qingyu knew very well that if she were not stronger, these people might not be so merciful. Ice flowers continuously formed from Sha Qingyu's hands and flew out. The blood of the person who was hit was frozen on the spot, and the cold poison instantly invaded his internal organs, turned into seeds, sprouted and blossomed. During this period, Chen Qing said nothing, silently took out the 7-star sword, and drained the blood and energy of those people to light up the sword star. Sha Qingyu killed at an extremely fast speed. Before long, only less than a dozen people were left out of the hundreds of people. Most of them are elders of the sect, who survive by dragging their disciples down with them. Many disciples' lives were lost because they were used as shields by them. One of the elders, looking at the frozen corpse, which was too numerous to take in, broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hand to dissuade them. Wait, wait. You've killed enough of this man. Isn't it time to calm down your anger? Why not sit down and have a good talk? There's nothing off limits. Why bother with such a life and death struggle? Chen Qing sneered at this and was too lazy to waste words with it. It's easy to imagine that this old guy probably wants to use the treasure to compensate himself. However, Chen Qing still maintained the same attitude. If there were any real treasures, they wouldn't be able to take them with them when they died, so they would all belong to him. Talk shit. Seeing Chen Qing remain silent, Sha Qingyu understood what he meant and used the ice lotus to take the lives of the two men. You are going too far. Even if I die today, I will take you with me. Chapter 53 The Empress turns into a gangster. The elder's arrogant words caught Chen Qing's attention. I noticed that he had an extra magic weapon in his hand. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary talisman, but in fact it was of earth grade. It gives people a feeling that is very similar to the Yama needle, with an evil nature. The 10,000 Ghosts Death Talisman, go. Without waiting for the elder to activate the talisman, Chen Qing stretched his hand into the void, then stretched it out from the void, snatching the 10,000 ghosts killing talisman from his hand. Wait. When the elder realized that something was wrong and wanted to reach out to grab the talisman, the palm-sized door to the void had already closed and he reached out in vain. Looking up, the elder saw the life-saving trump card he had found in the secret realm in Chen Qing's hand. He was so upset that he could not even cry. He cursed, "You despicable villain, give it back to me. Who allowed you to use such a dangerous thing?" Chen Qing didn't care about him and put the 10,000 ghosts killing talisman into his pocket. You want to kill me. You don't even allow me to resist. You're going too far," the elder scolded angrily, tears streaming down his face. "So what if I bully you?" Chen Qing's words left the elder speechless, his face flushed, and his eyes rolled up, making it seem like he might faint from anger at any moment. But he was unable to refute Chen Qing's words. Yes, in this era where the strong are respected, what can you do if someone bullies you? Chen Qing's words made these people understand clearly that from the beginning to the end, they were just their playthings, and their life and death could be decided at will. There is not even the right to struggle, it is death anyway. Finally, out of respect for the elders who possessed greater strength, Sha Qingyu mobilized a large amount of spiritual energy and condensed an even larger ice lotus above everyone's heads. As her hands dropped, the ice lotus fell rapidly. With a loud bang, the cold air rose explosively like a surging tide. After the smoke and dust cleared, all the sect elders had already been frozen in the lotus, their lives completely declared over. He seemed unharmed, but in fact he died instantly. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Intermediate Grade Cold Moon Sword +1. I did it. After receiving the pampered wife reward, Chen Qing glanced at Sha Qingyu, whose heart was still pounding and unable to calm down, and praised her. Well done. This is how you should treat your enemies. It's all thanks to my husband's support that I can do all this. Sha Qingyu has always firmly believed that without Chen Qing, she wouldn't be who she is today. It was he who brought her a new life. Since you and I are husband and wife, we naturally have to support each other. Chen Qing said as a matter of course. Immediately, he took out the Frost Moon Sword, which possessed the attribute of ice, which he had just obtained, and handed it to Sha Qingyu. I happen to have a sword that is suitable for the cultivation method you are practicing. You can use it. If it doesn't suit you, I will find you another one another day. Chen Qing is planning to improve the quality of the rewards for pampering his wife. It just so happened that he had not practiced any ice-attributed martial arts, and although he possessed ice spiritual roots, he could not unleash the full power of the Cold Moon Sword. It would be a waste to use it forcibly. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Heavenly Grade Supreme Ice Spiritual Root +1. Chen Qing had just said that the ice attribute had nothing to do with him, but he never expected that he would be slapped in the face by the system so quickly. However, no matter how many times this slap in the face happens, Chen Qing is willing to accept it. Thank you, my husband. Sha Qingyu took the Frost Moon Sword with both hands. Just a verbal thank you, Chen Qing began to ask for something. This would not only bring him closer to Sha Qingyu, but also allow her to feel more relaxed after accepting his gift. Sha Qingyu was not stupid and quickly understood what Chen Qing wanted to express. He first put the Hanyu sword into the space ring, then took a step forward, got close to Chen Qing's face, and kissed him. "My dear husband, do you think this is sincere enough?" Sha Qingyu asked with a seductive look. "It's enough, but..." Chen Qing deliberately kept the secret, waiting for Sha Qingyu to ask further questions. "But what?" Sha Qingyu pressed on, just as he had expected. "Madam has kissed me so many times, I also want to kiss you." Chen Qing expressed his true feelings. "How can there be so many?" Sha Qingyu looked shy. Then she said timidly, "If you want to do it, just kiss me." "Then you're welcome." Chen Qing walked forward and, like Sha Qingyu, kissed her on the cheek. He did not push any further and stopped at the right point. Now is a critical moment and there is plenty of time. There is no need for Chen Qing to put himself in danger. "Ma'am, you smell so good, it's like kissing a soft cake." "No, don't say any more." Seeing Chen Qing still making a cheek-kissing remark, Sha Qingyu lowered her head, her face flushed as if dripping blood, and her voice became even softer. "If you don't listen carefully, you will really ignore it." Still stopping at the right point, Chen Qing suggested, "Come on, madam, let's go rob." "Robbery?" Sha Qingyu raised her head, attracted by Chen Qing's words. These sect disciples have spent quite a bit of time in the Tianyuan secret realm and must have collected quite a few treasures. Let's go and take them all away. This will be much more efficient than running around looking for treasures like a headless fly. Chen Qing said it more directly. "Okay." Sha Qingyu nodded. Not only did she not think there was anything wrong with this, but her face was filled with anticipation and excitement. On the way to the major branch sects to rob and plunder, Chen Qing did not forget to release tens of thousands of shadow puppets to conduct a carpet search for treasures in the secret realm. Let them spare even the smallest item, even a low-grade spirit stone, and bring them all back to him. Tens of thousands of shadow puppets came out together, following Chen Qing's orders, to explore the Tianyuan secret realm. Not long, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu walked out of the Void Gate and first arrived at the foot of a mountain called Evergreen Sect. How impressive! How could they build such a sect in this secret realm? Sha Qingyu asked in confusion. Chen Qing expressed his own opinion. These sects have probably searched the world for the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm. Their goal is to send more people here, seize more opportunities, and make early arrangements to divide up their territory. But, doesn't the secret realm have a time limit? Sha Qingyu asked again. Chen Qing continued, the maximum stay in the Tianyuan secret realm is half a year. The sect only needs to use the name of a trial to allow disciples to find the portal and enter. Then, they can join the branch sect and continuously rotate manpower. So that's how it is. After Chen Qing's explanation, Sha Qingyu understood everything. So, when do we start? Sha Qingyu, who had been a good girl all her life, was enjoying it, but her rebellious side was gradually unearthed by Chen Qing. Looking at Sha Qingyu's impatient look, Chen Qing was a little worried. Would his wife, the destined empress, turn into a bandit? He responded with, "Right now." Okay. Sha Qingyu took out the Frost Moon sword. Once her spiritual power was released, the flowers and plants were frozen wherever it passed. It breaks upon touching. The coldness makes it difficult to approach. Chen Qing didn't care. The difference in cultivation was there, and with a bunch of holy bodies and magic weapons, they couldn't hurt him. Who is so bold as to trespass into my Chengqing sect? Seeing Sha Qingyu approaching with a sword, the disciple in charge of guarding the mountain gate lowered his spear, pointing the sharp edge directly at her. At the same time, he sent a message to the sect, informing the elders and disciples that there were invaders and asked them to come to support him as soon as possible. Chen Qing could tell that Sha Qingyu was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 54. Kill with a flick of the finger. In half an incense stick of time, you must present all the treasures in the sect, otherwise you will die. Chen Qing said in a cold voice. There was no trace of emotion in his words. Sha Qingyu hesitated to speak, glancing sideways at Chen Qing with a gleam in her eyes. If these words came from someone else, Sha Qingyu would think it was arrogant, but when it came from Chen Qing's mouth, Sha Qingyu had no doubt at all whether he could do such a thing. I feel like I still have a lot to learn in this area, so I'm taking notes silently in my mind. This is even more shocking than the lofty status of an emperor. Upon hearing this, the disciple's mouth twitched. He had never seen anyone so arrogant. Just two people dared to challenge the authority of a sect. Even though it is just a branch of the Chengqing sect established in the Tianyuan secret realm, it has hundreds of disciples and 7 or 8 elders in charge. I wonder where Chen Qing got the courage from. The next moment, countless figures rushed down from the top of the mountain one after another like falling meteors. Seeing his fellow disciples arriving one after another and more people gathering around him, the gatekeeper disciple's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had a backer, and his expression became more confident. Who are you, the rogue, to dare to trespass into my Chengqing sect? The elder's shout that followed made the gatekeeper disciples feel even more at ease. It was unimaginable what Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu could do in the face of the elders and so many disciples. I don't want to say the same thing again. Chen Qing's attitude was clear. What an arrogant kid, the elder looked displeased. Then he looked at the gatekeeper and asked, what did he just say? Replying to Elder Du, this kid said that we have only one stick of incense to hand over all the treasures in the sect, otherwise, we will die. The gatekeeper disciple hurried forward and repeated Chen Qing's words with a bow. You are so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? The elder was furious. As the elder with the highest say in the branch sect, Duchang had never suffered such humiliation. The violent anger and the pressure of the peak out of body state swept across the whole place. The Chengqing sect disciples were so pressed that their necks seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, making it difficult for them to breathe. As expected of Elder Du, who possesses the strength of the peak out of body realm, this pressure is truly terrifying. After all these years in the branch sect, this is the first time I've seen Elder Du so angry. Those two guys are finished. Serves you right. If you dare to challenge our Chengqing sect, you will only end up dead. While most people were confident that Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu would not be able to cause any trouble, some dissenting voices were heard from the crowd. Don't you find it a little strange? Facing such pressure, they were able to remain calm. Hiss. Hearing you put it that way, it seems to be true. It seems that their cultivation level is probably not low. Hearing this, someone scoffed. No matter how high it is, can it be higher than Elder Du? Everyone has a tacit and unanimous answer to this question. It was natural to think that no matter how talented Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu were or how fast they cultivated, they could never surpass their elders. The fate of death has not changed. Madam, there's no need to waste time on this stubborn fellow. Chen Qing ignored the incompetent and furious Duchang and turned to Sha Qingyu. I will keep my husband's teachings in mind. Sha Qingyu once again wrote down Chen Qing's words in the little notebook in her heart, believing that she would have a chance to use them in the future. Arrogant, Duchang was completely furious when he saw that even after he showed his power, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu still didn't take him seriously and were being affectionate with each other. Looking for death, he stepped forward and his figure immediately shot towards Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu like an arrow. Spiritual energy gathered in his palms, boiling like flames. He didn't intend to waste any time and wanted to take the lives of Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu in one move. Since Duchang likes to seek death, Chen Qing has no reason to refuse and generously agrees to it. He raised his hand and waved his fingertips lightly. A vast divine power turned into a ferocious beast, quickly swallowing Duchang and devouring all of his flesh, skin, and bones. Elder Duchang, who was still alive the moment before, simply disappeared in front of all the Chengqing sect disciples. The faces of those Chengqing sect disciples who were still expecting Duchang to make a powerful move and kill Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu froze and were speechless. It really fits their expectation of a one-sided massacre, but no one expected that the target of the one-sided massacre would be their own elders. Monster. This kid is a monster. He's at the peak of the spiritual severing realm, but he killed him in seconds with just a flick of his finger. Something's wrong. Run away. Run. Why are you still standing there? There is only one chance. Chen Qing will not give it a second time. The pressure was like water from the sky pouring down upon the world, and violence swept across the entire Chengqing sect. Before those people's feet could even touch the ground, their entire bodies were crushed by the powerful force, their bones were broken one by one, and they were pressed to the ground by invisible giant hands, making crackling sounds. Mahayana realm. Unable to speak, this answer clearly emerged in everyone's mind. Afterwards, all the disciples and elders of the Chengqing sect were unable to withstand Chengqing's pressure, and their bodies exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, comprehension plus 300. After receiving the reward for killing Du Cheng, Chengqing sent out a dozen shadow puppets, some of whom went up the mountain to search for treasures, and some stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. As a member of this secret realm, Chengqing was certain that these disciples would have some treasures hidden on their bodies that they were unwilling to hand over to the sect. After getting hundreds of storage bags, Chengqing checked them in batches and found that there were no less than 10,000 spirit stones in them. There are also many natural treasures, high-level medicinal herbs, and elixirs. The shadow puppet who went to the mountain to search for treasures brought Chengqing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. As for why the Chengqing sect had so many spirit stones hidden within it, Chengqing learned from the map that Shadow Puppet brought back that the Chengqing sect had discovered and occupied a spirit stone mine. However, these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are the last output. Years of mining have already exhausted the spirit stone veins. At the same time, the major branch sects entrenched in the Tianyuan secret realm are being attacked and eliminated one after another by the Shadow Puppets. After destroying the sect, the main purpose was to not let a thief go empty-handed. According to Chengqing, not even a single spirit stone was spared. All of them were stored in the space ring and brought back for Chengqing one after another. Sha Qingyu's heart beat wildly as she looked at the various opportunities that Shadow Puppet continuously offered. To monopolize the resources of an entire secret realm by oneself, this kind of thing, I'm afraid only my husband can do it in the whole world, right? It is not difficult to guess how ugly the expressions of the major sects would be after learning that the branch sects they had painstakingly built up had been disintegrated in this way. Pity. Sha Qingyu felt no sympathy for them. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Chengqing is Sha Qingyu's enemy. Looking around, Sha Qingyu discovered something. After confirming again and again, she reached out and tugged at the corner of Chengqing's clothes, reminding him, "Husband, Shadow Puppet brought someone back." Chapter 55. Sudden Enlightenment. Ascend to Quasi-Emperor. Bring someone back. Chengqing was busy opening the blind bag and didn't pay any attention to what was happening in the distance. When he heard Sha Qingyu's words, he was stunned at first. He clearly remembered that he had already used his telekinesis to issue orders to all the scattered shadow puppets, that any cultivators in the secret realm must be killed without mercy. Anyway, the hatred has already been formed, so it is better to eliminate it completely and prevent it from being spread out. Even if the news of the complete annihilation of the secret sect was leaked out and no one was left alive, who would be able to link it to me? Once you decide to do something, you must do it thoroughly and not leave any future troubles. Soon, the shadow puppet carrying the hostage returned to Chengqing, knelt on one knee, and pressed the man's head, forcing him to kneel down and salute Chengqing. The man was trembling all over, repeating over and over, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything, I'll tell you everything, I know the location of the secret treasure." Secret treasure. Before Chengqing could ask, a word uttered by the man instantly caught his attention. He asked, "What is the secret treasure you are talking about? Please give me a way to live, sir. I am willing to take you to the entrance of Tianyuan's secret treasure." The man said hurriedly. His head was pressed firmly to the ground by the shadow puppet and he couldn't lift it up. Chengqing gave a signal, and shadow puppet let go. "Lead the way." Hearing this, the man got up from the ground and nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Yes, yes, please follow me." After a quick glance at Chengqing, he quickly looked away, not daring to look at him any longer, fearing that the other party would feel that he was offended by doing so. Although it was just a quick glance, the shock it brought to the man was no less than before. "Before coming here, I never thought that the one who could make a monster like Shadow Puppet obey him as its master was actually a young guy who looked still childish. Clear your mind and stop thinking about these messy things. Right now, the most important thing for a man is to take Chengqing to the entrance of Tianyuan's secret treasure and save his life." After a while, led by the man, Chengqing and the other man came to a valley with cliffs on both sides that stretched as far as the eye could see and thick fog. In front of them was a man-made stone platform with many mysterious runes carved on it. Even Sha Qingyu, who was quite knowledgeable about ancient characters, was unable to understand the meaning it wanted to express. The runes engraved on it are those of a teleportation array. Chen Qing saw through Sha Qingyu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Your Excellency is right. As long as we activate the teleportation formation on this stone platform, we can reach the Tianyuan secret treasure directly. The man hunched his waist and agreed humbly. Just as he was about to say that, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. It was neither Chen Qing nor Sha Qingyu. To be precise, this voice was transmitted directly into his mind. Are you looking for death? Who allowed you to bring outsiders here? The man recognized the voice of his own ancestor and quickly responded in his heart, Ancestor, please spare my life. I have my own difficulties. The branch sect was destroyed, and these two people threatened me that if I did not do as I was told, they would take my life. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Thank you for your grace, old ancestor. Please take action and kill these two people. As long as they are dead, the location of the Tianyuan secret will not be known to outsiders. The main reason why the man brought Chen Qing to the Tianyuan secret treasure was to use his own ancestor to get rid of him and Sha Qingyu. All he could think about was, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my ancestor? Are you done talking? Chen Qing's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and the man subconsciously agreed, after the chat. Halfway through his words, his expression changed in shock and the color drained from his face. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly ran away, trying to create a safe distance without looking back, shouting, Ancestor, save me. Then he noticed with horror that an ice lotus had blossomed on his chest. Then, it was as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart, and in an instant he suffered the pain of the 1,000 cuts of the Lingqi punishment. In a blink of an eye, it had completely turned into an ice sculpture, still maintaining a fleeing posture. Dare to deceive your husband, this is the end. Sha Qingyu raised her fingertips, and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. The cross-section of flesh and blood could be clearly seen, and the internal organs were all cut apart. Good boy, you can actually hear my voice transmission technique. It's not simple. Now that he was discovered, Patriarch Tianyong no longer hid, and his voice came out from the void. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to come in and catch you? Chen Qing asked bluntly. Boy, I admit that you are very talented, but just because you were at the initial stage of the Mahayana stage, you are not qualified to shout in front of me. Through what Patriarch Tianyong said, it was not difficult for Chen Qing to determine that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. A higher Mahayana realm, or perhaps, the quasi-emperor. Sha Qingyu quickly figured this out, and a look of panic appeared on her face. You'll know if you're qualified by trying. There was no fear on Chen Qing's face. Patriarch Tianyong did not speak in a hurry. A portal opened on the stone platform and he walked out of it. White hair, white eyebrows, white beard, he looks like a hermit. Standing there, he has an immortal air and is awe-inspiring without even being angry. I don't think you are qualified. Along with these words came a terrifying threat that came like a tsunami. In a trance, Sha Qingyu saw thousands of troops in a murderous atmosphere. The peak of Mahayana realm. After confirming the true strength of Ancestor Tianyong, Sha Qingyu felt deeply powerless, and her body and mind were filled with despair. Faced with such overwhelming power, I don't know what to do. Then, Chen Qing was quick-witted and grabbed Sha Qingyu's wrist, protecting her behind him. At the same time, open the system panel, quickly find and select the number of enlightenments, and decide how to use them in your cultivation. In the process of enlightenment, Epiphany successful, the host's current cultivation has been elevated to the second level of the Mahayana realm. Epiphany successful, the host's current cultivation has been elevated to the third level of the Mahayana realm. System prompts kept refreshing rapidly on the panel in front of Chen Qing. It's almost blurry, and if you don't look carefully, you may not be able to see the text clearly. Intel, Epiphany successful, the host's current cultivation has been elevated to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. Epiphany successful, the host's current cultivation has been elevated to the quasi-emperor realm. With 9 opportunities for enlightenment, Chen Qing's cultivation level was raised from the first level of the Mahayana realm to the quasi-emperor realm without any effort. Rather than being crushed by others, Chen Qing prefers to crush others with his realm. As a system villain, how could he let these passers-by characters ride on his neck and run wild? Even the protagonist doesn't have this qualification, let alone them. Seeing that Chen Qing still wanted to protect Sha Qingyu before his death, Patriarch Tianyong chuckled, thinking it was ridiculous and childish. I don't mind helping them to be together and go to the underworld together, becoming a pair of doomed lovers. It can be considered as doing a good deed every day. Chapter 56 The Emperor's Inheritance. I thought that relying on the advantage of my realm and the power of a single thought, I could tear Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu's flesh and blood bodies apart and shatter them. Unexpectedly, the pressure that was about to engulf Chen Qing was torn apart by him and forced back. From beginning to end, Patriarch Tianyong's eyes never left Chen Qing, but he was never seen to move even a finger. How is this possible? Patriarch Tianyong didn't understand. Chen Qing was only a Mahayana in the initial stage, while he was at the peak of the Mahayana stage. When he saw him, it should be like a mayfly seeing the sky. But why? Not only could the power of my thoughts not do anything to him, but was also broken by him. Could it be that this boy is hiding his cultivation? Such a thought immediately emerged in the mind of Patriarch Tianyong. His pupils changed slightly and he opened his eyes, wanting to see through Chen Qing's cultivation again. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, his eyes immediately shrank, and the original whites of his eyes quickly filled with blood. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down. Ah, my eyes, my eyes! Patriarch Tianyong raised his hands, covered his eyes, and let out a shrill scream. Bright red color overflowed from between the fingers. Sha Qingyu was frightened by this. She couldn't understand why Patriarch Tianyong suddenly became like this and shed tears of blood. Soon, she learned the correct answer from Patriarch Tianyong himself. You are not in the initial stage of Mahayana. You are a quasi-emperor. Patriarch Tianyong faced the wrong direction and raised his finger. Impossible. Your bones are so young. How can you have the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor? Chen Qing was not interested in listening to the nonsense of Tianyong Patriarch. He raised his hand slightly and then brought down another palm. Sha Qingyu could clearly see that the space above Patriarch Tianyong's head was distorted by an invisible force. The next moment, Patriarch Tianyong was completely crushed from head to toe, blood spurted out, covering the entire stone platform, leaving only a thin piece of tattered human skin. The ancestor at the peak of the Mahayana realm was actually destroyed by my husband with just one palm. This scene shocked Sha Qingyu beyond words. Then, she realized something even more terrifying. She looked at Chen Qing with a frown on her face. Isn't my husband at the Mahayana stage? How did he become a quasi-emperor? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor. Not to mention that no one would believe it if the news got out. Even Sha Qingyu, who witnessed it all with her own eyes, still couldn't help but wonder if she was hallucinating. Without waiting for her to continue thinking, Chen Qing had already activated the stone platform formation, opening the portal. He said to Sha Qingyu, "Madam, don't just stand there. Let's go in quickly." Sha Qingyu nodded in agreement. There were so many incredible things about Chen Qing that she was too lazy to waste her time thinking about them. I also want to know what kind of opportunity is hidden in the so-called Tianyuan secret treasure that can make a powerful ancestor of a sect risk his life to protect it. You have to know that this is what Sha Qingyu thought. If Patriarch Tianyong's spirit is still in heaven, he would definitely defend himself. I didn't want to fight to the death, but I really couldn't find a chance to escape. Even though Patriarch Tianyong is only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, this one step is a chasm that thousands of cultivators would find difficult to cross even if they spend their entire lives on it. Below the quasi-emperor, all are ordinary cultivators. This statement is not just talk. The moment Chen Qing decided to take action, Patriarch Tianyong was destined to die. Step out of the portal. The two came to the location of Tianyuan's secret treasure. The huge stone chamber is a little spacious, but it can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the center of the stone chamber stands a tall stone statue, which is carved vividly and full of Taoist charm. This person must be the creator of the Tianyuan secret realm. Chen Qing gave his own judgment. Sha Qingyu did not deny Chen Qing's statement. She had read in a book that there were 2 types of secret realms. One was naturally created by heaven and earth, and the other was formed by powerful cultivators after their death. Because of this, when a great man falls, there is often a saying that when a whale falls, all things come to life. Little kid, you are right. This emperor is the creator of the Tianyuan secret realm. A strange voice came from the stone statue, and the light around the statue became brighter. This sudden sound frightened Sha Qingyu so much that she subconsciously hid behind Chen Qing. Chen Qing gently patted her hand that was holding onto him, and said softly, "It's okay, I'm here. Don't panic, the two of you." This emperor left behind a wisp of his soul just to find a suitable successor. If you two can pass this emperor's test, you can obtain the inheritance. The voice came from the stone statue again. Test? Can't you just give it to me directly? Chen Qing was interested in inheritance but not in tests. Thinking about it, Patriarch Tianyong has probably been here for some time, and his purpose is naturally to pass the test, obtain the inheritance of the emperor, and break through the quasi-emperor realm. That's right, even though only a remnant of soul remains in this stone statue, the imperial power contained within it cannot be faked. This is against the rules, the statue responded. Rules are meant to be changed, Chen Qing retorted. The statue hesitated, finally sighed, and continued, "Well, as an 18-year-old quasi-emperor with unparalleled talent, I'm sure those tests won't be difficult for you. Come forward, and this emperor will grant you the inheritance." Seeing that the stone statue had truly compromised and was willing to directly bestow the great emperor's inheritance on Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu was sincerely happy for him. He sighed, "This is indeed an era where the strong are respected. As long as you have a strong enough fist, you can break the rules and make the rules. Madam, please wait here for a while." Good. After receiving Sha Qingyu's answer, Chen Qing took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the stone statue. "Come, open your sea of consciousness, and I will grant you the inheritance." The stone statue spoke with a hint of urgency and anticipation. But as time passed, Chen Qing did not do as he said. "Open your sea of consciousness quickly, don't you want this emperor's inheritance?" the stone statue asked puzzledly. "If it's inheritance, then it's inheritance. Why do you need to open your sea of consciousness? You don't want to take over my body, do you?" Chen Qing raised his head, looked directly at the stone statue, and asked. Stone statue. Immediately afterwards, 5 iron chains stretched out from the void and wrapped around Chen Qing's wrists, ankles, and neck. He was hung up in the posture of being torn apart by 5 horses. "Husband." Sha Qingyu sensed something was amiss and quickly drew out the frost moon sword, stepping forward and slashing, trying to cut the chain. With one strike of the sword, the iron chain runes flickered, leaving no one injured. Instead, it caused Sha Qingyu's arm to go numb. "It's useless. Don't waste your energy. This is a spiritual treasure forged by this emperor himself. Not to mention you, even if he is at the quasi-emperor level, he is still no match for it." The stone statue said proudly. "If the quasi-emperor isn't okay, what about the great emperor?" Chen Qing asked while opening the system panel. "The emperor can easily break it, but what does that have to do with you?" Chapter 57 The Great Emperor with One Thought. Emperor Tianyuan didn't understand why Chen Qing would say such irrelevant and confusing things even at this point. Even if Chen Qing had an impressive quasi-emperor cultivation and fought stubbornly, as long as time was enough, Emperor Tianyuan believed that sooner or later he would be able to pry open Chen Qing's sea of consciousness, take over his body, and replace him. Fortunately, when he was dying, he created the Tianyuan secret realm and left behind a remnant soul. Now, he has finally waited for the right person to possess. Emperor Tianyuan felt extremely excited just thinking about the superb physique that could make him a quasi-emperor at the age of 18. He felt that with this extraordinary talent, he could not only live a second life, but also achieve the status of an emperor for the second time. As for why he didn't take over the body of Patriarch Tianyong before, the reason was simple. Emperor Tianyuan saw through that his lifespan was coming to an end and his body was already like rotten wood, riddled with holes. To forcibly take over his body would be a waste of opportunity. It would be better to continue to wait patiently. But Patriarch Tianyong was stubborn and insisted on breaking through the barriers to seize the non-existent Great Emperor inheritance. If Chen Qing had not appeared in time and killed the Tianyong Patriarch with force, Emperor Tianyuan would not know how long he would be entangled by the Tianyong Patriarch. Fortunately, it turns out that all the waiting is worth it. However, Just as Emperor Tianyuan was trying to break through Chen Qing's sea of consciousness and take over his body, he suddenly realized something was wrong. In his eyes, Chen Qing's cultivation and momentum were constantly increasing exponentially. He once wondered if he was seeing things. Looking at Chen Qing again, the system panel in front of him was refreshing text prompts rapidly. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the second realm quasi-emperor. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the third level quasi-emperor. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the ninth realm quasi-emperor. Epiphany successful. The host's current cultivation has been elevated to the great emperor. The power of the reward of enlightenment lies in that no matter how high or low your cultivation level is, as long as you use it, you will be able to break through. As Chen Qing's cultivation reached the great emperor realm, the power of the great emperor immediately overflowed the entire stone chamber like a tide, and behind him appeared the great emperor's divine ring that was exclusive to the great emperor. Emperor Tianyuan, who witnessed this scene, now really felt that he must be dazzled and hallucinating. Chen Qing was clearly a quasi-emperor just a moment ago. How come he was promoted to emperor in the blink of an eye? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Your physique is only that of a 17 or 18-year-old. How could you possibly reach the great emperor realm? Emperor Tianyuan denied it repeatedly. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, it was so exaggerated that I couldn't help but doubt my own eyes. My husband, he actually became the emperor again. The hand stopped swinging at the iron chain, and this scene also had a great visual impact on Sha Qingyu. The strength displayed by Chen Qing made her feel that she could not match him, and she couldn't help but wonder if she could really catch up. Why is it impossible? Chen Qing moved his fingertips, and the iron chains that were wrapped around his neck and limbs, whose quality was infinitely close to that of imperial weapons, broke into pieces and dissipated like smoke and dust. Seeing that the magic weapon was destroyed by Chen Qing with just a flick of his finger, Emperor Tianyuan was completely defeated and no longer had the confidence to question the authenticity of Chen Qing's identity as an emperor. The facts are right in front of him, how can he question it? Adhering to the principle that a true man can bend and stretch, Emperor Tianyuan hurriedly said, Wait, I am willing to give you everything I can, I only ask you. With a thought, Chen Qing tyrannically wiped out the last remaining soul of Emperor Tianyuan. Regardless of whether he is telling the truth or not, now that Chen Qing has ascended to the great emperor realm, his bargaining chips are really not worth mentioning. Compared to the so-called inheritance of the great emperor, Chen Qing would rather kill him directly and keep his heart of Taoism clear. As the remaining soul of the emperor was wiped out, the light of the stone statue disappeared, and it broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently. Chen Qing instantly came to Sha Qingyu's side, put his arm around her waist, and easily picked her up with one hand. At the same time, he opened a portal and walked in. Leave this secret realm that is about to collapse and be completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu returned to the bear cave. After making sure she was standing firmly, Chen Qing let go of her hand. Looking at the shattered black stone tablet, Sha Qingyu sighed, it's such a pity to waste all those opportunities within the secret realm. What a pity, Chen Qing smiled faintly, there's nothing to regret. I've ordered Shadow Puppet to collect all the opportunities, not even a single spirit stone was missed. I see, then I'm relieved. Sha Qingyu admired Chen Qing even more. He did things flawlessly. The look in her eyes when she looked at him was full of admiration. With a husband like this, what else could I ask for? Sha Qingyu was very clear that she had already unknowingly become unable to let go of this feeling. Not only does she have feelings for Chen Qing between a man and a woman, but she also has admiration for the strong. An 18-year-old great emperor. Let me ask you, in the 10,000 years of history of Tianshuan continent, has anyone been able to do this? Unmanned. Guangxia Qingyu found out from ancient books that the youngest emperor in history was also over 100 years old. Sha Qingyu didn't know how many times she had to add peerless before the word genius to describe Chen Qing's terrifying talent. Now she was a little worried that Chen Qing would look down on her and divorce her with a letter of divorce. Looking across the Tianshuan continent, there is absolutely no one who is better than Chen Qing. But in Sha Qingyu's view, there are countless people who are better than her. In the Dao dynasty, her beauty might be well known, but the Dao dynasty was neither small nor big. At least compared to the entire Tianshuan continent, it was not even the tip of the iceberg. How can I win Chen Qing's heart with just this? Sha Qingyu's eyes suddenly became resolute, and she became even more determined to practice hard and become stronger. When I came out of the bear cave, it was already dark outside. Before Chen Qing could speak, Sha Qingyu had already sensed something and silently took out the Hanyu sword. Then he said, "Husband, there are people nearby, no less than 10. Most likely they are in the same group as the previous group of sect disciples." Chen Qing gave his own judgment. It is believed that these people chose to stay outside the cave after discovering that their disciples had died and the portal could not be used, so they wanted to wait and see. Chen Qing, Sha Qingyu did not deliberately suppress her voice. What was said was clearly heard by the disciples and elders of the sect who were hiding behind the grass and trees. Seeing that the elder was no longer hiding, the disciples also walked out from behind the trees one after another. The swords in their hands were already unsheathed, flashing with a cold light under the moonlight. "How dare you kill my disciples? If you two honestly hand over the treasures on your bodies, I can let you go easily and leave you with an intact body." The sect elders guessed that Chen Qing and Sha Qingyu must have obtained a lot of treasures during their trip to the secret realm, otherwise they would not have come out so quickly. They must be worried that if they continued to stay in the secret realm, they would be snatched away by other forces. While being curious about what kind of treasure it is, I also want to possess it. Chapter 58. Thousands of miles away, destroying a sect with one palm. Facing this opponent who was considered to be flattering even when he called him a small fry, Chen Qing naturally ignored him. The only value of these people is to be used to get rewards. The imperial power in one thought. Everyone suffered cardiac arrest immediately. They fell to the ground one after another, dying with their eyes open. Not to mention the disciples, even if he was an elder of a sect, he would not have time to react in front of the power of the emperor. He didn't even have the chance to know how he died. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Demon King Holy Body +1. Top 3000 Physical Fitness Ranking, 52nd. Chen Qing was quite surprised that he could obtain a holy body ranked in the top 100 by killing just a few minions. Looking at Sha Qingyu, Chen Qing couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation besides the possibility that her favorability towards him had increased. "Husband," Sha Qingyu blushed when Chen Qing looked at her. His gaze was extremely aggressive, as if it could see through people's hearts. Sorry, the madam is so beautiful under the moonlight that I was mesmerized by her." Chen Qing made up an excuse. This casual remark made Sha Qingyu's already uneasy heart beat even faster. She quickly turned her back, too shy to look directly at Chen Qing, trying to hide the expression on her face. Even though she couldn't see, it wasn't difficult for Sha Qingyu to imagine what she would look like at this moment. Her voice trembled slightly. "Even if you praise me like that, I can't do anything good for my husband. As long as my lady doesn't abandon me, it will be a great benefit to me." Chen Qing hugged Sha Qingyu's waist from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and spoke softly in Sha Qingyu's ear. "My husband has given me a new life, how could I possibly abandon him?" Sha Qingyu said this without hesitation. "My dear husband, when you have seen a wider world in the future, please don't look down on me," Sha Qingyu confided her inner thoughts. Chen Qing raised the corners of his mouth, and held Sha Qingyu's shoulders with both hands, asking her to turn around and face him. With a serious face, he said, "In this life, I, Chen Qing, will only marry and love one person, my wife." Hearing this, Sha Qingyu raised her head, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she looked at Chen Qing. Seeing Chen Qing's face coming closer, Sha Qingyu didn't dodge. She gently raised her chin, closed her eyes, and let you pick her. "Husband, I can't breathe anymore." Sha Qingyu raised her hands and placed them on Chen Qing's chest, mumbling softly. Blame me, blame me." Chen Qing stopped there and did not make any further requests. This kiss brought Sha Qingyu an unprecedented experience. For the first time, she realized that kissing, besides just the collision of lips, can also. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, but gradually, a wonderful feeling made Sha Qingyu's fingers and toes unconsciously clench. In a trance, Sha Qingyu noticed Chen Qing waving his hand and opening a portal. At first I thought it was a portal back to Chen Mansion. But then, he saw a picture of another place emerging, which looked like the sect's main hall, becoming clearer and clearer. In the main hall, the sect leader sat on the high seat, and below the hall, the elders stood on both sides. At this moment, someone dressed as a disciple hurriedly ran into the hall, knelt down and said, "Sect Master, no, this is bad. The soul lamps of Elder Wei and his fellow disciples have also gone out." Elder Wei. Sha Qingyu took a closer look and discovered that the elders and disciples in the mirror were dressed exactly like the group of people who had been instantly killed by her husband with the power of the great emperor. I was amazed at Chen Qing's magical powers. He was able to discover the power behind the gang of villains so quickly. Just as he was thinking, he heard an angry voice coming from the mirror. "No matter who he is, he dared to seize the secret realm opportunity of our sect and even dared to brutally kill our elders and disciples. This feud is irreconcilable. If we don't kill him, and the news gets out, who will respect us? Who will take our Tianjing sect seriously?" As soon as these words were spoken, the elders responded one after another, all persuading the sect leader not to be tolerant and to directly send disciples to attack and offer a reward. They were willing to go along and contribute their efforts. The sect leader thought about it and felt that what the elders said made sense. If he did not avenge this grudge, it would damage his dignity as the sect leader and would also destroy the image of the Tianjing sect that he had worked so hard to build. Sha Qingyu saw that the leader of Tianjing sect was not as powerful as herself, and was about to take the initiative to propose that she herself would take action to eliminate this threat for Chen Qing. Unexpectedly, Chen Qing raised his hand and slapped down again. The image in the mirror zoomed out, and golden light appeared. Then, a giant golden palm broke through the dome and smashed down towards Tianjing sect. The huge Tianjing sect became as small as dust under this palm. There was a loud bang. The entire Tianjing sect, including Tianjing Mountain, was razed to the ground with a single blow. Thousands perished in an instant. The only thing left was a palm print that was 100 feet wide, like an abyss or a chasm. Gulp. Sha Qingyu closed her lips and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Even though she was Chen Qing's wife, she couldn't help but feel fear. Before, I only knew that the emperor was terrifying, but no matter how much I heard, it would never be as shocking as seeing it with my own eyes. Thousands of miles away, with the flip of a hand, an entire sect was wiped out with a single palm. This was something Sha Qingyu didn't even dare to think about. Strong. Really too strong. The Tianjing sect wanted to destroy not only him but also Sha Qingyu. Therefore, this slap naturally triggered the reward mechanism for pampering his wife. Successfully pampered my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving the random reward, Luck Golden Dragon +1. Another dragon. The combination of Luck and Dragon Clan actually interested Chen Qingman. After taking a look at the detailed introduction, compared with the 9 Nether Undead Dragon, the combat effectiveness of the Fortune Golden Dragon is obviously lower, but this is only relative to the 9 Nether Undead Dragon. The real power of the Golden Dragon of Luck is that it can change the luck of a person, or many people, or even a force. Make the spiritual energy more abundant, increase the speed of cultivation, strengthen the probability of obtaining opportunities, adjust the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. There are many benefits. It is equivalent to giving everyone a lucky blessing. In addition, as the master, Chen Qing can also freely decide who can enjoy the luck bonus and who cannot, to prevent others from taking advantage of the luck for free. The first ones to benefit from the luck bonus were naturally himself and Sha Qingyu. Sha Qingyu looked towards Chen Qing, her thin lips slightly parted, and she was about to say something, but a look of surprise appeared on her face. It took him a long time to react, and he wondered, strange, how did I break through? Her cultivation level inexplicably rose from the 2nd level of the out-of-body realm to the 3rd level of the out-of-body realm. His gaze turned to Chen Qing again, and he was certain that there must be some connection between him and her. Chen Qing didn't answer directly, but instead raised his head and gestured for Sha Qingyu to look upwards. Chapter 59. Golden Dragon of Fortune. Sha Qingyu looked up doubtfully, only to see a gigantic dragon looming above the clouds. The most important thing is that this dragon is not the one Sha Qingyu had seen before. It can be distinguished at a glance just by its color. Is this dragon also my husband's spiritual pet? Sha Qingyu asked for confirmation. That's right. Chen Qing nodded in affirmation. There was nothing to hide. One person possesses 2 holy dragons as pets. Sha Qingyu wanted to know, besides Chen Qing, was there anyone else in this world who could do it? But, Sha Qingyu asked sincerely, with a new question in her mind, what connection does my breakthrough have with this holy dragon? Chen Qing explained. This dragon is called the Qian Golden Dragon. It can help people improve their Qian and speed up their cultivation. Luck. Golden Dragon. Even Sha Qingyu, who had just entered the martial arts world, was shocked when she learned that these 2 words were combined together. She knew very well the value of these 4 words together. Everything in this world is inseparable from the word, luck. People have luck, and countries have national destiny. Whether it is a person, a country, or the rise and fall of a sect, it is inseparable from the rise and fall of luck. Since this golden dragon can change my destiny, doesn't that mean it can even change the destiny of our nation? A bold idea popped up in Sha Qingyu's mind. Hearing this, a bolder idea came to Chen Qing's mind. Madam, I intend to donate this golden dragon of fortune to the Dao dynasty for free to increase the country's fortune. What do you think? Ah! Chen Qing's words made Sha Qingyu stand there in a daze for a long time. She knew very well that Chen Qing did this entirely for herself. She understood even more clearly what a 100-foot-long golden dragon that could change one's destiny meant. Not to mention the dynasty, this is a rare opportunity that many top-level powerful sects can only encounter. Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu knew she was unable to repay Chen Qing and owed him too much. Thinking of this, Sha Qingyu knew she was unable to repay Chen Qing and owed him too much. He could only take a step forward, wrap his arms around the back of Chen Qing's neck, and kiss him with his lips.